here we go. We're going to give this a shot. We're going to see what we can do here. Hello, everyone. I hope all of you are doing well. We've started a bit early. Figured we'd just go ahead and jump in. I'm sitting here with my olives and relaxing. Got to keep it going. I'm a sucker for a good olive. And I kind of missed my lunch. So I'm going to do that, power bar, all those fun things as we get through this. So we'll see what we can do. But core idea, it's actually a pretty simple one. This is PhilosphyTube. Someone who actually got to claim that name for their channel. And Abigail has done a lot of videos in her time, pre and post transition. And very rarely have they been good when they're on philosophy. The best videos Abigail's done are actually on real things in the world. When she seems to actually care about something, when it impacts her much more directly. She actually will go incredibly in depth. Her video on the nature of what it was like to get healthcare, trans healthcare explicitly in the UK, and all of that I thought was very good. It's a very interesting subject. It's one that not a lot of people have covered to the depth. There's still issues I have with how she phrases things, but you know, it's better videos. Philosophy is not PhilosphyTube's strong suit. Carefree wandering? Was it wandering? Sunday and I at one point, President Sunday, friend of the channel, and I at one point had spent a good deal of time talking through her video on Kant, because Wandering did a video on that. And I'll just say the short version is that was fucking terrible. It was terrible. But I was wrong when I said that it probably couldn't get much worse. I was wrong. We're going to take this bit by bit. We're not going to watch the second half of the video. The second video, titled was Nietzsche Mega. So you can imagine how good this video is. You can imagine how good video is. So we will just get underway. Please, if you like what I do, if you like what we do support the channel, give a membership, give a super chat, join up, or join the Discord, which is the best thing you can do. Discord.gg/DGQC. I'm going to be stopping a lot, so just be ready for that. This is a fucking hell of a thing.
I have the answer right here. Friedrich Nietzsche was a 19th century German philosopher. His work is often sold as self-help, but he's extremely controversial. So today, we are going to answer the most important question of all. Is this guy woke?
So, it's a fun framing device. This is what you do with popular philosophy. Pop philosophy as a thing, which is 100% what this video is. A trash version of it, too. Thank you, Rick Sai, for the 5 gifted memberships. Well, I'm actually going to answer someone. Cruz is in there. Would you say there's anything to be learned from her philosophy vids? Also a place of basic books to rec for a beginner who wants to learn philosophy about Marx, etc. So first off, join our Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. We're built to help people, guide people through this. But specifically for anyone, any philosopher, and anyone who's wanting to get into it, the easiest thing to do is to begin. The hardest thing to do is to begin because most people think there's a right way to read this. There is not. Ever, ever, ever. There's no right way to go about learning philosophy. That's not a thing. There are ways that are advantageous. For example, going to a college and spending 6 to 7 years of your life paying people to do nothing but teach you about stuff, that helps more than sitting at home reading a book. It's advantageous. It's not the only way. Find someone who has an idea that you resonate with. Find something of theirs that you can start parsing through, and then just start searching for people who wrote about that. That's it. This is how you make your way through philosophy. Most people make their way into it through something like this. I used to have a thought about Mark Fisher, for example, who I used to sort of give a pass because Mark Fisher ultimately did bring a lot of people towards Deleuze, to Nietzsche, Bataille, others. I used to be okay with pop philosophy because I was like, whatever gets people to read it. I no longer believe that now that I'm here. It stems from STEM education and the nature of STEM education. The mentality that, hey, whatever gets a kid to do math is okay. So for me, my math was a thing I learned because I was into programming. I had a Commodore 20 and then Commodore 64, and I just really dug into it. And you can't do much without maths, as they say across the pond. You just can't. So I began finding other things. And there isn't really a bad way to start learning to program as long as you're doing it. Because learning BASIC, learning C++, learning C++, learning C#, learning Java, learning anything, these things, there's no shitty way to do it. Programming a video game is not actually making you a better programmer than programming anything else. It really isn't. And I think that's true for a lot of STEM. Philosophy is different. Philosophy is very different. If you start with someone like this, who's going to explain awful ways about Nietzsche and how to understand Nietzsche, and you're going to go from this to reading Nietzsche, you have had your understanding of Nietzsche conditioned. And that is bad. It is flatly bad to start that way. You should be reading the writers and their words, not in the way that the author intended. It's not none of that bullshit, but without having any of these really terrible understandings. When people go to Nietzsche and they go, oh, he's a Nazi, or they go to Nietzsche and they go, he's about self-help. If you start there, that conditions how you understand everything. That is dangerous because it means that you will have a lot of work to unlearn things that you don't even know that you're putting onto these people. It is a really, really bad place. Tree bonus. If you're going to start from Plato, go read some Plato. Phaedrus is great, I think, as a great way. But if it doesn't grab you, it doesn't grab you. Don't go, well, I don't like this. I don't understand it. Don't read the beginning of Anti-Oedipus and go, I don't get it. I'm too stupid. Because you're not. You're reading difficult shit. Philosophy is by nature difficult shit. You're reading top tier. There's no junior philosophy. There's no, hey, intro to philosophy that's kind of like an intro to programming. That's not how philosophy works. It's complicated and it's a unique way of engaging things. When it comes to pop philosophy, it isn't great. And pop philosophy, to me, is when we use analogy. Analogy of popular things, analogies and references that make people go, hoo-hoo. Those books at Barnes & Noble, I mention it whenever I can, where it's Seinfeld in philosophy, Dune in philosophy. You see those books at Barnes & Noble. They're always on the end racks or they're in the philosophy section. This is pop philosophy. It's where you're mixing things and terms. Nietzsche was not woke. Nietzsche was not unwoke. Woke, if you're not going to define it up front, which by the way, she never does, starting from a position of saying, hey, is this philosopher this thing that I'm not going to define that's also kind of confusing, is so infuriating to start with, but it's a false premise to begin with. And it's pop bullshit because you're making reference and analogy to things that are not part of this. If you want to say was he sympathetic to the Nazis? Also silly. He wasn't around. This is not his thing. Was Nietzsche, would Nietzsche have loved Pepsi? Would he have loved Dune? Would he have loved Star Wars? These are not, they're anachronistic, weird ways of looking at it. And it's garbage to start from. If you want to engage philosophy, don't do it through people like this. Don't do it through people like me. There are people who've dedicated their lives to trying to explain thinkers. Read a book, find someone to help you, and find the things that grab you. Whatever it is, go down that road. You will find a multitude of paths and the everything will just spider web out from there. Do not do it like this. Was Nietzsche woke? No. But I need you to define woke first. So you haven't noticed, we're 15 seconds in. It took me 8 minutes to get through that. So let's go. Nietzsche would not love Pepsi. Nietzsche would be someone who would, I was going to make a bad joke. It's just a terrible thing, isn't it? Just as a thing? Just a,
I have the answer right here in this envelope. I'm going to open it at the end and reveal it. But for now, let's see if we can figure it out together. In super general terms, Nietzsche thought that society has gone wrong. It's all gone bad, we've gone off the rails, and we need to fix it. So
this is I'd be very hesitant to say that this is accurate. Nietzsche critiqued society. Absolutely. To say that Nietzsche thought society had gone off the rails is weird, given that all of his critiques yield about 2,000 to 3,000 years of human history. So, yeah, we'd gone off the rails since civilization, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he would go like, hey, you know what sucks is society today. Hey, we went off the rails about 20 years ago. You know, it used to be about booze and broads. Like, that's just such a weird way of phrasing Nietzsche. I love it. Yeah, since agriculture came here, that's right. It's Nietzsche believed society was deforming humanity, and it was doing it in some particular ways. But again, Nietzsche was complicated. Anytime someone says, I'm going to oversimplify, realize they're doing that. And if they say something really dumb that's like really, really broad that could apply to anyone, for example, is there anyone who thinks society is going great? Like, there's nobody alive. Like, it's a statement of meaninglessness. Like, there's zero value in that fucking concept. I'm gonna start a cult that's everything's fine. Because there's no one.
His project was to try and diagnose how that happened and recommend some solutions. He was a culture warrior. He wrote
This is why I use the term pop philosophy.
a lot of stuff about popular art and music and what they say about society.
I am going to revisit real quick the nature of this video and how it's put together is really problematic. President Sunday did a thing earlier and sort of talked through the sources that are used. Why Nietzsche Still is a collection of essays on why Nietzsche is still considered important, or why is he, should he be. It is the primary source of all of these things. This idea that Schrift gives in his introduction of it, this is not accurate way to put it. It's to say it again.
Solutions. He was a culture warrior. He wrote a lot of stuff about popular art and music and what they say about society.
Sort of true. To say he was a culture warrior is really, really tough. He wrote about culture, but it wasn't like Zizek writes more about culture, and I would be hesitant to call him a culture warrior.
So he was kind of on some Jordan Peterson.
No, he wasn't. Let's talk about some differences between Nietzsche and him. For example, Jordan Peterson is explicitly born out of hating trans people and made famous by an industrial complex around the Republican and conservative mindset, which rewards people who overemphasize this. A lot of college professors have done this. The Weinsteins are famous, and I'm going to call them that because Harvey and Brett and all of them, I'm assuming, are all related. I'm just going to say they are because it's funny. But they're all like just liars. They're just liars and grifters. Nietzsche doesn't do what he does for a grift at all. Nietzsche spends his life until he cracks ultimately, writing about these things and really living a life of solitary sort of sadness. Yeah.
And shit, which is immediately giving not woke. He lived in Germany and he died in 1900. And do you know who was a big fan of Friedrich Nietzsche? That's right.
It's sort of actually not true. This is one of those things that's really tough when we talk about like big fans or what it means to have these things involved in various movements. it would be, it's similar. And you see a lot of identity politics assholes like Abigail Thorne, who is an identity politics asshole, saying things like this, or, oh, the IDF, they really read 1,000 plateaus, and so deleuze and guattari. And it's like, look, read the actual works. If your entire analysis, and most of this analysis, by the way, is guilt by association or relationships that are not really even there, it's really painful. Id pull assholes. Identity politics is a reactionary phenomenon. If you didn't know, we can watch a wonderful video that's very short and very particular. But identity politics is about the necessity of having capital recognize your identity as unique and special in you, and your egoism as something that is valuable. Very much that, when your identity is fourth and first and all that matters. That setup, I'd pull assholes. I have no desire for people like that.
Hitler and Mussolini. That's not good. I mean, I think we can all agree that on the woke, not woke scale, Hitler, not woke. But
Hitler also liked Charlie Chaplin.
But after the war, a German philosopher called Martin Heidegger said that the Nazis had misinterpreted Nietzsche and that he was actually woke all along.
I'm pretty sure Heidegger didn't say that.
And then in the 1950s, he had a big influence on Michel Foucault.
He had influence on a fucking lot of people. We'll watch after this, Stygian. If you after this, we'll watch the short id pull video. It's phenomenal from Todd. Oh my god! I always want to say Todd McGowan. I know it's not Todd McGowan. Todd McGowan's great, but there's like two Todds, and there's fuck. One sec, I'll fucking find it. We'll watch it after this because it's a great video, or we could do it real quick because that could be actually pretty nice. Identity politics reactionary. Come on, Todd. Where is it? I know you got it. Oh, it's Todd McGowan. It's not the other Todd. God damn it. There's too many Todds. Yep, that's the one. All right, we'll watch that right afterwards. Solid. It's solid. You know what? We're going to do it anyway because it's important to the rest of this, because I'm going to say identity politics assholes a lot. This is Todd McGowan.
Here's one of the great figures of
that smiling fuck right there. You should go to his channel. It's a small channel. In terms of PhilosphyTube, hilariously small in comparison. But Todd is so great. And he makes his point very short. Identity politics is a right-wing phenomenon.
identity politics today, Jair Bolsonaro, and he gives us a good starting point. So identity politics, contrary to what we typically think, is a right-wing phenomenon, not a left-wing one. And I hope to make that clear in what follows. So I look at the contrast between left and right as an opposition between universality on the left and identity on the right.
I do too, by the way. And so do most people in critical thinking. This is it. The left is about universality. The right is about individualism, identity, and sort of separation and segregation.
So identity, as I see it, is always a right-wing phenomenon, and universality is always a left-wing phenomenon. And when they come into opposition with each other, that's the way in which debates between right and left work themselves out. You can imagine, I guess, a debate between Robespierre on the one hand and Mussolini on the other, the early Robespierre at least. Partisan of universality, Mussolini partisan of Italian identity.
Catholic Church is not left-wing. They only care about Catholics. Identity here is slightly more complex. We'll get to it.
So identity forms through
We're here.
Giving a content to our subjectivity. So our subjectivity is always just an empty form. And identity...
Subjectivity is like you as you exist. The subjectivity of you as a unique thing in the world When he says empty form, you're waiting for things. Now, there's a lot of views on that. I tend to go with the D&G setup as the subjectivity is the consumer of the productive systems. There's a bunch of them, but identity is this.
Is necessary. We have to have a symbolic identity. There's no doing without it.
Yep.
But identity politics makes identity into a ground for our being. And that's what distinguishes it from the universality of the left. But the thing about identity is that it's not just independent. It's not just based upon itself, even though that's what it claims to be. Instead, it always depends upon some non-identity that it attributes to the other. So, as someone occupying a certain identity, my enjoyment of that identity comes from those who don't share my identity. So, those who...
And we're not going to... Buddhism is not inherently left-wing. Nothing is inherently left-wing. So literally how you're building that sentence is the problem. The identity of a thing makes it inherently left-wing. It's not a question of do things have an identity or is there a shattering of the ego. The question is, first, what's the foundation? What's the foundation of everything? It isn't whether or not we have identity. I'm Brooks. How you doing? Fuck off. Of course, you have identities too. This is an oversimplified reality. What we're talking about when we talk about identity politics is that people are placing it as the center, the foundation of where we grow from. Very different than the leftist notion of universality, that the big deal is that the universal elements need to be that thing that we drive for, the shared humanity, not identity as the foundation, but universality. I'm quieter than the content I'm watching. Motherfucking... All right, I'm going to turn that shit fucking up. Is that better? I hope that's better. Showed. Plus, Todd's very loud. I'm loud. Happy to shift it up. We'll finish watching this because this is I actually really want to get through the Nietzsche thing. I really want to get through the Nietzsche shit a lot. It's so fucking tiring. But the idea is that we enjoy those who do not share our identity. And he goes through and he starts as a big thing pointing out the focus of identity politics is not on my identity. It's on those who threaten it. I exist in the eyes of others. Those who threaten my identity in any capacity necessarily are my opponents. This is the nature of identity politics as it's sort of founded. Hitler was the core of that. He wrote, and it's the line that you can see actually a lot of people who do identity politics now say, the art of all truly great national leaders at all times consists, among other things, primarily in not dividing the attention of people, but in concentrating it upon a single foe. The other, the secondary, the someone else, the someone who's doing whatever the fuck they are. I get my identity, Carl Schmitt is what he's quoting here, but I get my identity through the distinction of myself through other people politically. My subjectivity is found that way. And he shows a scene from Broken Arrow, which is phenomenal. I don't want to get demonetized. He's happy to. But it's sort of the nature of how people see identity when they enter into these different tactics, these different political situations. A reactionary take, for example, and it is a fine take. Again, this is not saying that this is good or bad. We're beyond good and evil. We're talking about goddamn Nietzsche. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about a different type of thought. But when we say that identity politics is reactionary, when we make it that, well, Trump's going to be reactionary, we shit on the person because they're going to hurt our identity or on the damage they're going to do to everyone. What is the position we're starting with? They hurt this group, therefore we care. Or is it that they're hurting very universal realities, humans? What's the foundation? What's the setup? Identity politics makes that choice very, very quickly and also necessitates a destruction of the other that they've found. It's really, really complex this way. It's actually a lot to go through. Let's actually go. I don't want to get, and I know the next thing he's got coming up here is the opening of Do the Right Thing, which I'm not going to play for a whole bunch of reasons. If you haven't watched it, when Spike Lee was early, Spike Lee was fucking great. Spike Lee was great. Do the Right Thing opens with a whole bunch of people being insanely fucking bigoted. like the worst bigotry that you've ever seen. Because, and he's talking about, he's like, bigotry and identity only exist within that identity.
As the series of slurs shows, identity for each of these characters in Spike Lee's film is intricately linked to the identity that they're despising. So there's no identity isolated just in oneself. Instead, the enjoyment of the identity depends upon this connection to the other. The other thing that identity politics does is it's constantly striving for symbolic recognition. So the point of identity politics is, I want my identity to receive the proper, what I think is the proper symbolic recognition for it. The problem is, however, that it's the lack of recognition that actually energizes identity politics. So if we actually got the recognition that we wanted for our identity, we would cease to be driven to get recognition. So that would ruin the project of identity politics. So this is once again the way in which identity politics is at odds with itself in its struggle. So you might say it this way: the more identity politics wins, the more it loses.
It's the necessity of the whole thing.
What this means is that identity politics is just a dead-end politics, that it leads nowhere and can never win the struggles that it sets out to win. Instead, it will always find more and more struggles that it has to engage in, because the more it wins, the more it feels like it's losing.
A great example like that, actually, the trans community is like the living embodiment of this in how it experiences traditional feminism. Traditional feminism, the women who go, actually, really, it's about true women and not really all women, that thing. But instead of going, oh shit, that transsexuality is talking about the shift and how people can switch gender roles and how the gender roles themselves are socially coded, and it's breaking them down. And this could be a place where we find emancipation, where women find emancipation by shifting the understanding and the expectation of what it means to be a woman. But instead they go, no, only real women. And it's, no, we're just gonna throw out all the trans women. And then you have in the trans community, people like, yeah, but you're not passing and you don't really want to be trans. You're like totally okay with like not being like our kind of trans. This is why it's a dead end. This is where it eventually leads when you start from that foundation. When that foundation is the setup, that's it. Colorism of people of color. You could find a million things. There's a billion of them. There's the true gays versus, that doesn't, you see them everywhere. Identity politics is this. It is a dead end.
What's interesting to me is that we often mislabel universalist struggles as versions of identity politics. And I think this is a common strategy on the right, that leftist projects, which are really...
Chapter Black, does this translate to suggest that the betterment in the living standards of past marginalized ethnicities lead to the acceptance of those groups being accepted as though white? I'm going to have to reread that. That is a very dense comment. Does this translate to suggest that the betterment in the living standards of past marginalized ethnicities lead to the acceptance of those groups being accepted as though white? There's a television show. This is actually a popular notion. I think I understand what you're saying. But there's a television show called Black-ish, literally about this and about sort of that struggle. And it's meant to be more of a comedy. It's actually interesting the way they tarry with race, but it's a challenge. I have friends who are, black guys who absolutely have no accent. They went to good, their parents went to good schools. They grew up in white neighborhoods, and then they went to white, normally white schools, and their disconnect from their race is significant, and they get thrown, like, it's a different world for a lot of these people. And so you end up with really weird situations where, and he was describing one to me where he actually went to like visit a second cousin or something in like Alabama. And this second cousin had way lighter skin than him. He was a pretty black guy. And his cousin was saying that he wasn't really black. It's like, this is how you get this shit fucked up. This is how we get fucked up, people. Stop doing this.
Totally universalist get labeled as identity politics in order to demean them. No.
This is, by the way, this is my favorite analysis of Black Lives Matter ever. Frantz Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks is a good book from this. Frantz Fanon is a great book for this. Tara Abados, I believe, has written the best book recently on race that is very, very biting, and I cannot say the title. Tara Abydos, Abydos, like the planet in Stargate. Well, that's it. That's all I'm going to give you, and you can find the book. And it's not one that you will take in public or on an airplane to read. It's brilliant. It's very difficult, but brilliant. This is my favorite take on Black Lives Matter. This is what he's talking about, though, the shift from the universalist movement on. And this is when we talk, and I'm going to make this comment actually in the Abigail Thorne thing, and I've made this before, Guattari and Deleuze, they make this comment that true revolutions don't need to be explained. And people get really fucked up on this, but BLM is a perfect example of that for the thing he's about to describe too.
Nowhere is this truer than in the struggle of Black Lives Matter, which gets seen as a version of Black identity politics, when in fact it's thoroughly an egalitarian universalist struggle. Because the point of Black Lives Matter is not some assertion of Black identity or the importance of Black identity. Instead, it's an affirmation of universal equality. And the point is that as long as Black lives don't matter, there's really can be no universal equality. So that's the key idea of Black Lives Matter, which makes it a universalist project through and through. The point is never, for Black Lives Matter, recognition of a certain symbolic identity. I think this is absolutely key. The point is insisting on equality rather than on inclusion.
Universal versus identity. This is the shit.
So inclusion is always a false road, and the universalist point is always found instead of...
Of tyrants, do you think people feel diminished by universalist or even collectivist movements, which makes them lean, embrace it, pull or not? I don't think Black Lives Matter actually was an identity politics movement until it became that. And reactionaries in the movement did this, as well as the conservatives on the outside begging it to happen. Capitalism likes this. But the reality is BLM, from the moment it happened, it wasn't really about, oh, I'm going to be like a black person. That's not what people thought when they went marching. This has to stop. This has to stop. This has to stop. This has to stop. That's it. That's all that matters. This has to stop. But I wouldn't have to go farther than that. People got it. They got it. That's the big shift.
At the expense of attempts at inclusion, which are linked to identity politics. So like identity, inclusion always requires exclusion. This is the problem with it. This is why there can be no project of universal inclusion.
Chapter Black disagree that Black Lives Matter is universal through and through. It's my argument for centralism as opposed to anarchic tendencies. Again, BLM was a universal movement through and through. It was about equity. It wasn't about inclusion. It wasn't about special rights. It was about, if there was another way to say it, it's about the elimination of black as a category if possible. It's, as I like to say, if it turned out that, guys named Jacob were getting shot at 10 times the rate by police officers than everyone else, we'd want to go, what the fuck is going on? But we wouldn't go, well, I guess people named Jacob are just more violent. No, but we do this with race. And instead, it'd be like a Jacob Lives Matter. It's the idea of blackness as a thing exists because of very particular social contexts. And the reality of how that grows over time is not about bringing it in and letting blacks and whites play together. It's about the explosion of that difference and about just having equity, period. That's why it's universalist. It's not about special rights. It's not about inclusion at the exclusion of something else.
That doesn't have some corresponding exclusion. The only real universality is a universality through identification with non-belonging, so with those who don't belong. And what's interesting is this is exactly what Black Lives Matter does. This is why the slogans that it takes up and that we see demonstrated at the rallies are "I can't breathe" or "hands up, don't shoot," both references to what the people who were victims of police violence themselves said. So it's a clear identification of the group protesting, the Black Lives Matter movement, with those people who are victims of police violence. So the people who, what we're not seeing is a demand for inclusion, instead this identification with those who are in the position of non-belonging.
Right. So like chapter like, I would say have universal values on a macro, but because it was decentralized, it could easily be represented as divisive. This isn't about whether or not it can be represented or lied to about things. The movement itself was universalist. Identity politics is simply not that. So when we talk about, and we see people talking about woke or someone being Nazis, because this is why this is going to matter, and I'm about to start on a rant, so just be ready with that. Heidegger, I'm not a big fan of a lot of Heidegger's work. I think I'm being in times good. I think Heidegger wrote really interesting shit. Was Heidegger a Nazi? No. He was a member of the Nazi Party, Brooks. So literally he's a Nazi. But what is the matter of this? How do we describe this? How do these things impact the words that he wrote and the ideas we can get from them? Is it just throw out everything because of the time and place? Because I got to tell you, we've got 3,000 years of thought and ideas that I'm not sure everyone is ready for the weird purity level that you'd have to take in order to get to that point. When Heidegger came into like the public eye, it happened because the guy before him, who was heading up the college, refused to put up anti-Jew posters. And so he got fired, and I think worse. Heidegger in the position allowed the Nazis to do their thing, and he kind of believed that he just was going to go about doing what he was going to do. So Heidegger, definitely a Nazi, but was he a Nazi in the broad sense? Was he everything? Was he this totality? Was he an identitarian in that sense? Is this how we're going to boil people down in every single way to a single aspect, an element or a thing? Because the rest of this video, and it's, I do look like a mess. I am a mess. What do you fucking, that's the way it works. I have fucking 2 kids and I have 2 jobs. This is life. The setup that's happening here is pretending that we're setting up this big tone overall, that Nietzsche can be put into this category or that based on associations that may not have any setup at all, based on who can say this and who could say any other things. All of this is just influence this person, but this person, this is like identity politics being played out in front of us, and not in an ironic way. That's a little spoiler. This isn't like, none of this really matters. No, all of this matters.
And postmodernism. In the
Only stupid people say postmodernism like this.
1990s, some right-wing writers like Dinesh D'Souza said that Friedrich Nietzsche was secretly turning college students woke via Foucault and postmodernism. At the same time, some other right-wing writers like Naomi Wolf said that Nietzsche wasn't woke, but they thought it was a good thing. Nietzsche wrote a lot about resentment.
Naomi Wolf is a very complex person. Saying she's right-wing is weird. Like she's with right-wing conspiracies. I just don't think that's the right way. I'm not a fan of Naomi Wolf at all. She's a hack when it comes to like research. Famously, there's this thing, she wrote this big story about how gay people used to be put to death, but that's because she misunderstood that there was a term used in, I want to say ancient, like the old UK, like 100 years ago, that was like death of sentence. She assumed meant death sentence instead of just the sentence dying and them being expunged, which like literally destroyed the entire book. It happened live on the air. One sec. Let me see if I could find that moment. Live debunk. Oh God. Yeah. The publisher canceled the book release. This is, I want to listen to it though, because it was hilarious.
I want to share with you a stunning snippet of a
This is, again, Naomi Wolf, I wouldn't say she's right-wing. She's not good, but...
progressive or leftist hero caught out live on air. Prominent...
And again, did you just hear what he called her? Like,
I want to share with you a stunning snippet of a progressive or leftist hero.
This is identity politics, by the way. This asshole calling her a leftist progressive this is Sky News Australia, which is, we'll say, leaning to the right. But everyone calls everyone. It's,
Caught out live on air. Prominent feminist activist Naomi Wolf is the author of The Beauty Myth and has been an advisor in the past to Bill Clinton and Al Gore and celebrated by the liberal left worldwide. She's got a new book.
She's a liberal centrist rightist. That's what she is. She's a Bill Clinton type. But again,
Book out. It's called Outrage.
Oh no, this guy is awful. Like, again, we're watching this not to laud this guy. This guy sucks in every way. He sucks more than her, and she sucks.
Sex, censorship, and the criminalisation of love. And her thesis relies, at least in part, apparently, on the fact that there were people executed in the UK for what were then crimes, such as homosexuality. BBC wrote illegal life.
Come on.
I found like several dozen executions, but that was again only looking at the Old Bailey records and the crime tables.
Several
regionally.
dozen executions.
Correct. And this corrects a misapprehension that is in every website that the last man was executed for sodomy in Britain in 1835.
I don't think you're right about this. One of the cases that you look at that's salient in your report is that of Thomas Silver. It says teenagers were now convicted more often. Indeed, that year, which is 1859, 14-year-old Thomas Silver was actually executed for committing sodomy. The boy was indicted for an unnatural offence, guilty, death recorded. This is the first time the phrase unnatural offence entered the Old Bailey records. Thomas Silver wasn't executed. Death recorded. I was really surprised by this, and I looked it up. Death recorded is what's in, I think, most of these cases that you've identified as executions. It doesn't mean that he was executed. It was a category that was created in 1823 that allowed judges to abstain from pronouncing a sentence of death on any capital convict whom they considered to be a fit subject for pardon. I don't think any of the executions you've identified here actually happened.
Well, that's a really important thing to investigate. What is your understanding of what death recorded means?
Death recorded.
That's
Investigate. It actually happened.
Well, that's a really important thing to investigate.
It meant actually pardons. They were all pardoned. It's like the opposite of execution, I think.
What is your understanding of what death recorded means?
Death recorded, this is also from, I've just read you the definition of it there from the Old Bailey website. But I've got here a newspaper report about Thomas Silver and also something from the prison records that show the date of his discharge.
The prisoner was found guilty and sentence of death was recorded.
Yeah.
But the jury recommended the prisoner to mercy on account of his youth.
See, I think this is a kind of, when I found this, I didn't really know what.
Yeah. So what it means is, death is the punishment, but instead, death was recorded. Death recorded, written, but it's kind of like a way of getting around actually doing it, and it's mostly a pardon. Again, calling her right wing, I think, is really silly and stupid. She's shit. I just love I love the video. I love the video. I love this moment so much. I love it so much. She has some decent writing on some other things. Like, again, don't toss out baby with bathwater here. But as a lesson, if you're reading language from 150 years ago, just take a second to find out if things mean what they mean. Because it's the same language, but that's not how language works.
And how people can stew.
This is going to make me have a stroke. I did a video on this, and I'm mostly just going to refer you to somewhere else on the channel. I did a video on Ressentiment because people don't get this right, and this is not right. Actually, nothing here is right, but...
They thought it was a good thing. Nietzsche wrote a lot about resentment and how people can stew on resentment.
No. Ressentiment is not as he talked about it. People don't stew on resenting someone. That's not really what he's talking about. He's talking about the unconscious. He's talking about the pre-conscious, the pre-subject. He's not talking about how people sit and stew over, oh, that guy's such an ass. Why does he get all the money? Like, that's an example of resentment. That's not resentment as he's talking about it. This is not what Nietzsche talked about.
And writers like Wolf thought that feminism had become too whiny, too focused on victimhood and virtue signaling.
I would agree with this.
And they thought that women should be tough.
That's not what Naomi, to be very fair to someone who I don't like being like, that's not really like, we gotta be butch. That's not what she's fucking saying. That's not what Naomi was saying. She was talking about the fact that, if you're going to spend your time, and she kind of utilized Nietzsche for this. You know what? I'm going to say it was a stretch.
Again, and they used Nietzsche in their argument.
Random 3po. British just means people I don't like. You know what? And it is a slur. British is a slur. Thank you for adding the apostrophe. Eventually, what would it take for British not to be a thing that we can make fun of? Because I think... Because it's, I mean, they've killed like 100 million plus people, like over the history of Britain. Then get rid of the Queen and King. I'll stop.
Arguments. Meanwhile, in France, the next generation of
I get the reference.
French philosophers said that Nietzsche was not woke. And
I want to know who this is. I want to know what French philosophers were saying that Nietzsche is not woke. The next generation. So it has to be, in theory, post-Foucault, so not Deleuze, but I am at a loss.
And they thought it was very bad, but the next generation of British philosophers said that he was secretly woke all along. And
I don't think Baidu would say that Nietzsche was or wasn't. One, he certainly wasn't using woke. Obviously, we're talking analogy here, which I love, as you know. So saying that Nietzsche was secretly woke, do we mean good or progressive? Like, oh, fuck, I hate anyone who uses woke sucks. By the way, just anyone who uses that. It was a great term when it was a great term, and it was a great term for waking up. It was the original red pill, for fuck's sake. It's the original red pill. So it used to be a great term. It's ruined now. What the fuck? Baidu did not dislike Nietzsche, but he wouldn't.
And then, just to put the icing on the cake, in 2017, Martin Heidegger's private notebooks were translated, and we discovered that Heidegger was a Nazi.
I don't think we needed to wait till 2017 to find out that he was a Nazi. What the fuck? Okay, I need to look the timeline up on this, because when people say shit like this, it makes me really just like, wait, I thought we knew he was a Nazi. Heidegger, Nazi. Did we have to wait till that? I don't think we had to wait till that. I'm just trying to I'm just going to go right to Wikipedia. I just want to get the dates right, because I am certain that my whole life I've known that like Heidegger was and I don't mean a Nazi in the like fuck off Nazi punks shit, but more like, hello, I'm Martin Heidegger. Here is my Nazi card kind of Nazi. Like, I have a card in my wallet kind of thing. I think he was a card carrying Nazi. And also said bad shit. Oh God. We didn't have to wait. We knew in 1933 when he made a speech using the words, we have the new Reich and the university that is to receive its tasks from the Reich's will to existence. There is revolution in Germany, and we must ask ourselves, is there revolution at the university as well? No. Heidegger denounced and demoted 3 colleagues for being insufficiently Nazi. Like, again, that's like real. We didn't have to wait. That's stupid. She was being sarcastic there. She's like, we had to, no.
The next generation of British philosophers said that he was secretly woke all along. And then, just to put the icing on the cake, in 2017, Martin Heidegger's private notebooks were translated, and we discovered that Heidegger was a Nazi who tried to hide after the war.
No, we didn't discover that then. I'd give the benefit of the doubt if it was one thing. It's everything. This is written by someone who, and the rest of this is written by someone who's not read Nietzsche, meaningfully. No, I thought I knew what you were talking about, low hanging, and then I went back. It was a mishearing. That's fucking. Yeah, after the war, he downplayed his connection to the Nazis. Like, sure, because, we killed all of them. Not a lot of people still wore their swastika armband after the war. And all of those people were hiding that they were Nazis, or is it just like time moves on and let's keep going? I'm not a big Heidegger fan. We actually had a reading on our server. It's one of my favorite things we've had done early on, because we had a handful of people who were like scholars and doctors and crazy people who know fucking philosophy like I will never. And they did a Heidegger reading through Deleuze. And it was one of my favorite things to listen to, because Heidegger himself, his writings are not for me. But when you take them and you do that lens, it's really fun to sort of see where he goes and where you can go with it. There's cool things you can do with all kinds of thought. You can always do that. But Heidegger was actually just a Nazi. Friction, I think she's making this for people who don't care to read about philosophy or know anything about it, because there's nothing to learn here. There's nothing to learn here.
So his original reevaluation of Nietzsche might have been an attempt to cover his own ass and say that he was woke, even though he was actually a big fan of Hitler. Well,
that's going a little far. Saying he was a big fan of Hitler, I'm not sure I'd say that about Heidegger. That's just really... Actually, I would say that's probably not true of Heidegger. That is counter to his writings and what he talked and how he talked about things. Like Nazis suck, but man, it's a fantasy a lot of people have. They look back and they see someone like Heidegger becomes a university leader, and it's during this time, and he's like, oh, the man before me, he was, fucking drug off into the street and shot for not putting up anti-Jewish posters. I'm sure if I were in Heidegger's shoes, I would absolutely do exactly the thing that I imagine, and I would be so brave. I'd be so brave. And it's like, yeah, you probably wouldn't. You wouldn't.
How come there's been all this debate? Well, because Nietzsche...
No, chapter he was a nationalist, 100%. But I think he was a nationalist more than he was a Hitlerite. That's the part that I think, because I've read a bunch on Heidegger, and he would say something along the lines of, I want Germany to survive, fuck Hitler. Like, he would choose one over the other without a question. He's not like a fan of Hitler. It's weird.
Is tricky. Normally, when we learn about a philosopher, their work is framed as an argument, like Socrates says X and therefore Y. But it's kind of hard to do that with Nietzsche.
No, it's not. Nietzsche has a series of arguments that you can do that with, I think, quite well. Klosowski has a book called The Vicious Circle, which is particularly around his concept of the eternal return. That's one example. I could do this with many, 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 many things in Nietzsche. But just because he has many arguments, and they're actually pretty well soundly put out, it's not hard to do this with, I would say. Nietzsche is not hard to do this with. Anyone who's watching, pick up a book. The Gay Sciences, phenomenal book. Ecce Homo, phenomenal book. Genealogy of Morals. Don't read Beyond Good and Evil. It's a whole other thing. Like, you can find in them phenomenal writing that is not really that difficult to parse out what he's trying to say or what his arguments are. Rimondu, in my country, Heidegger's really influential. Thomas, Marxists and liberals read him. Yeah, I mean, Heidegger has good shit. Like, again, I'm kind of skipping past it because I'm not a huge fan of Heidegger, but that doesn't mean I don't think Heidegger's a bad philosopher. I think actually he's influential, he's important. It's not for me. But again, to just go, oh, he's a fan of Hitler. It's just a very weird way of doing it. Sorry, I'm waxing my mustache as I'm talking. Nervous tick.
Because his stuff is so weird. Some of it is written as straightforward essays.
That's
some
not
of it
true.
is like collections of sayings. Some of it is like its own genre of weird artsy stuff. This book, The Will to Power, has Friedrich Nietzsche's name on it, but it was actually assembled posthumously from all of his various scribblings.
From all of his various scribblings is a very, very poorly considered way to phrase this. Writers, especially philosophers who have published works. I have a Human All Too Human, Spanish edition, first edition that Nietzsche oversaw in Spanish. I have a copy of it. It's really cool. When a writer finds these and they put them together, they write them. They are to a point. They have essays in a particular order. They are the thing the person wants their name put to. Most of these people do not want, after they die, to have a bunch of their shit put together in some random order by someone else. This was not all of his other scribblings. This is the stuff he decided not to publish while he was alive. This is the stuff he decided not to publish while he was alive. That's the big fucking deal. So imagine you go through your whole life and you are a philosopher and you write a whole bunch of shit. You're going to write stuff and then you're going to read it the next day and go, oh, fuck, that came out wrong. And you're not going to throw it out because you want to kind of maybe come back to it. And then the next day you have a heart attack. And then your Nazi sister decides to publish it. That's this. This is not from various scribblings. This is stuff Nietzsche didn't want to publish while he was alive. It's important to know that. It's very frustrating. His various scribblings? Fuck.
It's sometimes pretty unclear what Nietzsche's actually trying to say.
It really isn't. He is beyond clear. His writing is so fucking good when it's translated correctly. It's unbelievable. He's so good. People who are asking something to start with Nietzsche, just pick something up. Don't listen to me. I will tell you my favorites. I won't actually. Nietzsche's good. It's solid, good reading. And it's not that hard. He's got like a paragraph or two. Most of it's its own brought in point. Thus Spoke Zarathustra is difficult, but it's difficult because it's more like prose literature philosophy. It's a weird thing, but it's also not weird and like, oh, I don't know what this is saying and I can't make my way through it. No, it's weird in the like, holy shit, a philosopher wrote this. It's very good. It's very good and kind of brutal. Yeah, just don't start with Zarathustra. I like it a lot. I think Thus Spoke Zarathustra is powerful, but it's important as a thing. Yeah.
This video is deliberately written and performed to mirror the experience of reading Nietzsche for the first time. And there's like a lot of stuff suddenly getting thrown at you, and it's a little bit chaotic and weird, and it's kind of visceral in a little bit of a bodily way. But then it all sort of comes together towards the end and starts to make sense. The question also arises, do we count everything that Nietzsche ever wrote, including his private letters and his notebooks? Or do we only count the things that he himself published? Philosophers disagree on that question.
They really don't, actually. There's a lot of philosophers who, in their wills, demand their families to burn everything when they die that's not published. That's a thing that fucking happens. Really. I think Foucault specifically, there's a couple others. Burn everything I didn't publish. Fuck you. I don't want this out.
for the sake of completeness, I'm just going to count all of it. Nietzsche had a big influence on Sigmund Freud. That's therapy, psychoanalysis, woke. You see,
I did a video on this. I did a historiography or a universal history of desire. And I walked through the way that this works. It's very, very troubling to say specifically that Nietzsche and Freud, like there's connections you can make, but it's more that Nietzsche influenced Freud.
Nietzsche's solution to the problems of society was that we need to achieve a personal psychological transformation. He wrote a lot of stuff about how society shapes the minds of the people that live under it.
Okay. I mean, sure.
He also talked a lot about how our desires get
This is going to infuriate me.
squished down inside us by the rules of civilization. Here's a delicious example.
This is not a delicious example. Desire, the will to power, libido, désir in French, this thrust and drive is not personalized and it's non-specific. It is from all the way back to Spinoza to now. Darwin too, by the way. Darwin, she left fucking Darwin out. How do you leave Darwin out of this? Like this would make your point, at least a little bit. At least throw Darwin in. Darwin was influenced a lot by these people. I want a bagel. Great. That's not the desire that society tamps down. That's not how it works. I don't want to eat something fatty, or I do want to eat something fat. She's going to give this example of, this is a delicious example.
This is an almond croissant.
Also, speak in your language. It's fine. You don't have to say this, but do not say croissant. Croissant.
It's
Don't do that. One, French people really fucking hate it when you pretend to be like them. Just be stupid and American or British. It's fine. French people are actually very forgiving of that when you're learning their language. They're happy to have you look dumb, but they don't pretend to overdo their thing. Like it sounds stupid to them. It's a lot like when you see a British actor or a French actor doing an American accent badly, where it's like, hello there, I'm going to come around and say we're going to have some food. Like it sounds terrible and it's gross. It's bad. It's bad. Don't do this.
Carbs and it's sugar. Fantastic. I desire this. I want this. But I really, really wish that I didn't. I actually have some problems with disordered eating. I have for years. I value carbs and sugar extremely negatively, and I avoid them as a rule, as a strict rule of how I live my life. But that doesn't make me happy. And it also doesn't eliminate my cravings, because when you set something up as a rule of how you live your life, as like a central plank of who you are, then it's always with you. You're carrying that craving all the time. So I have guilt, I have shame, I have internal conflict, and
These are all deeply specific, personalized choices that are named and given name. This is not what Nietzsche, Deleuze, Freud, Spinoza, blah, 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 are talking about when they talk about desire. Desire are the infinite thrusts and drives towards life and procreation. For Freud, it's very explicitly the life or death drive. So it's like fuck or destruction. And sometimes both. But it's not, an almond croissant. Oh, I shouldn't. Oh, maybe I should. That's a deep oversimplification of it. And it ruins the conversation. It also ruins when you talk about Nietzsche, the very idea of what he's going at. It's just really, really frustrating.
I'm all torn up inside because I've based my life around a simultaneous rejection of and craving for the almond croissant. So what's the solution here? Well, could I start thinking differently? Why do I value carbs and sugar as a negative thing? Where did I get that idea from?
I hate everything about this because, see, I'm going to end up at some point kind of just snapping because I watched this with Sunday and I just was like, Jordan Peterson being in the top middle of that board is kind of all you need to know, because when you talk about the self, and the personalization of repression, which is 100% what happened here. You heard her just describe it. Where do I get that from? Where do I have it set up?
Who told me that?
Who told me that?
Should I come to value?
Should I value them differently? It's within me to fix it. That thing is explicitly what the identity politics or the egoist movement is. What Jordan Peterson and all the people on the right want you to think that the problem is in you, that you're the one who needs to be fixed, that you need to be working on it, when the reality is the reason you're like this, the reason that she's like this, is because of society and the material conditions in which we are produced. Universal versus identity. She's a reactionary. Really, she is a fucking right-winger at this point. I'm having a real hard time seeing otherwise right now. Like, this is the right-wing take, that if you're going to talk about yourself, and if I can change, I can better myself, I can make things better, this is...
Could I see this as maybe a good thing, like a nice treat?
I change me.
Could I even just regard it as
not
neutral?
society.
Just like food?
Me.
By doing that, could I undergo a personal psychological transformation? Could I remake myself and be...
Honestly, man, I wish Contra didn't suck now. Contra does this so much better. This thing, this over-dramatized bullshit, but it works. I don't know if it sounds like I'm insulting Contra when I say it. She did it so well, where it was like this over-the-top fucking silly, sultry B-movie shit, but somehow came out the other side where it worked. This is just...
become a different kind of person? Well, there's a word for that. The word is genealogy.
I still don't get...
differently? Like, could I see this as maybe a good thing, like a nice treat? Or could I even just regard it as neutral? As
What? Random, but they dated? What? That sounds like bad fan fiction, and I do not want to know more. Please, I don't want to know more. I don't want to know more. I don't want to know more. This is the opposite of Starship Troopers. I don't want to know more. I will close this fucking stream down if you keep telling me about it. I do not want to know more about these people's personal lives.
It's just like food. By doing that, could I undergo a personal psychological transformation?
Personal psychological transformation is fascism. That's a fascist idea that it's within you.
I remake myself and become a different kind of person?
That I can remake myself and become a different kind of person. Fascist internalization, instead of understanding that society builds all of us, that we are all in that.
Well, there's a word for that. The word is genealogy.
That's not the word for genealogy. Genealogy? Oh, God. Is that like the British spelling of a thing? Yeah, it's a British spelling of the thing. Genealogy, whatever. I've always seen it spelled with O's. But it's still not genealogy. That's not. What did she say that is genealogy? Personal responsibility is fashion. Specifically, it's putting it on yourself, that the idea of personal responsibility is yours. That you are responsible for how you behave and how you think in the world, instead of understanding that, one, there is no you, and instead, we are all built by the society and the material conditions we're in. This is why when we say things like, well, if I was Heidegger, I would have done, it's like, no. You can't go back. Like, if you were to put you in Heidegger's place, that's not how that works. He's built and exists in his context and in his material conditions that produce him. The world produces people. People are produced just like Prel shampoo, just like cars, just like anything else. People are made by the world that we are in. We're tricked and taught and ideologically mystified into believing that we do it ourselves, that it's only my own personal trap, and if I can just fix my own thing. They do that, and capital does that because it keeps us running on our own treadmills instead of moving forward. It's a treadmill instead of moving forward. That's how it works. I don't understand what is genealogy here. I'm going to rewatch that again. Sorry.
It's regarded as neutral, as just like food. By doing that, could I undergo a personal psychological transformation? Could I remake myself and become a different kind of person? Well, there's a word for that. The word is genealogy.
I don't get it. I don't know what the fuck they think that word means. Whoever wrote this, I don't know what they think that's referring to. Does anyone know? Please? Can anyone just help me there? Because my brain won't be able to move past this moment unless someone can explain to me how, because genealogy of morals talks about, no. I'm God, I can't. I don't know what to do with it. I got nothing. Claire Harvey, you are looking at a grown man with pink feathered hair and a Cookie Monster shirt. My daughter loves Cookie Monster. And with painted fingernails and a very lovely vaporwave cardigan. Thank you. Yes, this is what you're looking at. And the Cookie Monster shirt's fucking awesome. So, she's saying that realizing where your morals come from is making a genealogy of your own morals. Maybe. But here's the thing. You can't do that in like a vacuum. Like that could be a sentence, right? We're talking about Nietzsche. Nietzsche wrote a book called The Genealogy of Morals. That's not what the genealogy of morals is. That's not. It's a genealogy of morals is the genealogical, historical, political pushes that have created the space that we're in. Zentapir, hey, everyone right here, Zentapir, go look at Zentapir's channel. Zentapir has a very good channel that, and sorry, this is not an insult, Zentapir. 7 of you who go look at it will love, but absolutely you will fall in love with it. If you're one of those 7 people. I'm one of them. So Zentapir says, let me try. Genealogy, as in Foucault, is misunderstood as a guide for personal transformation. There are those who read Foucault's work on sexuality as a guide. Oh my God. I think Zentapir nailed it. Holy shit. Because if she's read, and you know what? Oh, that makes things fall into place. So, basically, what this is it's a misreading of Foucault, leading to a misreading of Nietzsche, leading to a misuse of the word. Right? Yeah, I think that's fair. God, that's a lot.
It means tracing the line of descent, trying to trace where your values and ideas come from. And oh, look at this! It's a book by Friedrich Nietzsche called On the Genealogy of Morals. Society has gone wrong, we've gone off the rails.
Estelle, if you could link Zentapir's channel, that'd be great. Zentapir has a recent video on lies that is fucking awesome.
Because we value the wrong things. We've all got wrong ideas. This is how that happened. This is how we got here. This is what we're going to do about it. This is like his 12 rules for life, okay? So.
Oh, I forgot that line was in here. Genealogy of Morals is exactly like Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules of Life. That is a great analogy. I like that. We'll go with it. Let me pull up my Genealogy of Morals. Wait. Can't find my copy. It's not behind me. I have too many fucking books. That's okay. It happens. Fucking, this hurts my brain so badly. I'm kind of fucked up over it, actually. It's so awful. All right. Oh no, don't crash. That's okay. Here we go. All right. Fuck, it's so frustrating. Oh, my brain is just not wanting to be happy right now. I actually don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it. I think even if I were to fuck around, and try to find 12 lessons, I don't even think I could find one. Because it's one of the things that Nietzsche specifically in Genealogy of Morals does, is he doesn't elucidate an actual edict of what you should do. Right? No, Vikström, that's... No, I mean, I remember this section of Genealogy of Morals, make your bed and stand up straight. Nietzsche said that all the time. I was like, make your bed. That was his thing. Yeah, that guy had 12 rules for life. Nietzsche did not live like that or think like that or even consider that. It's not that. Morty says, aren't all attempts at pop philosophy bad philosophy? I believe so. I'd love to see otherwise. And I feel like there's a way that maybe you could do it. But the moment you move into analogy, you've basically destroyed the ability for a concept to be a thing unto itself. And you've analogized it so that it's able to take other shapes. The moment you do that, you ruin the concept. Yeah, thank you, Sunday. Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil, it's one of the chapter titles. Wash your balls. It's so stupid. Holy shit. Oh, God. This is going to be so awful. I was watching In and Out for the most part during Sunday's thing. I keep forgetting some of these lines because I'm editing a 45-minute piece I'm writing on social codes and yeah, why do I spend time? I should just fucking do pop philosophy. I wonder if I could trick and just do it cynically. I think I'd end up being depressed because if it worked, I'd end up having to just Minecraft myself.
Okay, let's go. According to Nietzsche,
Playing Thus Spoke Zarathustra in the background is what you might call a hat on a hat.
there are three kinds of
That's not me.
people: masters, slaves, and priests. Each group of people has their own morality, their own system of
Those Ride of the
values.
Valkyries?
The masters
Whatever. I
are
don't care.
conquerors,
Don't
doers,
care.
commanders.
What the fuck? Why are they playing Ride of the Valkyries?
I think like ancient Romans, ancient Greeks, Vikings, warriors.
Just Wagner?
aristocracy.
It's just a
The
choice for
masters live
Wagner? It's just like,
by instinct. Sometimes
who cares? It's on the nose. Wagner is on the nose. That's hat on a hat shit. Don't do that. That's hat on a hat shit.
that's an instinct for violence. It's true, but you know that's just.
And specifically, Nietzsche wrote about his Wagner time as being a thing he regretted. Hey kids, just so you know, here's the thing that happens when you get older. You regret choices in your life. I could show you one. I have on my body 5 tattoos. Do you know what they are? If you know, don't guess. Because I know some of you know. But I have tattoos. What are the tattoos? They're not swastikas. They're nothing like that. But they are a thing that I regret. Correct insomnia. I have multiple Insane Clown Posse tattoos on my body. Because I did a lot of drugs and drinking when I was 16 to like 23. And really, really, really like tattoos. I also have an Ayn Rand tattoo. Correct. Geez, Estelle nailed the other one. I do. It's a tattoo of the number of the character from, I don't even remember the name of the book anymore. It's a whole thing. Those are the ones. Those are pretty much most of my tattoos. The other ones aren't anything you'd know. But guess what? When you get older, you might regret a thing. That's how it works. You might get a thing covered up. It's not We the Living. From the short story with the guy, his name is 7-2521. It's the character's name. And so it's what I got. That is 7-2521 on my wrist. Hurt a lot, by the way. Don't get a tattoo on the wrist. Oh, Anthem. Thank you. You regret things. And guess what? People like this will never let you fucking get past that. Ever. There is nothing more valuable in life than the ability for things to be forgotten. You know who believed that? Nietzsche. The power of forgetting is like the core of how we defeat ressentiment. Forgetting is the power, the digestion of the brain, he called it. Nietzsche loved that. We must be able to forget things. Not wholly, not totally. It's not as simple as that. It's more complex and much more interesting. But we've got to be able to allow that to happen. And so, Nietzsche, who regretted his time with Wagner and explicitly spoke out against it. Yep, now it's that. He's that forever. He's that forever now to these fucking people. And it's sad because Nietzsche is like a wonderful, like vital thing. This is so frustrating. I don't know why you call internalization of society symptoms as automatically fascism. Isn't fascism something historical and specific? Why wouldn't you value the... All right, Denise. You're right, and I am oversimplifying a bit, but I'm not going to go deep into it because it would be a fucking road. The short version. Internalizing society's norms is something that everyone does. We're all produced by society. One of the things society teaches us is that we have to fix ourselves, that mom and dad have to fix us, that we are ourselves an island, and as such, we must only work on ourselves, instead of understanding how we are produced by society at large, and that those social systems that produce us are not at fault, but as part of the workings of why we believe or act as we do. Fascism, as a thing as it grows, and this is Anti-Oedipus, Thousand Plateaus, and a series of books on from there. If you join our AO readings, we've got that. We're literally going over this right now, actually. But the way that fascism or fascizing tendencies in society tend to work is they push that on the individual, where they say, look, that guy committed crimes. He did that. That's him. There's no symbol or part of society that's responsible for that or that we could fix. Because once we start going down the road of saying, hey, wait, do you notice the number one sort of comorbidity with crime and violent death is poverty? The moment you know that, it's true, by the way, you just go, oh, maybe we should just get rid of poverty and then see if that stops crime. It does very much, by the way, quite often. That's not a direction they want to go. They want to keep it internalized to the unique individual. That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. They want to do that. Brixton, if you're reading AO, we have a literal 2 readings of AO, 3 readings of AO right now on this channel. You can join as a thing. It's a whole beast of a book, but we go word by word, paragraph by paragraph. But that's more as a thing that I'm trying to say when we talk about fascising. I did oversimplify. It's a live stream. It's tough.
It's just natural. The masters, they're authentic. They're
Okay. We're gonna I'm actually not sure exactly how to like take this apart. She's about to go into and talk about the way that Nietzsche spoke of the relationship of the master-slave and the master-slave dichotomy and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is a thing, and add priest to that. This is almost all wrong, and how she speaks of it, there are edges to it that I think say volumes in terms of where she is actually at and the place she's coming from. And I think those, as I would call them, the way that she is clearly invested socially in a handful of concepts is going to come through really hard here. To be sort of upfront, and I wrote this down so I wouldn't fuck it up later, the master-slave-priest dynamic in Genealogy of Morals. The masters are the nobility. They're seen as the moral arbiters because they're in charge. They value strength, courage, and pride. This comes from and stems from very particularly, in my view, and there's a lot of other thinkers in here too, but I connect it directly to the way Spinoza talked of the two types of power. There's the power that one can exert and the one that power that is allowed to be exerted. Those are two parts of sort of force or power that one may have. So for example, I have the power to punch someone, but I don't have the power to punch someone. Even though we use the same word for it, it's really tough in English. French, they have some different words for it. In Latin, very particularly, they have two different words for it. And Spinoza uses those, and Nietzsche speaks of it in very much the same way. So when we talk about the strength of a person, their ability to act, they have total capacity to act. Acting capacity is sort of the term. And so what they do is they define good as that which is noble and powerful, and that which is bad as weak or common. For them, the value systems are made through sort of their actual living, through direct action or a self-affirming system. It's one of those things that I was on a stream earlier, I said, meritocracy is by itself defined by the people who are at the top. And so meritocracy means that those who have merit are the ones who succeeded in the society that says they have merit. See how it kind of creates its own world? That's the masters, the nobility, the good people. They're in power. They're able to do a million things that this enslaved can't do. That setup. Slaves, different. And again, we're being pretty explicit here. They're born of ressentiment against the masters. And that ressentiment is not what she's going to describe it as. It isn't that they're angry that the masters do evil things. It's that they're angry that the masters can do things that they can't do. The examples Nietzsche gives, and he gives them very often, but my favorite is the sheep and the eagle, where the sheep sees the eagle plucking animals out of the ground, just flying down, stabbing, killing, and eating. And the sheep's like, I don't do that. Why does the eagle have to? He uses this example because that's kind of the point for him, is that slaves define themselves in this dichotomy. They have the power, masters have the power to act, and they do act. I don't have the power to act, and therefore I choose not to act. That's the shift in what they do. That's the reason that they end up in the position. They're not allowed to act, but rather than simply allow themselves to understand they're repressed and oppressed, they take on a slave morality. The slave morality is that of saying non-action is actually good. Humility is good. Being in pain is good. Being sick is good. Taking care of the sick, being poor is good. They do that because it's a choice. They pretend they have a choice. They don't have a fucking choice. They don't have a choice as a thing. They don't. They're slaves. They're fucking slaves. They don't have a fucking choice. And so in this really weird thing is that they start from the position of the evil is that which they choose not to do, even though they couldn't do it. And the good is created in opposition to that. This is Genealogy of Morals like 101. Okay? The priests emerge. She says, and I went back and I looked, I cannot find the section. She says that the priests emerge from the masters. And I don't believe that's how Nietzsche talks about it. That Nietzsche sees people earn their place amongst the masters by becoming a priest. The way Nietzsche talks about it is that the priest emerges as those who will take advantage of bad conscience. This is straight out of Spinoza, by the way. Spinoza defines three men. There's the man, the master, the slave, and those who take advantage of the slave. That's the priest. This is Nietzsche just takes that as far as I understand it. Someone can correct me on that, but it's not wildly far off. Shattered Space says, so slave morality would be saying something like, I see rich people skiing, I cannot ski, thus skiing is evil. Not saying that whole thing. Again, that's a conscious process. Think of it instead as, I see people all the time say, fucking golfers. They've never been in a place where they golf. Fucking polo. They resent the thing they've never been around. They immediately have this ressentiment of, I don't have that. I have never had that. Therefore, it's a bad thing. And they do a thing that's bad. They take advantage. The golfers are all of this land. Now, there's reasons to be shitty about golf. Don't get me wrong. But just saying that is stupid, because golf is not like an evil thing. But there are people who talk about it as such. That's the thing. When it stems directly from that, it's, oh my God, look at how overdone the ball is. How disgusting for them to have so much food and just waste so much. All of the shit that 100%, like, everyone would fucking, if you have, like, you waste food, people waste, it's evil to waste food. I do better by having a bologna sandwich once a week. Like, that thing, it's inside of you. It's in you, and it happens, and it sort of stems in this way. So it's this really weird setup. And amongst that slave population emerges the priest class. The priest class gains their power by taking on what the poor see as, look at how evil that is. It's good to be humble. And he goes, yes. And in fact, you will get your rewards in the next life. And they gain power and the ability to then, priests gain the ability to do more things by using this power as a thing. And so it's why he really, really hates religion. Like, this is why I fucking hate religion. This is a good reason to hate religion as a thing. This is good shit. And so this is the setup that he's got in Genealogy of Morals. I ramble because she's about to get all this wrong. I cannot believe I have 176 concurrents. By the way, thank all of you for joining. I know you don't even know what the fuck this mess is. It's a mess. I'm a mess. But I thank you for joining. And I'm Brooks. I'm part of the Quarantine Collective. We basically try to explain philosophy in an open-ended way that allows people to grow from it and learn and find their way through it, and ideally create cool shit off of it. We're very happy to have a whole bunch of you in our community. And if you are not yet in our community and you have any interest in philosophy, and I mean any interest, if you've never touched a book, if you have no background, if you've never gone to college, I didn't go to college. It's not my thing. There's all of these things can be found. All of these things can be connected, and you can find a way through it. Do it. Discord.gg/DGQC if you want to join the Quarantine Collective live. Patreon.com/DGQC if you like this and you kind of want to support this. I don't do a lot of shit for my Patreons because I don't believe in putting money behind paywall and money. Maybe we'll get there. Maybe I'll sell out at some point and start doing pop philosophy. I'll create a tier. Show $1,000 tier. I'll do pop philosophy. You get to name it. That'll be fun. Actually, I would want to do something silly like Toxic Avenger in philosophy. Because then that's how you could really, but even then analogy ruins it. Analogy ruins it. It just makes philosophy shit. But still, thank you all for being here. And thank you for being a part of it. Such a tiring time. Fuck.
Values. The masters are...
Do not think that the masters are Chads. This is not Chads versus incels. This is not using analogy. I've shit on it a couple times. This is a great example of this, by the way. Analogy takes two things that are not the same. And you, in the way that a sentence is structured and an idea given to you, you combine them and you create them to be the same shape. So here is the sign masters with the Chad imagery. So you make them match. You do. This is how we make sense of things. That is not what Nietzsche meant by masters. The Chads are like cool dudes kind of thing, and sort of alphas, not really alphas. It doesn't have to be. There's kind of weird shit in there. But again, to make it Chads, you get to see where Abigail places her own internal investments in life.
Are conquerors.
No, they're not.
Commanders.
Not really. Slaves actually do a lot of work for them. They're not doers necessarily. Nietzsche makes jokes about this.
I think like ancient Romans.
No, not just ancient Romans. Nietzsche's specific. The elites of ancient Rome and ancient Greece, pre-Socratic specifically. He's actually really particular on this because it's about those things.
Ancient Greeks, Vikings, warriors, aristocracy. The masters live by instinct. Sometimes that's an instinct for violence. It's true, but you know, that's just natural. The masters, they're authentic, they're dominant, they're driven.
Authentic, really not the wording of this. It's really not the wording of this.
They take what they want, they value the here and the now, and they f*** hard.
There's when people ask me what religion I am, I often joke that if I'm held at gunpoint and forced, I would say I'm a Taoist. It's the closest I've ever come to any sort of religious thing that I like. And what you see in a lot of these sort of, Eastern mysticism things, when people take them too seriously and they run with them, is they turn them into a Jordan Peterson type thing where it's like, oh, here's how you can use the Stoics to become a better person, to gain power and to become rich. Here's how you can use feng shui to get more money. That kind of shit. You see this all over the place. Capitalism. What are you going to do? That's this. This is someone who, after reading Nietzsche, can't help but place all of the general signifiers of life of success in the places of what Nietzsche's talking about. It's really gross. Really, really terrible. It was a really, really terrible reading of the book.
Every living thing has this drive inside it, you see, called the will to power.
Just to mention, will to power is a weird translation of it. There's particular reasons that is how it came out. You may recognize a Reich or two that kind of used such a thing. Will to power is very complicated, and it isn't simply a will to being in power. It's not that at all. It's closest to libido or libidinal desire or the sort of drive to life. I usually try to translate it as a will to overcome. When you read through Nietzsche, this is where I've landed with it. Again, people can have their different sort of setup. But for me, when we talk about the Ubermensch in Nietzsche, which is like the ultimate version of man, the will to power, the will to overcome is one with him. It isn't that he's like a dictator in control or a uber race or the top of society. It's the Ubermensch is someone who's continually overcoming their own shortfalls and able to recognize it. It is like, it's almost like the alcoholic's creed of like, let me understand the things I cannot change, have the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. That's more or less what an Ubermensch is really about. And so it's much more complex than just this really odd weird to power thing. It's a struggle. Struggle forward is a great way to put it. It's more complicated than just saying will to power. Will to power is a really, I think, oversimplified phrase that especially in the West, we like to think as will to power. It's a will to being on top of the pile. And it's like, no.
That's how it's usually translated. A better translation might actually be the will to agency.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Agency for, will to agency for Nietzsche would be problematic. He doesn't believe in causation or agency in that sense. It's not what he talks about. It's not his phrasing. So will to agency would be bad.
Or the will to freedom, but the idea is that we all want to feel like we are in control of our lives. We all want to feel like we are powerful and that we are choosing our own destinies. The masters, they know this. They feel like that every single day. On the other hand...
No, this is implying that Nietzsche believed that masters were the Ubermensch, which he did not.
We have the slaves. They suck. They're not as strong as the masters. They don't conquer, they don't go out and fight, they're just, betas, losers, incels, conquered peoples. But they still have the will to power inside.
So, I'm just going to let you read the fucking caption here. Those fucking losers, the conquered peoples, losers. beta Native Americans, incel Jews, those fucking loser Palestinians. Do you mean loser trans people? Like fucking what the fuck, man? What the fuck, Abigail? Don't do this shit. Look, people don't have to say things. Do you know that? Like, you don't have to talk. It's really cool. It's this really amazing things where like you get to let go. Oh, I don't know about that. And then you're done. Like, for example, hey Brooks, what do you think of the latest Dark Souls game? I don't know. I didn't play it. That's the end of the discussion. I don't have to pretend to know shit or make stuff. That's it. And then that person who does care about that thing can find someone else who does care. If you don't know stuff, you don't have to talk about things. It's a really amazing trick of living. Ugh. Sheep shotguns. I've been doing a whole lot of not talking during this video. It's hard. I've been doing a lot of talking. Nietzsche's a thing I know. I've spent literal years reading Nietzsche and multiple secondary sources and then integrating Nietzsche into other thinkers, and just recently went super fucking deep in Nietzsche because of Klosowski, because Nietzsche's idea of the eternal recurrence and the way that Klosowski turns it into changed my understanding of Nietzsche in a really dramatic way. And it's a stunning book. I highly recommend. But it's like, this hurts. If she were to go deep into Foucault, I'd be like, fuck, I'm sure it's bad, but I don't know. I've read on the Order of Things. I've read Foucault, but I haven't like studied Foucault. I wouldn't know.
Conquered peoples. But they still have the will to power inside. And they're frustrated because the Chad masters beat them every time. So what do? They get resentful. They get bitter. They get angry. They tell themselves, oh, it's not nature that put the masters on top. No, they aren't naturally better than us. They're on top because they choose to be evil. Not like us virtuous slaves. We choose to be good and kind. We're on the bottom because we choose to be nice guys. Not like the masters who are wicked.
It's close. I still would say this is a bad reading. This is at least closer. This is not that the poor or the slaves say that the masters choose to be evil. It's that what the masters have power to do and what the masters do is evil. There's a difference. Again, think of the sheep and the eagle, which is Nietzsche's fucking example that he uses. A sheep doesn't have the ability to dive bomb out of the sky and kill fucking baby sheep. That's not a thing a sheep does. It's not. I know I've played Goat Simulator. Goats can do that in that game, not in the real fucking world. That's not how it works. So a sheep saying that it has the power to not, I don't dive bomb out of the sky and murder things. That makes me better. That's more what Nietzsche's talking about specifically. That's more what Nietzsche's talking about specifically. The book on eternal recurrence. This is book brag time. This is the book. It is Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle by Pierre Klosowski, translated by Daniel Smith, who does fucking good translations, by the way. Why do I say bragging time? Because I also have a first edition here, which is my favorite cover on any book. That's why I have to show it every time. Is this not the best cover of a Nietzsche book ever? Like, that's fucking fire. And then I also have to brag because this doesn't exist as far as the world knows. This is the first edition hardcover, which as far as the world knows, there isn't one. So it's been one of my favorite things that I've found. The book is dedicated to Gilles Deleuze. It's that kind of book. Very, very, very good book. At some point, I am going to do a reading of it. I need to read it genuinely probably 2 more times and have my notes and everything. Yeah, I'm pausing to brag. I book brag. That's fine. I'm a sad, pathetic nerd. Get used to it. Back to the sheep. The actual frustration for the sheep is not that the eagle dive bombs. It's not really it. Ressentiment builds out of one's own impotence, the lack of ability to act. And so that lack of ability to act that the sheep has is what happens. The will to power can't overcome that, or doesn't find a way to overcome that. And this transforms it into ressentiment. This is the setup. I have an entire video defining ressentiment out that explains it extremely good, by the way. Extremely good. And it's on the channel. Check it out. I'll link it in a minute, but it's like, this is good shit. It's very good shit. I'm very proud of that video. It took a long time to write because it's not an easy subject, which again is fine. But slave morality is not cope. Depends on how, it's not cope. It's not the same thing. Not the same thing.
Cope. Slave morality is cope. That's what Nietzsche said.
No, it's not.
And it would have stayed cope too, were it not for the priests.
See, here's the thing. The priests, it would have stayed cope. The priests keep it as cope. Like, that's the whole fucking point, is that they're part of it.
The priests are from the noble master group, but they're not as strong as the other masters. They don't go out and fight and conquer, and they get resentful too. The priests come up with this elaborate system of beliefs according to which the real value of things is in the hereafter. It's not here, based in the world. You forget about fighting and conquering and winning. That's bad, actually. You should feel guilty for doing that. You should feel ashamed for doing that.
That's not true. Then how come the priests help send people out to die in droves for kings? Because it's not fighting and killing. This is so stupidly oversimplified. It's so fucking frustrating. Nietzsche didn't write about like the Crusades and go, well, the priests were walking around telling everyone that like fighting's bad. No, fighting's very good. For God and country. For God and country. For God and country. Your reward for that will be in the afterlife. This is what the priests did. It's not that conquering is bad. It's that conquering, you enacting yourself, visiting, doing things. Again, you're slaves. They would fucking kill you. They would kill you if you did stuff. This is, again, there's this really weird sort of victim blaming shit in the way she's talking about this that is digging at the side of my fucking head that I can't get away from. But that's what she's playing with here, because it's not that the priests, a person can stand up and say, you're not my master, and they'll be killed if they're a slave. The priests, and so because of that, because they can't, they're not allowed to act. They could. They absolutely have that power, but they choose not to. They don't choose not to. They don't have the power. Potentias potestas. Potentias is the Latin verb, and this is Spinoza. Spinoza's worth reading for this. Potentias is what it sounds like, the potential power. Think of it as literally potential energy. Like it's that kind of thing. You have that potential energy, and it means you have that in theory capability, right? You have the energy that can do that. But potestas, this is the allowed to, or cannot, or will not. There's a secondary part of that. These two need to coincide. If they don't, you start getting this fucked up thing. So when a child wants to eat candy, and they could, it's right there. What's mom going to do? She's going to hit me if I take candy? So he takes it because he has the potential. He has the power to do this. But at some point we go, you can't, and we need you not to, and you need to learn how to handle yourself a little bit better. Now he's got no ability to do that, not allowed to. It's not the same as slaves, but now it's potestas and potentias are the two parts. This is the challenge of talking about this in terms of like, opening it up to this wider thing, making it about incels. There's so much more complex things going on. Master slave is specifically about master slaves, two-tiered caste-based society. We don't have a caste-based society, not Not like they really do in, say, India, which, again, she's going to talk about how much Nietzsche loved these other things. Fucking no, we're just unreal. But it's just really, really stupid. This is stupid.
Stuff. We're back to the almond croissant again. The priests say that real virtue is in self-denial.
So no, this is again, it's not in self-denial. It's that you're virtuous because you're denying yourself, but you're denying yourself because you do not have the power. This is the layers of these things and as they grow. And so what happens is the priest, by teaching you that your virtue is in self-denial, a thing you don't have, let's say you don't have any food. And so you don't have any food and you see someone who's a glutton and you go, God, they're so wasteful. I'm never wasteful. I do not waste any food. But you don't, because you barely eat anything. You're fucking starving all the time because you're poor. That ressentiment is it. The priest comes along and says, well, actually, you don't eat because you're a better person. You didn't think that before, but now you do. This is adding to that. It's not that priests say that virtue is in self-denial and that you need to practice self-denial. It's saying that you have a virtue because you don't act in a way that you can't act anyway, because you'd be killed. This keeps you in line. That's the setup. It's far more complex. If you wind back PhilosphyTube catalog, it's not the first bad philosophy take. Genuinely, I don't think a single one of her videos are good on philosophy. As I said when I opened it, and most of you were here, I don't know how I'm maintaining this view count, but the reality is her videos that are not on philosophy, I actually have found pretty good generally. Like, they're not great. They're not my favorite thing ever, but I've watched a handful and they're good. The one on trans healthcare in the UK is, I thought, spot on in a lot of ways. Her take on Kant alone was the first time I was really introduced. It's horrifying. This is, I think, much worse. But again, that was because the Kant one was more like, hey, it's like a 7-year-old reading Kant for the first time and getting stuff wrong. This is misusing it in order to literally do the point that's the opposite of what Nietzsche wanted to get across, which infuriates me more. That doesn't invert, she didn't invert Kant in her other video. Like, she just got it wrong and it's just complete nonsense. This is inverting. This is saying that the masters are good, living in the moment moral, and the slaves come along and it's like, fucking no. This is about the complexities of society in a lot of ways.
The real virtue is in doing what the priests tell you to do, those experts. The real value of things is in what they say about objective reality. Instead of looking at the world from your perspective, seeing things through your own chadly eyes and obeying your instincts, that's how the priests express their will to power.
Jesus fucking Christ. No.
That's how they keep the stronger masters under their control.
Oh, this gives me headaches. This gives me so many fucking headaches. I gotta find quotes. I gotta find quotes. This is just the way it's gonna go now. One thing I should have done before I jump into this every fucking time. It's just terrible, Brooks. It's terrible. Give me 2 seconds, everyone. Sorry. For some reason, I have my search database on my computer is not showing up. Ugh. So frustrating. It's so frustrating. I'm gonna have to go find the actual thing and fucking pull out the quotes. My computer's searching. I have too many PDFs. Download a fresh one, I guess. Cambridge is fine. This is what I have. This will work. All right. The ascetic priest, blah, 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 blah. I know, it's third essay. Come on. All right, this will work. Just going to pull this up, and we're just going to see what we can do about just accepting. Where do I want to start? Do I even want to go down this fucking road? Because this has the language in it that makes it tough. Because he's talking about, when he talks about priests, he talks about Jews, but he's talking about Christians. Difficult shit. This is not the kind of thing that I want to get clipped up doing, because he's talking about the original Christians and the way that the Christian warriors and Christian priests, who were 100% and called themselves as such Jewish. By the way, Christianity wasn't really a religion at first. Jesus didn't walk around and go, now you're all Christians. That's what I've named it. Because of me, I'm here. Like, it's like not what they did. They were playing with that thing of like what it meant for him to be King of the Jews, for God's sake. That's what they called it. So it's challenging to sort of have those conversations as a thing. Right? The masters deposed, the morality of the common people is triumphed. You might take this victory for blood poisoning. It mixed the races up. I do not deny it. Undoubtedly, it's that kind of language. It's a lot of shit like that. And I don't feel like getting into it today because it's its own reading. Yeah, exactly. Secret Asian. Clip in time. I will be skipping that. But again, genealogy of morals. I want to say chapters 6, 7, and 8 are going to be where all this is. It's worth reading all of those bits and reading it straight through. The priests were able to keep, and it's, again, to say that the priests had the slaves under their control presumes that they were then working with the masters in kind of a conspiratorial societal thing. And there's some way he talks about it like that, but that's, again, not really what his point is and not really what this is about. These three components of society we find today. We don't have to have slaves, masters, and priests. He's talking about these categories of those who have bad conscience, those who prey on the bad conscience, and then those who have good conscience. This is just to steal straight up. This is Spinoza shit. This is in his ethics. This is just in there. So when you start talking about today, let's talk about Trump. Fucking easy example. You have the masters, you have the billionaire class and the wealthy who are able to exact and have a huge amount of power to exact their will in a bunch of different ways. They have potestas and potentias. Elon Musk is literally walking into buildings that he should not be allowed in, and that by law he's not, but again, doesn't matter because he has the allowances from those in power. The slave class, which I would say is pretty much everyone else, are feeling like we're impotent, and we're so furious that Elon Musk is doing these things that we could just go do. Like we can go do, we don't really do anything. Most people don't really do very much about this. And we have the priest class, the media class for us, but this would be on both sides. There's the Jordan Peterson and right wing Ben Shapiro's type who are talking about how good it is that we're accepting pain. If you haven't noticed, the language for the Trump campaign has shifted now that food prices didn't go down, because they didn't, and actually inflation went back up, by the way. They're saying this is just the pain that it needs to be accepted. You just don't have as much money. Things have to get worse before they can get better. Your reward will come later. Is that familiar? Or on the liberal, progressive side, where it's like, hey, look, this is just going to be a very difficult time for trans people. I understand that, but you need to do what you can. Please donate to Act Blue. I know we can't do much else. There's just not much else we can do. It's just how we get fucked. It's just how we get fucked.
And when the priests trick the slaves into
I hate this
taking
term.
up their beliefs,
Tricking is, again, fuck.
They team up against the masters. And what do you get? Jesus.
Sort
Nietzsche
of.
hated Christianity. Christianity makes a virtue out of weakness and meekness and self-denial and sickness. Oh, the meek shall inherit the earth. Yeah, I bet they will. Right after they're done sucking the life out of everybody else. Just go.
When you do sarcasm, if this is sarcasm, like I can't even fucking tell anymore, you've got to do it. Like sarcasm, unless you're very good at it. And again, Abigail Thorne's a terrible actress. So there's no expression as a thing. It's very limited. There's like two faces. It's the same kind of shit over and over. You've got to do it right. And generally speaking, be very careful when you do it when it comes to, you know, the realities of oppressed people, unless you have a way to do that.
Meekness and self-denial and sickness. Oh, the meek shall inherit the earth. Yeah, I bet they will. Right after they're done sucking the life out of everybody else. Just going on and on about...
Actually, that's a good question. Why is the bimbo the priest? I don't know that meme. I don't care. I don't know why I care. It is a very strange... So we're going to put a bunch of stickers of things up. We're going to slap up images, and there we've got tape on the back of them. We've got this big wall. What do we want next to it? Well, we want Jesus next to will to power and woke. And Mussolini next to the masters. And Hitler next to Jesus. If you're going to, it's a thing. Look, this was not done live. I'm doing this live. I have very little time to prepare, as you can see by not even having PDFs up. But if you're doing a recorded thing and you have what is genuinely a 5 to 10 person production crew and someone else writing your scripts and doing all this, take a little bit of time to plan out where things will go. So at the end, there's like a clever reveal or a way that all of them turn into the shape of something, or that you make a larger point. It'd be great. Just take time. Everything's worth doing right, especially if you have 1.6 million subscribers. I have less than 1%. I have 1%. I have just over 1% of that.
Charity and pity and their lies. That's right, he said it. He said it. Lies about heaven. God is dead, Nietzsche said. No.
Nietzsche said God is dead. That's not a fucking weird thing for him to have said at the time, by the way. It's not like Nietzsche declared God dead. He wasn't the coroner in the religious space. If you read it, the actual point is not about God being dead. God being dead is like the boring thing to him. Instead, it's God is dead, and here we are, still walking through his corpse as through caves. The things that a God, a Christian God, gave us in the West, that we don't even realize are part of that ideologically, right? The idea of spirit versus body, the mind-body sort of dichotomy, soul, the idea of a soul or an individual soul. These dichotomies are part of the Christian faith and religious faith, Jewish faith, that we are stuck with. So even though God is dead, we still have his corpse. This is the underlying point. It's not him being a weird Reddit atheist thing.
Nobody believes in him anymore, so why are we all still acting like Christian morality is a good idea?
He literally answered that in that quote. God is dead, and we still keep his morality alive. Jesus Christ.
Junk.
That's how you know people don't read these books. It's literally the fucking sentence. This one I know. This one I don't. God damn it. This one I'm sure of. I have to be able to. It's not even on Goodreads. It's like the first one. Jesus, good Christ. It's literally the first thing on Goodreads when you search this quote. And it's just, this is why this shit's frustrating, because it's like, even if you didn't read it, how do you not Google the thing and get it up there? And here it is. It's right here. It's, boop, boop. God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we comfort ourselves, the murderers of all murderers? What was holiest and mightiest of all that the world has yet owed, has bled to death? No, fuck you, Amazon. God damn it, fuck you. Has bled to death under our knives. Who will wipe this blood off us? What water is there for us to clean ourselves? What festivals of atonement, what sacred games shall we have to invent? Is not the greatness of this deed too great for us? Must we ourselves not become gods to appear worried, simply to appear worthy of it? The entire piece is about how, like, it's still part of us. You don't kill God and then he's like, cool, it's been good. We'll see ya. Been fun.
Garbage. Get rid of it. Get it out of here. Do you know what that stuff does to you? It makes you degenerate. Technical philosophy term.
Also not a term he used because it's English.
Not a Nazi thing. Maybe? Put a pin in that. We'll come back to that. I'm going to come back to you, Hitler. Nietzsche said that Christianity gives you the feeling of power, like you've got all the right answers, but it doesn't give you any actual power. You're just following a set of resentful slave cope rules that are designed to keep you down and squash all your desires down inside you by calling it sin. So you waste your whole life suppressing your own childly instincts, all to get into a heaven that isn't even there. And someday soon, we're all gonna realize this. Someday, the ultimate based Chad, the Ubermensch, the overman, is gonna come and redeem all of society from this bloodless, brainless, hopeless, gutless, spineless.
Sorry. I disassociated. So what's this video? Let's watch. This is not...
Someday soon, we're all gonna realize this. Someday, the ultimate based Chad, the Ubermensch, the overman, is gonna come and redeem all of society from this bloodless...
No. So one, the overman is not going to redeem society. The Ubermensch internally will be working within society and will be tearing apart. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Brooks. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Brooks.
Brainless, hopeless, gutless, spineless, boneless, godless, sexless, loveless waste of my mother time! It's good. Do I have...
See? Do you get the joke? It's hilarious. That's why the music stopped and they're pretending they're having a fourth wall breaking moment, even though it's in the script. Ha 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 ha. Get it?
Pastry on my face? Yeah. Come
I mean, you can tell by looking at me, I'm not the kind of person who should be criticizing anything like this. I'm not really criticizing someone sort of preening. I appreciate preening. I've preened. Preening is fun. But
did any of that actually happen? Like when Nietzsche talks about masters and slaves and priests, like, is that meant to be history?
yes. That's why he talks about very explicit examples of it throughout history.
What time period did that take place in?
You yourself said fucking ancient Roman, ancient Greek, you fucking moron. You said specifically, it's in the script that you didn't actually read before you apparently read it out loud. What the fuck? What the fuck? What in the fuck? Oh, this moved. Why did this change size? I don't want that one to change size. I want to boop. And we're going to go boop. We're going to move you. Boop, 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 boop. We're going to make it a little bigger because this is just embarrassing to all hell. Yeah, that's pretty good placement. That's good placement. I think that looks sexy. Time period is in the fucking book. It's in the book. It's in the book you didn't read. I find everything tiring these days.
Nietzsche doesn't provide any citations, like at all.
He wrote in 1880. AP Style Guide hadn't been invented yet. But he does mention many specific books and writings throughout his works that he's referring to. And other writers and secondary sources have also referred to all of the things he's talking about because it's not hard to find them. Like, Nietzsche's very good. Nietzsche's very good to read. Nietzsche's an excellent writer, and you can, without having much background, you can read him and enjoy his things because at worst, if you don't get anything out of it, a lot of stuff he says will tingle your brain in that really fun way that curiosity plays. Great line that I will never forget that I've used on my son as he's gotten older. Tell me how a push works. Nietzsche talks about this, by the way, in the Gay Sciences. No one's ever been able to adequately describe how a push works. Where does it start? There's no, like, that thing is fun. That's a fun thought. That's a fun thought. And a fun thought to chase around as you start realizing what he's talking about. Nietzsche's filled with a shit ton of fun thoughts in most of his writing. Just pick it up and read. There is citations. There is references. He's very particular. And if he isn't, which again, when you're using a book that he didn't write that's made of his notes that his sister fucking put together for him, maybe don't bitch about Nietzsche doing citations. Fucking moron.
Is the will to power, is that a real thing?
Martial esotericist. The Ubermensch goes beyond master and slave through its reconciliation, like how an archer strings a bow to launch their arrows, and the Uberman launches the arrow of destiny. I mean, that sounds like you're quoting something.
That psychologists could study and perform experiments?
They do, and cognitive psych actually finds that the will to power, libido, drive, and drives are real things that actually work, to be very frank, in a lot of the ways that Deleuze, guattari, and a handful of other people have talked about. There's actually entire fields of study around it, and there's new concepts being created in the field of neurophilosophy. Catherine Malibu and plasticity as a thing is invented in philosophy that's being seen in cog psych. So, fuck you. Yes.
Again, no citations.
This is like the most arrogant thing that you could do to a thinker from the 1880s. That's like the most arrogant way to respond to someone from the 1880s. Did science agree with it? It's like, do you know what science does? Not philosophy. It's not philosophy. Science operates. I'm just going to go straight to the what is philosophy, Deleuze version, because I agree with it. Science creates functions through abstraction and measurements of the world that we are able to isolate and then create observation for. Temperature, for example, is not just some random shit. It's the movement of particles and molecules inside of a volume. And that amount of movement creates temperature. It's a very particular measurement, but it's not everything. When we go to measure the length of an object, that is not its only thing. That is a measurement of a real lived object that can be changing and shifting. And so mathematics and science create functions and abstractions. specifically to deal with this and to work within this. Philosophy doesn't create these things. Philosophy creates concepts. It plays in a different field, not one of measurements and abstractions, but one of concepts and immanence. This difference means that if someone asks, is there a thing like that in philosophy? You suck. You suck because you're conflating and analogizing things that do not go together, period. They do not go together. They inform each other. I know a shit ton of people in cognitive psych who are literal Deleuze readers who take from it. Catherine Malibu's huge. Go read Catherine Malibu. Malibu's amazing. Malibu's genuinely amazing. And she's contemporary. That's like modern. Catherine Malibu, Malabou, plasticity. Phenomenal concept.
Citations are for slaves. That's slave morality stuff.
Fuck you.
Objective reality, that's just how the priests trick
That's true.
you. This is a subjective vibes only party.
No.
And if you don't like it, then personal psychological transformation. Just become a better subject. Do you know what else? Nationalism. Doing what the government tells you to do. Joining a herd instead of asserting yourself as an individual. Nah. Nationalism is just a trick by the rich to sell you more maps and guns and wars and skate.
Okay. So what's really fun here is someone who is like this and their social investments exist as they do. They think it's funny to talk about how nationalism is about selling you maps and wars and scapegoating other people. No, nationalism is about identity. That's where it comes from. That's what it does. Nationalism is about reinforcing your identity in opposition. It isn't about selling you in opposition. Correct, Insomnia. That's it.
Scapegoating other people for your problems instead of undertaking an individual transformation of your own mind.
I am going to, just real quick, because I can, and because I keep forgetting this is my stream, because that's not a thing I do very often these days, and I'm getting used to it still. No, fuck off. There is the greatest commentary on nationalism ever, and that is this man right here. And I'm just letting you know, not safe for work. I like that a lot. I've always been a fan of the Stanhope. But it's good shit. None of this is what she's saying here. Nationalism is not about any of those things. It's specifically about, and used by whoever it is, to build a self, an identity, a validity to you, a consistency to you that you can attach to and you can be so fucking happy with.
Honestly, I'm just about ready to call it. You know, I think he's woke. I think we can give this guy the Congressional Medal of Wokeness. But let's
just so fucking lame. What a lame bit. Like it's a stupid bit. It's a shit bit. It's better than her other bits, but it's still a shitty bit.
Let's put it to the test, okay? Because do you know what the absolute epitome of wokeness is? The wokeness par none? What's that expression? Par excellence? Par sine qua non? But let's put it to the test, because you know what the absolute apotheosis of wokeness is? The absolute supreme woke position? That's right. We're gonna go there. Trans. I'm gonna make a Nietzschean argument for transness. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now. Let's go. Some people say that being trans...
This is not gonna be fun for me.
is a curse.
It's actually about more identity within certain borders in relation to the state. After all, different types of identities exist for the nation state within countries. Yeah, but those are irrelevant now. That's why those are the ones that matter now. Claiming a nationality now, claiming a nationalism now is about reifying the identity of the person. That's what it is. I get to have an identity, and it's in Lucy used specifically as an example, Russian. That we could do China too, saying that we're all Han. This is not a fucking thing, by the way. These are terms built in order to create a unity and a specificity and an identity of the unique. Poof.
They think it's weird or bad, that we should just assimilate.
There are other people who say that everyone's trans. And then there are people who don't know what I mean when I say that.
There's a lot of focus on victimhood and pain. Catholic Church, they hate that. But, tell.
I'm betting in 50 years, within the next 50 years, the Catholics are going to come around on it. It's such a weird church that has to stick within certain guidelines of popular culture. It's fascinating.
The government to call you by a different name? Changing your own body? That's not joining a herd. That's asserting yourself as an individual. That.
It could be. Let's see if I can do this dance. The act itself is neutral. The why you do this. I know people who have had full surgery, and they did it because this was their natural drive. They felt this, they went there. And then I know people who did everything they could to have just a fuck ton of plastic surgery in order to be passing. That is just joining a herd. The act of being trans is not revolutionary. It isn't. There's a billion reasons and a billion things behind it. It's the thing or the identity is not it. What you do with it is. What you do with it is. And who you are can be. But being trans is not itself revolutionary as a thing. Blair White is like proof of this. There is a huge amount of trans women who pass, who absolutely consider it as sacrosanct to being trans. And then there's trans men who absolutely, and you see, it's a very different culture with trans men. It's fascinating. But trans men, it's the very same thing. It's about passing and going into that space. Very different mentalities. But again, the whys, like, that's the thing. If you go about having a fuck ton of plastic surgery because, for example, the guy who gave himself devil horns, like if that's the thing you want to have, okay, let's do that. That's, but if you're doing it specifically to get reactions out of people or to fit in better or to not fit in, you're shaping yourself by a negative through master-slave morality. Action does not have to be revolutionary of will of power. The will to power can get malformed into ressentiment, and ressentiment can exert itself in an extraordinary number of ways. Like, this is why this is like, it's a weird, problematic way to talk about any of these things. To just say, doing this is a genealogy of your own values that's a gross sentence, and it takes Nietzsche in a really weird direction. You don't know the genealogy of your own values or why you're doing what you're doing. This is not what the book is about. The book is about understanding how values over time have become malformed and shift and broken. And that thing, it's like, I know, here's spicy statements. I grew up in the 80s and 90s. In the 90s, there was trans kids. I'm sure there were trans people. That was not a thing though. When it was like at high school, there was not like trans kids around. People didn't have that discussion. It was not. We barely had the gay discussion. That's like where my school was at. And also a whole bunch of kids. We'll just say it was not unrepressive school. It ended poorly for everyone. But there were a couple different types of people who played into what I would say is signifiers of being a gay guy. And there were clearly a couple guys who were, and everyone knew, just straight up were gay. There was not even a question. Everyone knew, and it was clear. There's, at this point, I would say probably, if it was 20 years later, be trans. The behaviors of them were very who they were coming out as. They just were. There were a couple guys who enjoyed getting off on like the perversion of upsetting people by playing into that. Were they gay? Did they kiss? No. And one of them was a friend of mine who enjoyed being deeply provocative, and he wasn't. So my question would be, are these the same thing? Their actions are the same. Being gay? No. But none of us are. And this is why this is so shitty to do to people, because you're basically saying to people, and a kid right now who watches this, some trans kid who's trying to figure out their position in life and where they're at and why. And they're like, yeah, it is revolutionary. No, No, straight kid. No, it's not revolutionary or whatever. To claim one of these things, to fall into that line, to make the move because you might fit in better with people is the challenge. And this is the thing that we all have in some way. This is not a thing like I got away from. I'm so great. I got to escape that thing. It's like, no, this is for Nietzsche. All of us are constantly battling this. We live in a culture of guilt and ressentiment. We live in a culture that has built it up into us. To act like a simple act or a complex act or any act itself is itself the revolutionary thing. When it's an identity or a behavior of someone or something someone's experimenting with or something someone's curious about is very telling on what someone wants to be seen as themselves and where their personal investments are. I find this very depressing because for a long time I did the thing, I'm a white guy. For a long time I did the thing where I was like, black people are revolutionary, sort of by nature. I was like 17 and I was like, any time I saw, because it was different, a white city, white culture, white everything. And so it was like, this was different. It was different. It was amazing. They were revolutionary. They were angry at the world. This is what I saw. It's deeply unfucking healthy. That is not a racial way to care about the world. That's not understanding how race works or how people work. It's also putting an edict on the other race that they're the ones who have to be pushing. They have to be revolutionary. Trans people don't have to be revolutionary. Be where you are. You get to be you. And that's it. Your act is not counter to or in line with anything. Be where you are. That's okay. You are loved. You will be by somebody. I care. Other people care. You don't have to do a revolutionary act. You don't need to be that. Just be wherever you're becoming at. Yeah, Sam Hyde's fallen off. I know. I got called the gay Sam Hyde the other day. Gay Dugan is another one. I appreciate both of those. I'll take it. But it's just be you. You don't force everything to be about society. By having that conversation in the first place, you're already in the trap.
That's performing a genealogy of your own values. That's a personal psychological transformation if I've ever seen one. Oh.
I got called F-word Rasputin too, which I'm kind of also okay with. I think someone else has called me that live as well. But yeah, I've got a bunch of good names. It's fun. The circle specs, I was so, I won't go into it. We'll get into Sam Hyde a whole other time.
Over, man? Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty over it. For centuries. They've called us weird or mad or perverts. That was the dominant morality. I mean, look at what they're doing now. They're trying to use the entire force of the United States government to stop us, and they still can't do it.
Okay, so I'm just going to let you know. They aren't, like, we just watched the video, Todd's video on how identity politics is identitarian and not universal. Allow me to explain why the trans battle is a universal battle. And I understand it hurts some people more than others very directly. I won't say otherwise, but it's a universal battle because the sexuality that is expressed by anybody being repressed and forcibly pushed back into wherever it is their goal. They don't want me having just non-gendered behaviors or feminine characteristics. They want, and they're okay with, gay couples that have a man or a woman as a clear line of demarcation. What they want, what the government wants, is not to destroy trans people as a thing. They're coming after us. Fuck you. They're coming after all of us and all of our sexuality. That's what they're doing. They hate all of our sexes. That's what they want. That's the problem. It's a universal fight. It is not an individual fight. Fuck.
When you transition, you say, all of those people are wrong, and this is sick, actually.
No, like, that's sad. That makes me sad. I would hope that when people transition that that's not their reason. And that's not what the first thing they say is. I hope they Makes me really sad.
Let me ride the lightning. Let me gamble it all. And when I get to heaven, God better call me by she, her pronouns, or I'm not going in.
It's I don't want to psychologize anyone. I don't like doing that. How you're behaving and what you do every day, being free of the master-slave dichotomy is the point. And it's both. It's not becoming the masters, which it seems she is very much interested in. That's what she's interested in. The challenge with everything is that we recreate social codes through our actions, and we don't even realize it, and we reshape them into what we need them to be. The dominant, whatever it is. And we will do that. It's sad. This is getting depressing now. I like attack. The Nietzsche takes are fucking terrible, but I think this would even depress Nietzsche, who's a nihilist.
You see? It works. He's woke. I'm calling it for woke. Let's go. Let's find out.
Stephanie Helms, I think perhaps it might be good to remember that no trans person's experience speaks for others and no cis person will ever understand any of them. I'm not trying to understand her trans experience. I'm trying to say, like, I actually think I said what I said pretty well.
What about the anti-Semitism?
My stance on trans women athletes going with biological women is the same as everyone else's. Like, the only difference is like physical characteristics. You know, in boxing, we have weight classes. Do that. Do that. I know fucking cis women. By the way, we had one in the Olympics that a whole bunch of assholes decided to say was fucking trans, which is just like layers of just grossness being placed on people and forcing conversations that weren't there. But there are cis women who are extremely testosteroned up. And there are cis men who are extremely not. And we allow all people to compete. And that setup. Sports is by nature an unfair, shitty thing. That's what it is. Michael Phelps will be a better swimmer than me forever. I play basketball better than all of you, especially if you're 5'2". I'm 6'6". What are you going to do? Like, the taller, the better. Their genetics sucks. So we have weight classes. We have sports for things. Just get over it. It's a very stupid thing. Besides, sports is dumb.
What?
The anti-Semitism?
Okay, so there is a lot of anti-Semitism in Nietzsche.
I always ask people first, would you like to box me? Especially if they're short, because I'm 260 fucking pounds and 6'6", and I know how to box. And they wouldn't put me in a fucking match with someone who's a tiny little fucking welter, like a tiny little dude, like a lightweight or featherweight. That would be sad. My reach alone is the length of half this dude's fucking body. It's not a fight. You don't put us against each other. You don't match up people who don't have general physical. But there are, and I mean this, like the weird exceptions of stupid shit that they're using. Like, look at this girl and this boy, and it's like, fuck off. There are classes of things that we don't want to even have a conversation about. There are girls who shouldn't be competing against other girls in the same sport. There are boys competing against other boys who shouldn't be competing in the same sport. Because it's fucked up that we do that. It's fucked up we put kids who are 5'1" in YMCA 4th grade. I was 6 foot in 4th grade. There were kids who were fucking like 4 foot nothing. And they'd play basketball and I'd dominate them. And that made me feel better. It shouldn't have. It's because I was tall. They were probably better athletes. They played soccer better than me. Football, as the rest of you would fucking say it. I didn't. I was tall and uncoordinated. So what the fuck? Like, the very fact that we have these weird, seriously fucked up gendered categories as a basis is the thing. I know women boxers who absolutely should be in men's featherweight. Like, I have no reason to believe otherwise. They can fucking punch and they can hit and kind of scare me sometimes. These things, these exist. These people exist. Humans are a very wide, giant, weird group of things. Let them all be. Jesus.
The priests are consistently identified with Jews. The masters are consistently identified with blonde Aryans.
Okay, this is, wow. Oh. Okay. And yeah, Citrus, we shouldn't have sports that give people brain damage. We'll just start there. And Stephanie, we've talked. You're a professional sailor, I know, but we've actually had this conversation. And again, it's tryouts are a thing, weight classes are a thing. All of this shit is like understanding where people are at and letting them compete, because the reality of sports is not that it's actually about who's the best that we can bet on. It's people doing physical activities for them to excel at. And the people who are best in the world should not be competing against other people who can't compete. And they should have versions of that so we can get better. Generally be where you're at and let that be a thing. But that's a whole other thing. So let's get back to Nietzsche, everyone. Let's get back to Nietzsche, because this is awful.
There is a lot of anti-Semitism in Nietzsche.
There really isn't. And I mean this. There's actually not a lot of anti-Semitism in Nietzsche as a thing. That's not really how this works out. When you read through it, it reads as anti-Semitism if you don't read the thing. For example, Marx has a wonderful piece called On the Jewish Question, that when I say that, people go, ooh, because he's asking about the Jewish question. He's not writing that the Jewish question is a good thing or on the Jewish question. He's writing about it. He's writing about the Jewish question. For Nietzsche writes about the Jewish people and these people and those people, and he's talking about large groups of people that are moving throughout Europe. Very different way of talking about it, but he's not being anti-Semitic in any of it. The priests, when he talks of the priests and the Jewish priests, he's not talking about the Jews. He's talking about Jewish priests in Christianity, because again, Christianity, Judeo-Christian thought as a thing, Christ was a Jew. Did you know Christ was Jewish? So it's a little bit like saying it's anti-Semitic for me to say, hey, you know who runs Israel? The Jews. Is that anti-Semitic? I don't know. Depends on how I say it, right? But it's not anti-Semitic as a fact. It's really insane. There's general shit-talkiness. There's writing from literally 150 years ago. But he outright says that anti-Semites should be shot. Like he says, that's a line in Nietzsche. Anti-Semites should be shot. So it's like, it's really... The
priests are consistently identified with Jews. The masters are consistently identified with blonde.
And it's negative. Deleuze even quotes this bit. The masters are not like, this is fucked up. This is so fucking backwards. He says, yes, the masters, the blonde Aryans come in like lightning. He's speaking of conquerors negatively. He's speaking of, poetically even, the negative thing that a master is. He's not saying the masters are good guys. It'd be like, for example, if I said, hey, white people were everywhere the masters in the South. That's the language. And would you go, well, Jesus Christ, Brooks, so you think that to be a master, you have to be white? No. I'm just saying that white people have had a hegemony globally and have come like a force and destroyed entire cultures. So you're saying that the people who have all the power are white? You're equating whiteness with power? Yes, I am. Oh God, this is that fucking thing that she's doing. She's doing this in real time, which is fucking wild.
Aryans. Like he literally does call them that. Nietzsche criticizes Christianity a lot, but a lot of his criticism is saying that Christianity is a vehicle for Jewish people to trick everyone and take over the world?
No, it's not. He does not say this. You're lying. You are lying. He does not say this. He does not say this. He explicitly says the opposite. I sent Sunday the article earlier, and I'm just going to fucking restate this. I fucking can't believe, like, every time this shit happens, it's just very frustrating to me, because it's like one of the many, many ways that people make this fucking silly, silly mistake, and they say this dumb shit. To quote from Nietzsche, genealogy. This is Beyond Good and Evil, section 251. The fact that the Jews, if they wanted, or if they were forced, as the anti-Semites seem to want, could already be dominant, or indeed could literally have control over present-day Europe, this is established. The fact that they are not working and making plans to this end is likewise established. What they wish and want instead is to be absorbed and assimilated into Europe, in which case it might be practical and appropriate to throw the anti-Semitic hooligans out of the country. So what he's saying is, yeah, the Jewish people probably could, if they wanted to, take over. They don't want to take over. Instead, what they want to do is join in an egalitarian way. He's explicitly saying that. He does not say that the Jews actively want to trick people and take over the world. It's a fucking lie. It's insane. It's fucking garbage. None of these people read any of these streams. At best, I appreciate the idea of Rickstrom that she would watch this. She's not. She doesn't care about any of this stuff. The person who wrote this may watch this at some point. She didn't fucking watch this because she hasn't fucking read Nietzsche. But like, this doesn't make it up. I've done videos on plastic pill. No one gives a shit. These people don't care. She is beyond everything. She is a complete bougie fucking weirdo at this point. She's way beyond anything else that we could have a conversation with here. It's very, very depressing, but she's beyond that, and it's awful. It's however incorrect what he said about Jewish people wanting to assimilate. His phrasing said there is, what we say for assimilate is not what I think he meant at the time. The rest of the piece goes on, and he's fairly clear that they want to be a part of, but not take over Europe, that they want to be cultured. They want to be seen as cultured and accepted. It's much more of that type of thing of being accepted rather than being ostracized. So when he says assimilated, he tends to mean that way, but it's tough, if that makes sense. It's again, I'm reading a sentence. It's a lot. But Nietzsche never says that Jews want to take over the world. We've gone over plastic pills before. I'm going to actually at some point do a full thing for his AO video. It's the worst philosophy video on YouTube. It is.
And that's definitely not woke. It's giving Hitler. It's giving Hitler? This is where the unpublished stuff is helpful.
This is where the things that Nietzsche decided he didn't want published, but his sister rewrote anyway, is helpful.
In his private notes, Nietzsche praises an Indian book called The Law of Manu, as translated by a French guy called Louis Jacqueliot. That's not a bad photo because my printer fucked up. Louis Jacqueliot in real life was just a very low-resolution man. In his translation of The Law of Manu, Louis Jacqueliot added a bunch of footnotes that he made up. For example, he says that Jewish people and Chinese people are descendants of an ancient Indian mongrel caste called Chandala, who, because they had mixed breeding and mixed blood, they had inferior morals and intellect. Whereas white Europeans...
This is not a thing that Nietzsche really took to heart. He made comments on it and he read many, many things. It is very difficult to say that Nietzsche really ran with this shit.
Are descended from a purer Aryan caste of ancient Indian society, and so they had better minds, better morals, better men. That's all.
Fixton, oh no, I used it during my AO class. His reading of Anti-Oedipus, Plastic Pill's reading of Anti-Oedipus is genuinely, every sentence is wrong. You've seen me during this go, not once. Every single sentence in the Plastic Pills video is not just wrong, but it's the way that she is getting here and using Nietzsche like to invert himself and saying the opposite of his point in order to create her own sort of space of resentment. That's what the Plastic Pills video is. It's complete shit. It's fantastic. These people are, again, I appreciate people trying to communicate these things to people. I get that that's difficult. There's a lot of people who really do a very good job. Machinic Unconscious Happy Hour. We have friends at Acid Horizon, former friends or whatever. We haven't talked in a long time, but they were part of the QC when we started. People are trying to find ways to bring this, but philosophy is not meant to be brought to the mass of people. Most people are not going to give a shit. And to bring these things to the point where everyone finds it sexy or interesting, you destroy them a bit. You have to malform them to make them pablum, to make them adjustable for everyone. You have to make them analogies. That's why pop culture as a thing works within analogies, resigns things and reworks. This is why music that is made into pop, art that's made into pop, like it has its own touching thing. I'm not saying they're not jams, but it does something to it. It plays with it in a different way and makes it so it's more wide and accepted. And that doesn't work when literally the whole thing you're doing is thought. Is there a place to find VODs of this channel? At this channel. Literally everywhere. We have too many hours of everything. Enjoy. Enjoy.
All gibberish. None of that ever happened. But Nietzsche ate it up. In his private notes, he uses that word, chandala, to refer to Jewish people. And he also did
This is fuck.
it in his book, Twilight of the Idols. If you read the genealogy, he is like constantly bashing Jewish people. Now,
No.
some philosophers say that we should take all of that stuff as just a metaphor, that he doesn't really mean Jews.
Stephanie, I think Secret Agent Dan was actually talking about plastic pills, just to mention. Secret Agent Dan generally been pretty good about the gendered stuff. Maybe.
When he says the word Jews, but like...
We're talking about idiots in general, so it's tough.
I mean, in this book, he says that the slaves had different skull shapes than the masters. He says black people can't feel pain as much. He uses the word Chinese as a synonym for uniform mediocrity.
Plastic Pills is trans now? What? When did that happen? Fuck. I love Nietzsche, Morty says, but I don't think we should wash his grotesque Wagner period. Anti-Semitism was just part of it, so was an opposition to mass education, and he outgrew it. But again, he later writes specifically against this and talks about the mistakes of it and very much, I would say, very much outgrows it. And it's one of those things, it's like, and he literally rails against this stuff later, if like, he does that, it's okay to say, hey, that was fucked up time for him, but to just go all of Nietzsche then.
Elsewhere in his work, he just like explicitly defends eugenics.
Not really.
You can't tell me all of that stuff as a metaphor. Like, the clearest bits of Nietzsche's writing are the bits where he's just being a massive racist. You see, Nietzsche is often sold as self-help, like achieving a personal transformation, the Jordan Peterson stuff. But he is very explicit that not everyone can achieve the kind of psychological transformation he prescribes. Only people of certain races. Here's a quote from Nietzsche's book, Beyond Good and Evil. A capacity for philosophy, taking that word in its great sense, one has only by virtue of one's origins, one's ancestors, one's blood.
We went through this quote on Sunday's stream, and I just want to talk about it for a moment. Bloodline is actually what's in quotes. This quote is taken obviously out of context. The joke is Friedrich Nietzsche posted on poll. No, like it's a funny joke. I wouldn't be surprised if that's where she actually got it. The ability to do philosophy as work necessitates a life that enables you to do philosophy. That sounds tautological, but it is absolutely fucking not. It is not. What he's saying is that someone who sits around all the time and thinks about life and isn't, a blacksmith or a farmer or anything else, they get there because their bloodline has enabled this. You feel free to, how else, that's what he means. Do you disagree with this? I think the ability for us to be in the position that we can do philosophy of any sort is a privileged position. You don't get a lot of child slaves in the Congo doing grand philosophy and writing secondary texts on Kierkegaard these days for a fucking reason. And that's the point. That's what this entire section about 213 and genealogy of morals. 213, I think. So genealogy of morals or beyond good? I think it's genealogy of morals. 212, 213 is about this. The life of a philosopher is solo. It's difficult. It's not fun. You make no friends, blah, blah, blah. Like it's him lamenting the life that he's chosen to lead, but that he was enabled to lead because of his privileged position. Marx wouldn't have been able to do this without Engels. Like, that's the point. That's the point. He's not saying that his bloodline is so pure that he's able to do philosophy. Moron. God, I'm tired of this. He's talking again about, to go back, you have two types of power. You have the power to act and the power that enables you to use that action. Okay? Potestas, potentias. Potestas, the ability to use it, allowed to use it by law, edict, whatever. Potentias, the capacity. These two things. That capacity for philosophy, taking that word in its great sense, one has only by virtue of one's origins. It's not genetics. It's not genetics. It's not genetics. It's so gross.
Decide here, too. Here's a quote from his book, The Gay Science. Behind the highest value judgments that have hitherto guided the history of thought, there are concealed misunderstandings of the physical constitution, of individuals or classes, or even whole races. All those bold insanities of metaphysics, especially answers to the question about the value of existence, may always be considered, first of all, as the symptoms of certain bodies.
Let's do it. I didn't look up the second quote, and we're going to... Oh my God, my search function's completely fucking broken right now. That is okay. Damn. That's all right. Let's open up my PDF reader. Let's see what we got. Open. And I go into my Nietzsche. If any of you are ever searching for a PDF, head to discord.com/DGQC, discord.gg/DGQC. We have a library. Also, there is Z Library, which is lovely. Google that. You can find a way to get to it. And there's a few other good places. But I'm going to be sitting here and going, where's my Nietzsche? I'm going to grab my Nietzsche. I have too many Nietzsche books. And a secondary text. It makes it really tough to sort of pull these fucking things out randomly. God damn it. And his archive is great. That's fine. That's fine. I can't find my physical copies. I need to stop turning around. That's fine. Let's do it. We'll go into my... Got something wrong with my hard drives today. I did figure out my audio problem, though. There's this hilarious setting called safe mode for my Osio. It's an Osio driver. So everyone who knows what that means just groaned at the same time. There's a safe mode on it that apparently adds extra buffer, but actually has the ability to completely get fucked up if there's a slight surge in power to the PC. So That was the issue. Very, very frustrating every time. Very frustrating. Come on. Gay science. Okay, fine. Let's see. I have too many folders. Sorry, everyone else will just be a second as I get through here. Books, Nietzsche. Wow, I am fucking awful. Why can't I bring this up easily? Sorry. All right. Open location. All right. Not genealogy of morals. I want. Okay, science. Kaufman, or I'm going to go with the Kaufman translation. There. And we will switch over to the PDF reading, which that didn't do anything I wanted. That's okay. And you're right there. Why are you showing that screen? That's not the right screen. There. Gay science. All right. So we'll do this. We're going to look at the certain bodies, I think is going to be the thing I'm going to have to go for in terms of like actually trying to figure out which exact phrase we're looking at, because the translations she's been using are spotty, we will say. Spotty. So let's go fucking through this. Certain bodies. Yep. I'm so frustrated whenever I see this. All right, this is in the preface. Wonderful. That's a great start. We're going to fit page. Get rid of the search. All right. All right. We're just going to dive in because there's a lot that's happening here. This book may need more than one preface. In the end, there will still remain room for doubt whether anyone who had ever lived through similar experiences could be brought closer to the experience of this book by means of prefaces. It seems to be written in the language of the wind that thaws ice and snow. High spirits, unrest, contradiction, and April weather are present in it. One is instantly reminded no less of the proximity of winter than the triumph over the winter that is coming, must come, and perhaps has already come. So good. Fuck, I like his writing. We're going to start there. You see that I do not want to take leave ungratefully from the time... Sorry. From the time of severe sickness, whose profits I have not yet exhausted even today. I am very conscious of the advantages that my fickle health gives me over all robust squares. A philosopher who has traversed many kinds of health and keeps traversing them has passed through an equal number of philosophies. He simply cannot keep from transposing his states every time into the most spiritual form and distance. This art of transfiguration is philosophy. We philosophers are not free to divide body from soul as the people do. We are even less free to divide soul from spirit. We are not thinking frogs, nor objectifying and registering mechanisms with their innards removed. Constantly, we have to give birth to our thoughts out of our pain and, like mothers, endow them with all we have of blood, heart, fire, pleasure, passion, agony, conscience, fate, and catastrophe. Life, that means for us constantly transforming all that we are into light and flame. Also everything that wounds us. We simply can do no other. And as for sickness, are we not almost tempted to ask whether we could get along without it? Only great pain is the ultimate liberator of the spirit, being the teacher of the great suspicion that turns every U into an X, a real, genuine X. That is the letter before the penultimate one. It's a German expression, just to read it, for deceiving someone that means literally passing off a U as an X. Originally, it referred to the Roman numerals V and X, which meant passing off a fiver for a tenner, right? The suspicion of which Nietzsche speaks does not inflate conventional values. It insists that they are not really known, but rather unknown quantities, the X of mathematics. That's the line there. It's a fucking really clever line. Only great pain is the ultimate liberator of the spirit, being the teacher of the great suspicion that turns every U into an X, a real, genuine X, that is the letter before the penultimate one. Only great pain, the long, slow pain that takes its time, on which we are burned, as it were, with green wood, compels us philosophers to descend into our ultimate depths, and to put aside all trust, everything good-natured, everything that would interpose a veil that is mild, that is medium, things in which, formerly, we may have found our humanity. I doubt that such pain makes us better, but I know that it makes us more profound. Whether we learn to pit our pride, our scorn, our willpower against it, equaling the American Indian who, however tortured, repays his torturer with the malice of his tongue, or whether we withdraw from pain into that oriental nothing called nirvana, into rigid, mute, deaf resignation, self-forgetting, self-extinction. Out of such long and dangerous exercises of self-mastery, one emerges as a different person, with a few more question marks. Above all, with the will, henceforth, to question further, more deeply, severely, harshly, evilly, and quietly than one had questioned before. The trust in life is gone. Life itself has become a problem. Yet one should not jump to conclusions that this necessarily makes one gloomy. Even love of life is still possible, and one loves differently. It is the love for a woman that causes doubts in us. This attraction of everything problematic, the delight of an X, however, is so great that such a more spiritualized man in this delight flares up again and again like the bright blaze over all distress of what is problematic, over all danger and uncertainty, over the danger of even the jealousy of a lover. We know a new happiness. Oh, God, sorry. I got taken away by that one. It's fucking amazing. I find Nietzsche fucking amazing. 2 seconds. Sorry. God, that's fucking great. Because it's the next section, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It was right before that. This is what he's talking about when he's talking about bodies. Bodies. This is the context. So let's read it. But let us leave Herr Nietzsche. What is it to us that Herr Nietzsche has become well again? For a psychologist, there are a few questions that are as attractive as that concerning the relation of health and philosophy. And if he should himself become ill, he will bring all of his scientific curiosity into illness. For assuming that one is a person, one necessarily also has the philosophy that belongs to that person, but there is a big difference. In some, it is their deprivations that philosophize, in others, their riches and strengths. The former need their philosophy, whether it be as prop, sedative, medicine, redemption, elevation, or self-alienation. For the latter, it is merely a beautiful luxury. In the best cases, the voluptuousness of a triumphant gratitude that eventually still has to inscribe itself in the cosmic letters on the heaven of concepts. But in the former case, which is more common, when it is distress that philosophizes, as is the case with all sick thinkers, and perhaps sick thinkers are more numerous in the history of philosophy, what will become of the thought itself when it is subjected to the pressure of sickness? This is the question that concerns the psychologist, and here an experiment is possible, just as a traveler may resolve, before he calmly abandons himself to sleep, to wake up at a certain time. We philosophers, if we should become sick, surrender for a while to sickness, body and soul, and, as it were, shut our eyes to ourselves. And as the traveler knows that something is not asleep, that something counts the hours and will wake him up, we too know that the decisive moment will find us awake, and that something will leap forward then and catch the spirit in the act. I mean, in its weakness or repentance or resignation or hardening or gloom and whatever other names there are for the pathological state of the spirit, that the healthy days are opposed by the pride of the spirit. For the old saying is still valid: the proud spirit, peacock, and horse are the three proudest beasts on earth. After such self-questioning, self-temptation, one acquires a subtler eye for all philosophizing to date. One can infer better than before the involuntary detours, side lanes, resting places, and sunny places of thought to which suffering thinkers are led and misled on account of their suffering, for now one knows whether the sick body and its needs unconsciously urge, push, and lure the spirit toward the sun, stillness, mildness, patience, medicine, balm in some sense. Every philosophy that ranks peace above war, every ethic with a negative definition of happiness, every metaphysics and physics that knows some finale, some final state of some sort, every predominantly aesthetic or religious craving for some apart, beyond, outside, above, permits the question whether it was not sickness that inspired the philosopher. The unconscious disguise of physiological needs under the cloak of the objective, ideal, purely spiritual goes to frightening lengths. And often I have asked myself whether, taking a large view, philosophy has not been merely an interpretation of the body and a misunderstanding of the body. Behind the highest value judgments that have hitherto guided the history of thought, there are concealed misunderstandings of the physical constitution of individuals or classes or whole races. All those bold insanities of metaphysics, especially answers to the question about the value of existence, may always be considered first of all as a symptom of certain bodies. And if such world affirmations or world negations lack any grain of significance when measured scientifically, they are the more valuable for the historian and psychologist as hints or symptoms of the body, of its success or failure, its plenitude, power, and autocracy in history, or of its frustrations, weariness, impoverishment, its premonitions of end, its will to the end. I am still waiting for a philosophical physician, in the exceptional sense of the word, one who has to pursue the problem of the total health of a people, time, race, or of humanity, to muster the courage to push my suspicion to its limits and to risk the proposition: what was at stake in all philosophizing hitherto was not at all truth, but something else. Let us say health, future growth, power, and life. Why do I read the whole thing? 1, that's how he wrote it. 1. 2, when you read the whole thing, you realize he's not saying at all that certain bodies are better at this than others. He's saying, and it's a fucking good goddamn statement. It's a brilliant fucking way to put it. The first thing we need to understand when people do separate themselves by class, by race, by kind, by style, by sexuality, by gender, is not from a healthy position, but instead from one of sickness. We need to understand the bodies that create and produce these systemic inequalities. He's saying that the sickness causes those. He's fairly explicit in how he's saying it too. Behind the highest value, and taking it out of context, by the way, PhilosphyTube, fuck you too. Behind the highest value judgments that have hitherto guided the history of thought, this is the highest value judgments he's not happy with. It doesn't mean the good ones. There are concealed misunderstandings of the physical constitution of individuals or classes or even races. All of those, blah, 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 blah. And if such world affirmations and world negations to court lack any grain of significance when measured scientifically, they are more valuable for the historian. This is the point that, hey, the stereotype shows up that says X, Y, or Z about this race. If it's not true, that's more interesting. That's his point. It's more interesting that it's like, hey, wait. Okay. We can do this real quick. There's a myth that black people are better at sports. It's a myth. It's a myth. It's bullshit. There is some general structure in a handful of maybe genetic sequences, but maybe not. And also it's not really about genetics. That's not really how humans work. It's a myth, but it's a believed truth. When we find out it's not true, that's more interesting to Nietzsche. And it should be, because if I were to say, hey, by the way, black people, they tend to have darker skin. That's not interesting. It's not. It's just not interesting because it's true. I'm pretty sure I can scientifically prove that, but we can go through that. Black people are better at all sports. They move faster. They have larger buttocks or penises. All these things and bullshit. When you actually, it's like, actually, this is not true. Wait, that makes it more interesting, Nietzsche's saying, because the whole point is measuring it that way and understand. He's talking about sickness of the mind, by the way. He's talking about the belief in irrational things. He's talking about himself coming out of that, and that it's more interesting to have these stereotypes be believed, because then we can actually talk about a people. And he's right. It's like insanely woke. That's the definition of fucking wokeness, is that sentence that this fucking moron who doesn't fucking read anything, doesn't read books, is reading as a gross fucking sentiment from Nietzsche. She's saying it's a gross sentiment. Thank you. It's a lovely, it's went with a little bit of a shiny oil thing. This is not a comment that would be underneath Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball unless you edit it this way. Behind the highest value judgments that have hitherto guided the history of thought, there are concealed misunderstandings of the physical constitution of individuals or classes or whole races. All of those bold insanities of metaphysics, especially answers to the question about the value of existence, may always be considered first of all as the symptom of certain bodies. Yeah. Let me say this another way. I'm going to give a very particular example. Today, our country, America, I'm an American, but we can say the Western world in general, and I would say the East. I could say the entire world. The entire world is suffering from a sickness. PTSD. World War II killed more people than we can actually understand today. Like, we can give you numbers, but we cannot grasp how many actual people were killed in terms of the actual lived realities of the people who were alive at the time. It's a percentage of the population just brutally murdered. And in every way, from China to the Holocaust, to German lives, to British lives, to French lives, to Russian lives, to like every group of people. Africa was a front of this. There was brutality everywhere. And if you weren't in it, which most people were, you were affected by it by family or you were fighting. And PTSD is a real fucking thing. The world we live in, the bold insanities of metaphysics, especially answers to the questions about the values of existence, should be considered first of all as symptoms of certain bodies. The morality that came out of World War II, that the greatest generation instilled in the boomer generation, the total misunderstanding of their own pain and the unwillingness of them to actually get help. Most of them drank, beat the shit out of their kids, didn't discuss pain, didn't know how to do that. That sickness was transferred to their children. Their bodies were ill. This is what he's saying. He's saying all the fucked up stuff should first not be considered, oh, I guess people are confused. No. We need to look at the health of the people. And he means it in the mental health too. We can look at all of these things. It's a brilliant fucking section. To turn it that it's a race purity thing is so fucking gross. Isn't there something suspicious about him using the term health as a foundational philosophical category? It's too vague, too slippery, and can hide. Sure, it can hide lies when you cut out a paragraph. He opens, again, to just say how he opens that specific paragraph, that section. For a psychologist, that's how it opens. What health do you think he's going to talk about in those 3 paragraphs that start with, for a psychologist? Like, That's what he's doing. He's talking about mental health. But it's not mental health. This is also how we get fucked up in the West. When I say mental health, you think, oh, it's fucked up how I think. No, it's a fucking brain problem. Brain is physical. The physicality of all of this is what he's talking about. It's physical health. There's no difference there. That break is, again, another thing that Nietzsche literally comes out against. He comes out against that multiple times. It's one of the dichotomies that Christ and God left us with when he fucking died. It's just so awful that this is so fucking not only out of context, but the opposite of what he's saying. And to turn it into this way, it just shows how, one, absolutely bad faith Abigail Thorne is at this. Two, never actually read the gay science, period. Just fucking searched for like race or anything else, or some asshole put it in a book and said, look at how problematic this is. And went, oh my God, look at what they're saying about race, without understanding the entire thing. It's why you have to read the section. It's 4 paragraphs. That's a lot of reading for some people. I understand that, but you can do that as a thing. It's so gross. This is the opposite of what Nietzsche, but again, as I like to say, shit like this is a fucking self-report. Because if that's how you read this, you don't go, huh, and you think through it, and you go immediately, yep, race, self-report. Gay science is a great one. If you want to start with Nietzsche, genuinely, just pick a book up. Pick a book and read. Just pick up a book. Do something. Don't wait for the right book. Pick up a book. They're all fine. Books are good. Read them. All right. Oh, good. We're 18 minutes in. It's taken me 3.5 hours. Holy shit. Fuck. God, it's 11:15.
Especially answers to the question about the value of existence may always be considered, first of all, as the symptoms of certain bodies. So here, Nietzsche is saying that your values, the things that we are supposed to transform, comes down to what race you are, which he thinks is a biological category. It follows then that...
No, it doesn't. You fucking moron. None of that is accurate, and it's a shit reading, and it's the opposite of what he's saying. It's the opposite of what he's saying. You're terrible at your job. You shouldn't be allowed to tell people about philosophy. Get back to the other stuff. You do a better job with it. Go pretend like you can act. God. It's just, I just went through it. Everyone should be aware that this is not what he's saying. If you're watching this and you saw me just read through it and this is your take still, let me know. I'll happily build it out.
Your values, the things that we are supposed to transform.
Ninja, do you need to leave a comment? I'm not going to leave a comment. Commenting is the intention of Ressentiment. The internet is built as a machine for feeding on that. I get to leave a comment so that I can pretend someone will read it and that I've said something out into the void. But the shitstorm doesn't care about anything I have to say. You people do. So I'm making a video so that way maybe you people will then read better. And if I can make one of you read Nietzsche slightly better or introduce you to that instead of this fucking hot mess garbage, I consider life a better place.
Comes down to what race you are, which he thinks is a biological category.
He doesn't, and that's not a thing he would have ever said. Biological category is not a thing to him. It's not, it's a biological category instead of no.
It follows then that if you are a white Aryan, then you can value good things and you can transform yourself, whereas...
Okay, if I say that white people have dominated cultures throughout society, do you think I'm saying only white people can do that?
If you are pretty much anybody else, especially Jewish, then you are essentially morally, spiritually...
He literally, he almost goes too far, and sometimes does, in making the Jewish people an idealized minority group. It's quite the opposite. He certainly doesn't say that the Jews are diseased biologically. Jesus Christ. Toaster Cleaner, wait, isn't it the stuff that Nietzsche's sister sold to the Nazis is like the base of their Aryan race bullcrap? Literally, she's regurgitating Nazi talking points. You're not tripping? Like, here's the thing. The difficulty with the Nazis is that they were liars and they didn't care about anything except for like doing meth and having their own beliefs validated. So she brought up earlier this terrible book by a French guy that like said that like the Aryans were actually Indian, Hindu, it doesn't matter. The Nazis put everything in there. Like if you watch if you play Wolfenstein, this is like my favorite, the Wolfenstein and Indiana Jones and all that occult shit. The Nazis did that shit. They didn't go, everything pointed to them being true because that's how fascism works. Everything is about them needing to overcome and defeat their enemies, that everyone wants to destroy them. Everyone's right now, as an example of it in America, somehow Trump's press secretary is having to continually make the talking point that they're not in charge. I'm serious. Go watch the fucking press events. You can see this happening on TV, that it's somehow like it's the media or the bureaucratic, like they own all three houses, all three forms of government, all three divisions of government. They have the fourth estate locked the fuck down, to say the fucking least. They have all of the billionaires on their side, and somehow they're not in charge. They have to keep that. And everything they do will continue that. This is how fascists work. And stupid people like Abigail Thorne, apparently, believe it, that, oh, well, this is just all, you know, the things that they believe, instead of that it's part of the problematic mental health and the way that society's producing people. It's always everyone else. It's always everyone else. And again, I'll never forgive the deep state thing going over to the right. Pisses me off so bad. That's an old lefty talking point. That's a long standing one. The permanent state that has basically been the reason that the CIA has overthrown so many countries and killed so many leftists and destroyed communist nations and uprisings and worked with just insanely awful, evil people. That's the permanent state. Somehow they got that. It's like, pisses me off.
And biologically diseased. Again, it's
that's not
giving Hitler.
You are actually doing that. So you've got the Hitler particles all over you. You're doing that.
It's giving Hitler, and also, not that this is the worst
Read Nietzsche, moron.
part of this by any means, but it's also pretty hypocritical. Nietzsche criticized Christianity for giving people a false story that stunts our critical development, and here he is.
Oh, boy, I wonder. It's weird. It's like Nietzsche's doing the thing he rallied against. Maybe I should read some Nietzsche to see if he's doing that. Or I should just trust random assholes who hand me pieces of paper that I just read in front of people. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Doing the exact same thing. I mean, all that stuff about magic blood and Chandala, that's all too.
Yes, it is. I wonder if we can find quotes where Nietzsche says that it's bullshit.
But, in the genealogy, Nietzsche also criticizes anti-Semites. Uh-oh! Secretly woke all along?
When someone believes that their actions define who they are in this kind of way, when someone says becoming trans or getting the surgery is how you fight the man, or that, oh, saying that anti-Semites suck makes you woke. It doesn't. Israel says anti-Semites suck. I guess Abigail Thorne thinks Israel's woke. Good job. See, that's the problem. There's a problem with this mentality in general. It's a garbage mentality. It leads you down really, really bad roads. Because, well, anti-Semitism is bad. You must be woke, just like Israel. Donald Trump says anti-Semitism is bad while doing anti-Semitisms. They suck. It's a terrible mental state.
Well, here's where we need some historical context.
You needed a lot of it before this point.
These days, anti-Semitism means anti-Jewish prejudice generally, but when Nietzsche was alive in Germany at the tail end of the 19th century, anti-Semites referred to a...
1880 is not the tail end of like it's really, again, just
specific group of people, the anti-Semites, capital A, capital S. They were a political movement. They opposed equal rights for Jews, they wanted Jews to be deported, and they hated the German Liberal Party. Nietzsche did hate the anti-Semites, and he did criticize them publicly, but not because of any of that stuff. The real reason was much funnier.
Just to mention, I actually read earlier a section where he literally criticized them for that thing. So again, she's a liar and making things up and stating information she not only doesn't have, and it's fine if you don't have it, but don't state the opposite. Don't lie. That's a lie. It's you're lying. You're just bullshitting. You're bullshitting. It's a bullshit thing. And then secondly, to say the real reason is again lying because you don't know the real reason. Fuck off.
And much more petty. Nietzsche's publisher was part of the anti-Semite movement, and we know from his private letters that Nietzsche thought his publisher wasn't selling enough of his books because he was spending too much time on that. So
from a letter, Nietzsche complained that his publisher wasn't working hard enough for his books. He did not say, therefore, I'm against all anti-Semites. This is there's a Family Guy joke of the Hitler being made fun of by like a Jewish guy, and he's like, that's it, I will kill all the Jews. Like, that's not how this works. It's just like one moment. Morty, doesn't this video show you how you can be miseducated by Nietzsche? She's an example of Nietzsche's hermeneutics of suspicion run wild, where you don't really try to understand the other. I don't believe she's ever read Nietzsche. So I would say it's the way that a person can be bamboozled and ruined by internet takes and stupid people feeding them information, but not actually reading it. I don't believe you can get this take from straight up reading Nietzsche. I do not believe that's the case. I understand your point. And I think there's a danger with that with everyone. You could say the same of Marx. You could say the same of Plato, Socrates, the Stoics, even inoffensive philosophy. People can take things a billion ways. I don't care how they take them. That's not really the point. It's not really the point at all. But yeah, it's wild. Nietzsche is not the father of postmodernism. Postmodernism is the, as Frederick Jameson has described, it's the cultural state of late-stage capitalism. Postmodernism is not a philosophy.
So that's why he didn't like them. Also, Nietzsche's sister Elizabeth married a guy named Bernard Forster, who was big in the anti-Semite movement, and Nietzsche didn't
He was a Nazi.
like that Bernard was coming between him and his sister.
Nietzsche wasn't very close to his sister.
So he
She wrote about that, actually, that she wasn't as close as she could have been. And that the theory is that she rewrote a lot of stuff to be closer to him. But again, we don't know, but we do know they didn't spend a lot of time together.
criticized them for that. Elizabeth edited and published some of the books that now bear.
Again, the phrasing here. She took a lot of writings she found and collated them and edited them herself and rewrote parts to make them more clear.
Nietzsche's name. So after World War II,
Nico Mamonod, has anyone mentioned Carefree Wanderings taken over Kant video? Yes. Years ago, Sunday and I actually watched it and enjoyed his takes more. Sadly, Carefree Wandering, I think, has gone in a weird place, but she's been shit forever on philosophy. This is just a really wild one.
there was a bit of an attempt to pin the anti-Semitic stuff on her.
She was a fucking Nazi.
We're opening up a whole new frontier on the board now. Was Elizabeth woke?
No.
Elizabeth and her husband Bernard were big into the anti-Semite movement. In 1887, they moved to Paraguay to start a racially pure Aryan colony away from Jews. Bernard killed himself. Score one for the Jews, I guess.
No, that's not, again, how that works.
And after that, Elizabeth comes back to Germany to take care of her brother, who by that point had gone insane.
I hate to break it to people, but you see, when she moved to Paraguay, they didn't talk because she was in Paraguay. I mean, in 1880 to 1890, That's not the kind of time frame where you like had the internet or planes. Like, planes aren't a thing yet. Oh no, I've got a monkey. One sec, I have a monkey here.
It was a monkey.
You are a monkey. Can you say hello to everybody?
Hello.
All right.
Sitting on the desk.
You are sitting on the desk. All right. I am going to say goodnight to my little monkey, and I will be back in 2 seconds.
Heather, down here though.
I'm sure Heather knows you're down here. Do you want to just sit right there and watch me? No, I'm not going to play a game. I know you want me to, but I've got to do this. I'm talking about philosophy and books.
Ubermensch book.
Yep. I know, Dex.
Slays.
Yep.
Book.
Will to Pokemon. Well, that's just fucking adorable. I can see Will to Pokemon. I can see that. See, Pokemon meets Nietzsche philosophy. That's the thing. All right, monkey, give me a hug.
I have to.
No, you do it.
No, I don't.
I'll be right back.
It's
One
will
moment.
to power.
All right. It's fun. See, I don't want to play a game right now. So it's going to be a fun few minutes here. But we're going to keep going. When you exist in the 1880s, 1870s to 1890s, and you have a sibling on another continent as a thing, you don't see them. You don't have a close relationship when someone lives, whatever the boat ride is, no planes, 1890, not a thing, between fucking Germany and Paraguay. Wild. All right, Morty says, postmodernism is defined as suspicion towards meta-narratives. Nietzsche with Freud and Marx is known as the fathers of hermeneutics of suspicion. It can be described as that. And it comes from that and stems from that. I think there's a more problematic way if we start talking about the hermeneutics of suspicion, because I think the word suspicion could be easily flipped with what it is, which is critique. Because the ability to find autocritique or to discover and work within critique is the same as suspicion in a lot of the ways that's described. It becomes challenging to have that conversation. In the hermeneutics of suspicion, you don't focus on the truth. You tell the story about the asserter's bad motives. I do think that's a little bit oversimplifying as well. Nietzsche would not have us look at someone's bad motives. He wouldn't go, well, that's not what you really want. That's why you're lying. He'd say, look, the world you live in, the place you live in, how you live, where you exist, and all of this creates a unique type of mentality, and that mentality puts you in a very problematic place overall. This fucking kid. This fucking kid. This fucking kid. All right. That's it. Nope. This is Dexter. He's hiding because I still don't want, he doesn't know quite what YouTube is yet. So he doesn't know that what he's volunteering himself for. All right, you're going upstairs now. Nope. Yep. Oh. You're going to stay in my closet. He doesn't quite know what choices he's making yet in terms of being out there. So if that makes sense. Yeah. This is a fucking whole thing. This is fucking a lot.
To Germany to take care of her brother, who by that point had gone insane.
There's a wonderful movie, by the way, by Bela Tarr called The Turin Horse, about the horse that made Nietzsche crack. Phenomenal film. Very slow.
Elizabeth lived for another 3 decades managing the Nietzsche archive. She was a big fan of Mussolini and also of Hitler. Hitler's really like tying this whole board together. All roads just lead directly to Hitler. It's like a History Channel documentary. Whilst Elizabeth was managing the Nietzsche archive and doing all that editing and publishing, she may have engaged in some light forgery and also prevented the publication of certain materials. So that's where this idea comes from that, oh, actually she was behind all the anti-Semitic stuff. However, the material that Elizabeth forged was more personal than political.
See, this is like literally when you start with a theory and you start working backwards from it, this is how you get to that point. To say that a woman who moved to Paraguay to create an Aryan nation did something more personal than political in her fucking life is a goddamn leap.
Basically, she tried to make it seem like she and her brother were closer towards the end of his career than they really were, and that's about it. At least according to American scholar Robert Hulb and his book Nietzsche's Jewish Problem. So the anti-Semitic stuff, that wasn't invented by somebody else. That's all original. Nietzsche.
Yeah, it's not though. Like this is insane. It's so insane. This is so over the top. It's unbelievable.
Did believe that Jews were racially inferior.
He did not.
Thought they were an immoral and corrupting influence on society.
No.
And he saw the Jewish question, i.e., what are we going to do with all these Jews, as a legit political issue.
So did Marx, because it was a legit political issue because people were doing things about it. If you hadn't noticed, about 40, 50 years later, people did shit about it. And it kind of was a big deal.
He wavered a bit on his preferred answer to that, but I mean, there's not really a good answer there, is there?
Yes, there is. Just amazing.
It's giving Hitler?
Identitarians, people who live for their identity and require it. This is the line of thought.
1933, the Nazis get elected. Elizabeth probably voted Hitler, though there's no way of knowing for sure. But in a letter she wrote from the same year, she said that she liked Hitler, but didn't approve of all the anti-Semitism stuff.
It's not really how she phrased it, if I remember right, but sure.
Which she blamed on Joseph Goebbels. Incredible. Well, obviously I don't approve of all of his extreme rhetoric on social issues, but I've got to defend my money against the communists, so yeah, I voted for Hitler. He's going to make Germany strong again. Hitler gave Elizabeth a whole bunch of money to manage the Nietzsche archives. Elizabeth dies of old age in 1935. Hitler came to her funeral, and that colony in Paraguay is still there. According to this New York Times article that I found from 2013, it is now a pretty normal, just normal town of about 6,000
Buildings are still there. Like the phrasing of this, so poorly written, everything's so poorly written, but I think this is where you get those moments where it's like, oh, this is how little they care about the words they're using. That colony in Paraguay is still there. That would be like saying, there was this town that massacred a whole bunch of Indians, and that town, they're all still there. We call it New York City now, and of course it's completely different than it was, and the buildings, some of them are still there, and it's not the same people at all, and of course it's a massive, but yeah, it's the same town. It's the same colony.
still there. According to this New York Times article that I found from 2013, it is now a pretty normal, just normal town of about 6,000 Paraguayan people. Congratulations to the Aryan master race on that stunning achievement. I really don't think it's looking good for Friedrich Nietzsche. I mean, he was really racist.
Berlin's still there. This town of Nazis, the capital of the Nazis, is still there. Like, what?
He's really anti-Semitic.
The Nazi capital. Hitler's house, the Nazi, like, fuck, God.
He didn't like women. He
did not like women. It's more complex than that, but his takes on women are pretty fucking wild sometimes. I can give that, but it's not like, even for the time though, they were still progressive.
Democracy. He openly approved of eugenics.
He did not.
I'm loading the cancel gun. Could we mount a last-minute defense for woke Nietzsche?
Probably not, because it would require reading him, which you've never done, apparently.
Could we say, it was a different time, you know?
No,
People
don't even have to do that.
Back then, they didn't.
Literally the quote you used, I just read the rest of the sentences, and it made it clear that you were just bullshit.
They didn't know racism was bad. Wokeness hadn't been invented yet. Wokeness, as we all know, was invented by the CIA in 2016 to prevent burning.
Sarcasm is a fantastic way to not make a point.
Sanders from becoming president. But here's the thing. Some people back then did know that racism was bad. They were called racial minorities, and they weren't listened to because...
No. White people also did not like racism. Did you know that, Abigail? There are abolitionists of all stripes who didn't like racism or slavery or castes of classes of people. In fact, there's some famous ones, you fucking moron.
Because of all the racism. Checkmate. I don't know.
Nietzsche has extensive writings that go against the concept of race as a biological class. And he considered it basically weak-minded. Racist, he considered to be weak-minded.
In all seriousness, though, I just don't think we do ourselves any favors by pretending that this stuff isn't in the text.
Because it's not, you fucking moron, and you liar.
But it's now time to open the...
So it's just not in the text. The examples you give, then you say other shit that sounds worse. But remember, the examples given are explicitly not what was said, and in fact, the opposite of that. So when she says things like, he says that he's for eugenics, presume the same. There's no reason to not presume the same. Give her all of the room she's already given and earned. She's earned the fact that she lies, makes up quotes, removes things out of context, and then says shit that is unrelated to the thing entirely in order to completely poison the well. Period.
Envelope and find out the answer. Here we go.
So wait, is this whole video just resentment against people who read philosophy? No. I wish it was that. This is an identitarian and reactionary, actually, who simply wants to make a general point about shaming people who do things they find bad, so that way they can feel good about themselves. So close.
Oh, man. Oh, jeez. It's gonna say he's not woke. It's gonna say not woke. I put so much money.
You're not woke.
Oh my god.
This is woke. This who cares? Woo.
Surprise!
Like, just shit writing. Again, this is just embarrassing.
I'm not here to cancel Friedrich Nietzsche.
You couldn't, you fucking moron. Trust me.
He's been dead for, like, what, 120 years? He's already been cancelled by pneumonia. We can acknowledge all of the wild racist stuff
We don't have to, actually, because that doesn't really exist.
that he said, whilst still getting something out of the good bits.
The good bits. Name one good thing that he did. And I haven't watched this far because Sunday stopped, I stopped. I have a theory that she is going to try to compliment Nietzsche and also get it wrong in the greatest twist of all time. And it won't be intentional, but it will be funny.
I mean, clearly.
Case in point.
But the reason I framed things this way is there's this whole genre of
I hate being right. I want to be surprised with these people.
on YouTube now that is dedicated to telling you whether things are woke or unwoke. I mean, like video games and
There is nothing more pathetic. There's nothing more pathetic than this. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. So you do a bait title and picture and thumbnail and a video about how Nietzsche woke or not. And then your final point is, it's lame to be outraged or even have that conversation. I've just spent 25 minutes wasting your time because I don't value it because I'm a narcissist who doesn't read books or care about philosophy. Instead, I will make this, and I bet you, like every YouTube video, most people didn't watch until halfway and they went, holy fuck, he's a racist, and they're done. You're poisoning people. You're doing the opposite of philosophy. Garbage person. Just a fucking garbage. What garbage this is.
movies and oh my god. Star Wars, so many grown men are so angry about woke Star Wars.
It's because you're bringing this up because you were in it. Star Wars is a children's show. Grow up.
Especially since I was in it.
Yeah, that's not why. It's because Star Wars sucks now and has sucked for many, many years. Star Trek sucks now. Everything sucks now. Things suck now. No one cares that you're in it. Narcissist. God.
So much of the media cycle now is this like woke, anti-woke clash.
Oh, and I'm good for stepping outside of it by doing a half-hour video about Nietzsche being woke or anti-woke. Not contributing at all.
The philosopher Wendy Brown says that this woke versus anti-woke, like DEI moral panic, is a symptom of cultural nihilism. It's a sign that values are losing their value. Everything has become commercialized. Even ethics, which is just reduced to branding, to content. So how do we fight this? I mean, something's gone wrong with society. We've gone off the rails. We're valuing the wrong things. How do we combat this cultural nihilism? Well, do you know who is actually fighting cultural nihilism?
Nietzsche?
The MAGA movement.
It's so gross. So let me just give a short version. She has a second video. We're not going to watch it because I'm not paying money to do that, and I don't care. Like, this is already torture enough. And she clearly doesn't understand Nietzsche. Nebula, which is a service that people pay in order to watch educational videos, sponsored this and that, and her for the most part. And that's behind a paywall on Nebula. Everyone here should let Nebula know. If you have a membership, cancel it immediately. Just cancel it. Nebula's trash because it doesn't matter what they get on the service. All they care is that they get more content that people will click on. They're playing a game. They're not an educational platform. They're shit. Fuck them. Period. Sorry if you work for Nebula, but you are Satan's little helpers, apparently. So grow up. The idea that MAGA isn't culturally nihilistic is fucking terrifying to me that she believes this. It is the epitome of cultural nihilism. It's the epitome of cultural nihilism. It's a cynical take on politics explicitly. It's nihilistic explicitly. Jesus Christ. You have to be incredibly stupid. Do you know, like, the good nihilism is Nietzsche. Nietzsche's the good nihilism. The me nihilism. There's a good nihilism. There's a positivist nihilism. It exists. It's good. Thank you, Insomnia Noir, for $5. You ever see the scene in Scanners where the dude's head blew up? This is Lewis Black has a bit about how his theory why people have aneurysms and die is because one day they hear the stupidest thing that they've ever heard and they can't get out of their head, and eventually it kills them because they can't stop thinking about it. This is that. This is that. Secret Agent, and isn't capitalism at its root cultural nihilism? Yes, especially when their number one department is the Department of Governmental Efficiency. That's nihilism. That's what the fuck? Like, yes, that's the line. If it weren't for my horse, I would have spent that year in college. Or, do you know who's really fighting cultural nihilism? MAGA. Just fucking right here, just the vein. Poop! And then I just fall over and die.
They're actually some of the only people who are even talking about it. So that's what we are going to talk about.
PhilosphyTube is officially trash. Officially trash. That's it. This trash. This is the problem with popular philosophy. Mark Fisher. This is Mark Fisher turn. This is a Mark Fisher turn. And people, why do you hate Mark Fisher now? I used to really support, I even liked Mark Fisher for a little bit early on. People would read Mark Fisher, Capitalist Realism, and then come away and they might read a Deleuze book or two and be like, anything that would get people into Deleuze. Thank God. Thank you. And just join. But then I noticed, I got invited to join the Deleuze subreddit as a moderator because I like explaining things to people and having conversations with people because I am stupid. I'm a very stupid man who will in good faith have conversations with people who do not care for hours and hours and hours. And there are many, many examples of this in the last couple of years online. And what I learned is that people who start with Mark Fisher never get to Deleuze right. They just don't. Because Mark Fisher is writing about ideology. Deleuze ain't. It's actually a deeply anti-Deleuzian work. In fact, most of what the CCRU did, this is Nick Land to Mark Fisher to all of them, is deeply, deeply, deeply critical of Deleuze, but don't know they are because they didn't really read it that well in the first place. Because, as I like to say, are you shocked that British guys tended to find themselves as the center of the world and that they're always correct about everything? Leave it to white British people to find a way to be the most narcissistic fucks on the planet. Americans even have that, but it's usually with at least a tinge of pretend humility. British people don't even have that these days when they do this shit. So this is what happens. You get this fucking garbage where people just terribly, terribly, terribly just dump shit. And it's analogous to things that you understand. And so you jump into them, but they don't understand that they're not actually explaining the thing. And you can do this. I've got a couple of videos. I have a video that I'm finishing working on where I talk through how specifically despotic overcoding and cultural hegemony operates, because most people believe it operates by taking over a culture, but it doesn't. What it does is it overcodes, it writes over the things that are happening. The example I'm using is a pop culture thing, Trolls World Tour. Sounds silly, but it's not an analogy, because in Trolls World Tour, they literally have it happen. And it's not explicit in the film, but you can see it happen. There are things in pop culture where you can do this. Zizek's actually very good at this. His entire book, Everything You Want to Know About the Con, but We're Afraid to Ask Hitchcock, is probably one of the best books on Lacan for someone who's wanting to start down the path of Jacques Lacan, who is notoriously difficult. And I would never recommend reading Lacan directly, like as a start. It's very good because he understands the thing as it is that the thinker's trying to get across in the construction of it and the structuration. And then he finds not an analog to that. He finds that. That's it. Because you don't have to find an analog to things. Analogs don't really exist. Analogs are misshapen nightmares of things. They're the Frankenstein's monster of philosophy. All of this shit that we just watched is analog. It's all bullshit. It has nothing to do with anything. It's garbage. Pop culture shit is garbage. Always is. But you can find the analog of the thing. For example, when I read that Nietzsche piece, when I said, hey, the literal thing we're watching her do is what he's saying you shouldn't do. That's not an analog. It's the thing. It's not hard to find. Philosophy is everywhere. Everywhere. This is horrifying. This is someone who's not only really never read Nietzsche, but I would be very hard pressed to believe they have any background in philosophy at all if this is how they read people. Because it's incredibly, not just unforgiving, but it's reading it poorly, uncritically, without curiosity. That's depressing that this is PhilosphyTube. You get to trademark that shit. You get to own. Abigail Thorne owns PhilosphyTube. That's not a thing anyone else can use. It's not like BreadTube. It'd be like if someone started a channel called BreadTube and just owned it. AnarchyTube, black Twitter as a Twitter account and then trademarked it. That's what she did. This is a reactionary who's deeply self-interested and only cares about that. And not someone who cares about philosophy. They got honors on their philosophy. Who cares? Who cares? I don't give a shit about how well they did. They don't read philosophy. Like, it's just clear they don't. She's not a person who's read Nietzsche. That's it. That's it. And JG, I don't want to say you shouldn't read CCRU. No one should start there. That would be my argument. No one should start with these wild ways of taking Deleuze or taking this or taking that. Start with the thinkers. Don't start with Nietzsche. Don't, whatever this shit is. I don't even know what the fuck this is, but this is how a lot of people are going to be introduced to Nietzsche, and they're fucked, and they're never going to come out of it. They're just never going to come out of it. Very frustrating. Because if we look at it right now, it's 126,000 views, 14,000 likes. And I think between Sunday and I, if I had to guess, we are, I've gotten 1,500 views total, in and out. Happy days. That's good shit. 200 concurrents. By the way, this is a new record for me. Love you all. But like, they have they have 100 times the likes that I do views. This is the internet. I'm not even saying I should be successful. This should not be successful is what I'm saying. Go watch Mr. Beast, for fuck's sake. God, it'd be better. So tiring.
Next time, was Nietzsche MAGA? You can see that video
No, because it's nationalist. He's explicitly against nationalism.
right now.
Yep. Do not do this. We're not going to follow through on Nebula. What the fuck? Do not support her Patreon. It's terrible. This is all terrible. Don't do this. These poor people who think that like they're getting good content, but they're just, or you know what? Good for them. They're supporting a creator that they care about emotionally. Happy day. What a fucking nightmare this is. The comments are just awful. Thank you for placing Mussolini upside down. That is a fair little joke. I get it. Ha ha ha. Hitler was not woke. Truly the highest overmen. I'm pretty over. I'm dead. Yeah, it's just fucking all. I'm trying to say people can't. You missed the Emma Gold. Sam 249. Thank you for the 249. It's a blessing you exist. Cheers. Oh, it's Arachne. Love you. And thank you. Any support always from everyone is loved. Patreon.com/DGQC. Support it here or join the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. We teach people philosophy. We literally do, and we enjoy doing that. I have to assume a lot of these people are 15. I fucking wish. I wish that was the case. This isn't Twitch. This is YouTube. YouTube ages up. These are early 20-somethings. YouTube's a different age group. I won't show you my age demographics, but not a lot of teenagers. And I'm sure there's a good amount there in some ways, but not really for these groups. YouTube ages up. This isn't Twitch. It's a very, very weird thing as a thing. And yes, please do like the stream. This was awful. This was awful. Just terrible. $3 a month to play this. Come on, give me a preview. Fuck you. It's also, they don't allow the free video anymore. Nebula used to allow like one free video. So, will to power. Nope and nope. Like, this is the challenge with stupid people. They don't understand, they don't know things. We watched that Fox News lady. I will love this clip forever. Oh, Trump's putting tariffs on coffee. Maybe they'll just grow it here. Like, that's just not how anything works. Alley Cat, you're so nice, Alley. I've just crossed the 4-hour mark, and I have no interest in writing her because it's clear she's never read Nietzsche. This isn't a disagreement thing. I will tell you flatly, and you can go back and rewatch. And for those of you who are members, you have the ability to put up Nietzsche's. There's the Nietzsche face from the book. Remember the one I showed? You have this emote in white. If you agree with this, there's no disagreement here. She's trash. Just trash. She lies. She makes stuff up. She says shit out of context and doesn't read the actual paragraph that she's even reading on screen. It's the worst. It's not kind of bad. This isn't come across someone who says, well, the body without organs is like a bunch of organs but without a body. You just don't get it. I get it. You don't get the book? I don't hate that. You're allowed to not understand things. People are allowed to not get things. I don't want to talk down to that. But when you explicitly are saying, this is a racist statement, when in context, and the way you've edited it, it still doesn't even read as racist, but in context, it's the opposite of that. And it's saying how we need to not believe that these things are necessary, but instead understand that they come from a place that is bodily and not simply an idea and some transcendent bullshit. When we do that, that's a critique, a good critique. When you say that's racist and biologically essentialist, you suck. It's like, it's hard to even describe Allie how far off she is. It can only be. She may reconsider this take. No. She's never read Nietzsche. This isn't a take. She's not read Nietzsche. She's read parts of it, things someone gave to her. It's not disappointing. So I can go back. The Kant take was disappointing. That's someone who, again, overstating and way out over their skis doesn't understand Kant, who I will admit, difficult. Kant's way harder than Nietzsche. Kant's way harder than Nietzsche. Like, flatly. The Nebula video, I'd have to give money. I don't want to give money and support this. Yes, this is... My daughter loves Cookie Monster, so I have a big blue Cookie Monster shirt. Kant is super difficult. All right. Here, we can do this. We can do this. I'm gonna be a bit of a dick here. We're gonna have fun for the next 15 minutes. In the next 15 minutes, If I get 5 super chats, teal and higher, I'll get it. We'll watch it tonight. But we'll do 15 minutes of chilling the vibes and let my brain die a little bit, because this was not enjoyable at all. This was not enjoyable at all. Let me see. I'm not signed in as the channel owner. Of course I'm signed in as the channel owner. I'm literally signed in as the fucking channel owner. What the fuck? Did it like sign me? It signed me out. I just, YouTube, you are just the worst. YouTube, you're just always the worst. We'll do 5 super chats, teal and higher, and we'll do 15 minutes and watch shitty video. Be the goal. Apparently I'm still not the channel owner. How does this work? What is the channel owner then? How does the channel owner work as a thing, YouTube? Can you substantiate some of the claims about PhilosphyTube being trash and making things up? I just spent 4 hours, and you can go back and rewind. I'm not going to revisit 4 hours worth. It is horrible. It starts badly and it continues badly. But specifically, there's 2 quotes she uses towards the end to say, well, here's how he's a race essentialist, when the quotes are actually the opposite of that, if you even give it a second. So absolutely, throughout the entire 4 hours, and you can go back and watch, it's a fucking hard 4 hours because philosophy is difficult. You can't take a 30-minute thing, a 25-minute thing that is about an entire philosopher's oeuvre, and say such wrong shit throughout it. She doesn't get the master-slave capacity correct. She's wrong kind of about priests. She's very wrong when it comes to willpower. Very, very, very wrong. Totally wrong when it comes to Ressentiment. And you can keep going on through this. There's just an insane amount wrong. And I'm not alone in this. We've got people who are literally studying Nietzsche in here. I have read a lot of Nietzsche. We've got scholars of Nietzsche who've popped in and out to make little funny, snipey comments. It's shit. It's shit. And I'm not going to necessarily go back through the 4 hours. Kant is hard but manageable. Hegel is best understood while high on text. If you don't watch the professor with the chalkboard who goes through it, Gregory, he's the only person who can get me through Hegel. It's the only reason I made it through Hegel, to be very honest. I don't think I would have without that, and I'm not sure I grasped all of it, but I think it gave me a big leg up to understanding stuff, honestly, that didn't grab me and pull me in. Says, thank you, Edith Buck. Very cozy tonight. Need something to watch. Secret Asian Dance should go to bed, but this is worth it. Keep it up. Keep it up. We'll see what we can do. See what we can do. We'll just start the sign up, and I will go to this other mode so that way you guys don't see my info. We'll get it going. But it's tough. Hegel is best understood reading it upside down. I had someone come at me with a very different way to read Hegel than I was traditionally understood by. These are, again, if we're fortunate at the QC, we get actual scholars. Like, it's crazy, the people we get. Oh, Ms. Dixer, hey, 1499 helps you procrastinate from work deadlines? Pretty much. My algorithm does not like sending it to making me YouTube recommendations. So I would happily cheer that our channel is good if you're focused really around Deleuze and a handful of other people around him. We've got Nietzsche, a little bit of Lacan. That's kind of as far out as we go. We've got Bergson, Simondon, Mallarmé, just a huge amount. Outside of our channel, Machine Unconscious Happy Hour is like good philosophy, faster. Acid Horizon, good philosophy, smaller. I have disagreements with all of these people in various ways, but they're what I would say is like happy disagreements. I don't know if they would say the same thing, but I would. There's a lot of good stuff there. Nietzsche has a Now and Then. Is it Now and Then? Has a phenomenal channel with their older stuff's very good. Some missteps lately, but there's some really good channels out there. It's tougher to find, as I like to recommend. Then and Now, thank you. I like to recommend generally just picking up a book and reading. Like, that's the best thing you can do. All right, so it is $6 a month. Oh, and it's supporting PhilosphyTube. Let me sign up elsewhere. and get rid of that referral. Thank you. I don't want a commission fee to go to this person for doing this. Let's find someone I like. There we go. We'll go with him. Please. Wait. All right. So create an account. Let's do it. Something I can delete immediately. Just start the account and cancel it. We've got enough super chats. If you have the desire to add more, feel free. H Bomber, there are good videos. Don't get me wrong. H Bomber guy, solid videos every 6 years. The guy who did the great stuff on NFTs. God damn it. My brain. Folding Ideas. Phenomenal. Less philosophy stuff, though. Like, they're not really philosophy. They touch into ideas, but it's not that. Folding Ideas, Dan Olson stuff. Very good. They're good videos. They're not philosophy. They're commentary. There's a difference. So it's kind of tough on that side of things. I agree there. Create the account. Got it. Proceed to payment. Things I do for you people. Oh God, it's $6.51. Well, I don't know about that. I'm just kidding. All right, there's that. And payment successful. And subscription. We are going to cancel it because I don't want to have to fucking think about this the rest of the month. Yep. Good. Canceled and done. Perfect. Okay. Let's sign in and go to this terrible, terrible video. Things I do for you people. Things I do for money. I guess I'm a whore now. Whore for philosophy. Yeah, we'll save that. And let's see. Theater mode. All right, let's see if this works. If I go back and I go to YouTube. Kind of works. All right. Cuck philosophy is okay. There's a lot of, so again, analogy is a danger. Here, let me give a ramble and then we'll get to this. I need to get water, so we're going to take a 5-minute break anyway. But there's brilliant philosophy everywhere. You can find lots of amazing writing on this to help you get started or find out a thing that you might be interested in. There is no substitute, none, for reading the author, ever. You can get help with that. You can ask me, for example, what did Deleuze mean by this? Explain Deleuze to me right now. I'll happily do it, but that's not a substitute. That's help. So anything you watch, anything you read, do not presume it's helping you understand the author. That would be the mistake. You're not doing that. You're not understanding their concepts. You do that by reading the actual author. Supporting that with secondary texts is necessary, brilliant even, and in fact helps in every single way. But you have to read the actual material. This would be true of everything. If, for example, you wanted to go, hey, you know, I'm really curious about how physics works. Let's talk about physics. Okay, cool. Gravity is technically slow time. What? Because it is, by the way. Technically, your feet are moving slower through time than your head. That's why you fall down. That's why down is down. That's a cool fact, right? I think it's fucking cool. That doesn't help you understand anything. But if you go, oh, I understand it. Gravity is just slow time. You fucked yourself in actually going to go study what gravity is or how time works or how space-time operates or how we understand physics. All of these things are completely broken now. All of these things are completely broken now. So it works with everything that way. It works with mathematics that way. It works with painting. Hey, can you teach me how to be a good painter? Sure. You need to really look at, what's not there as much as what's there. That doesn't help. I mean, it's a good idea. It's a thought. This is the same thing. You actually have to do the thing. And if you want to do the thing, do the thing. Some people try out analogies that are just cliches from a dumpster, though. I do not care for lazy metaphor, absurdist aphorisms I can do. Cliche brain, thank you, no. With you on that. If you're using analogy or metaphor to fuck with an idea and play with it, I adore it. It's playing with. It's a paradoxical joke, silly. I love silly. I love all that. I love upending things by saying things weirdly. But when you analogize, you eliminate what the person's saying by trying to fit it to something else and then adding you and that other person to it. Just fucks everything up. With that depressing note, and thank everyone for the supers, by the way. I didn't read all of them. Let me make sure I go back through because I should give everyone love and credit. Obviously, Ms. Dixer, thank you for that. Anjad, thank you for the 5. And as above, so below. Loving this tea spill session. I appreciate all of that, everyone. Thank all of you, by the way, for supporting this. Slowly but surely, it's becoming more of a thing that I can dedicate more time to, and I would love that to be the case because it's one of those things. How do you monetize this and turn it into a thing that I can feed my family with? And it's not a thing I like to do cynically. So it's been slow and weird, but this feels good. It's nice. Alderin Albarelli, I understand less about gravity after hearing its slow time. Yeah, it's weird, right? It's also technically not true, but also is very much true because everything's fucked up once you start saying these things. Because it's not that it's slow time, but it's that time is slower. Sort of. Yeah. Morty says there are some philosophers whom I would recommend good commentaries before texts. Kant, Hegel, Heidegger. You know what? I'm just going to say pretty much anyone from the German idealist tradition is going to need... Yeah, I can get with that on that. I can get with that. There are thinkers that a secondary text or something else helps. Lacan, for example, as I said, I recommend Zizek's book about Hitchcock that talks about Lacan because holy shit, it elucidates everything so well. Kant, I actually don't know. Kant is complicated. I'm not an expert on Kant. I've read enough, and I've gone through it multiple times with secondary texts. There's a lot there. For copyright strike reasons. That is actually a fair point. One sec. Ooh, that could be tough. Kind of don't want a copyright strike. That's for sure. But you can't just delete if I get to that point. The video will eventually come out. The challenge will be until then, because I'm being critical of it. If there is a desire or want or ability, it'll get struck pretty much immediately. So it becomes a challenge of is that the battle I want to do? One sec. Let me find out. Let's see. It's a challenge. Yeah, the Nebula vids often don't necessarily come out. I would think this one at some point. But fuck, I took the money to do it too. So, I have to figure out what to do here. We're going to do a few minutes of it. If they fucking strike me, so be it. They strike me, so fucking be it.
I have a friend who I'm pretty sure voted for Donald Trump. And
Here we go. We'll do this. It's not going to be a lot of audio. Here we go. Daughter supported Harris. She didn't want her Republican relatives around for the holidays. Couldn't understand the perspective, the setup. Politics is personal. Should never shun someone.
I couldn't understand his perspective. How could you put somebody's choice to vote Trump off to one side? Like, it just doesn't even matter at all. I think we can explain this conflict with a little bit.
The video is 29 minutes. So this is going to be a thing. I hope you guys can read. If I don't show the video, it's safer. I don't know if that's the case. I can make the video. You know what? We can fuck around with this a little bit. Let's see. Let's see if we can get away with the thing. Let's try to get away with the thing. That'll be fun. I prefer the idea of trying to get away from with a thing. Let's see. We get rid of you, and then you get a filter. And let's see. Posterize and then add another one. I didn't know you don't have to do a lot in order to get around the visual stuff. If you haven't seen, there's a couple guides that actually show how to do it, because you just need a bar that crosses across it, a few other stupid things like that. It's pretty basic shit, to be frank. It's not really that interesting. So like, just have them display spin a little higher. There you go. No, we want it slow. We want it nice and slow and weird. And there. That's materially changed, I think. Alley cats. Resi, oh my God. What did Resi say? What happened? What did I miss? Resi said these glasses make you look way too Sam Hyde. Look. Glasses make me look too Lennon. Okay? It's not my fault. Sam Hyde also likes Lennon's glasses. Not John. Not Lennon. Lenin. Yeah, it's not my fault. You know how horrified I was when he fucking started wearing these? I was like, you motherfucker. God damn it. I was like, you son of a bitch. I was so mad. Because I was like, it was the first thing. You're the first one. Because I know you fucking you watch Sam Hyde. So... I knew you'd at some point you'd make the comment. We'll do this, and then subtitles are useless now. Let me fix that. That's a very fair point. Doop, 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 doop. There, I think that should work. I like his comedy, but not the guy. Moms is one of my favorite sketches. Can't help it. And Tyler in the Bowl Cut. Tyler in the Bowl Cut. I will fucking make everyone watch every time. Tyler Bowl Cut. I don't give a shit. This is like comedy.
Hey, it's me, Tyler. I just got my bowl cut, and I'm really excited about my new bowl cut.
It's easily my favorite. I don't know why. And then?
Hey, it's me, Tyler, again. I just checked out my bowl cut in the mirror, and it looks a little uneven. I'm really upset. Jennifer, who cut my hair, didn't do a good enough job with the bowl cut, and I'm going back to get another bowl cut.
I love it. He has a few moments.
Bit of help.
When Musk essentially shuts down the Consumer Financial Protection.
Oh, that is another tab.
19th century German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche.
All right. How am I going to get around that one? Let's see. We got this over here. And then I just have, let's see. One sec. I'm going to. Droop. Sorry, just 2 seconds. There we go.
In fact, I think we can explain a lot of the MAGA movement generally using Nietzsche's work. So,
That's probably, is that overdone for you guys? Let me know. Was that too much? Because that will definitely make sure that this doesn't get grabbed by anyone. Or the bots. We'll find out.
here we go. Some people think that morality shouldn't come into business. That, hey, whatever right and wrong says, you've just got to do what's right for the company. So they still believe in morality, they just have a different belief about when
it applies.
Similarly,
yeah, that's right.
my Trump voting friend doesn't lack morals. He's not an animal. When he says politics is personal, he just means that there isn't a universal moral standard. There's no one way that everybody should vote, just a diversity of opinions. His daughter evidently disagrees and thinks there is a universal moral standard that applies in every voting booth, that voting Republican in this particular election at least was morally wrong, and she doesn't want to associate with anyone who did. So it's not that she has morals and he doesn't. They both have morals. The disagreement is about when they should come into play.
It's an interesting way to phrase that, I think. This is gonna become a thing. I have a feeling this is gonna become. I'm gonna have issues with this across the board. I just know it. We're gonna do one last little bit that lets. Just let me know if it's too annoying. I apologize to everyone, by the way. Yeah.
Now, for Nietzsche, it is a mistake to think that morality is universal and applies to everyone.
Yep, this is true.
He was quite comfortable saying that for some people, the rules are just different, especially if they are a better class of person.
No. God damn, I forgot how bad this was. The first minute and a half is just a fucking story, and then it's like... It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay. Nietzsche did not believe that... wow, this is... It's really difficult to have this conversation because, again, if I were to say, Nietzsche did believe that morality is different for different people of different classes. I also would be hard-pressed to disagree with that statement, because the material reality of people in different classes is that by nature, they are enabled to have different moralities. For example, a slave in the South did not have the freedom to willingly marry anyone they wanted. The white slave owners did. Is that because they were a better class of people? Yes. Is it because they were better? No. But they were in the better class? Yes. Because that's how society valued them and placed these rules. So how do you respond to someone who's taking something in the proper words? And I think it is, I don't have a way to disagree with that in that sense. It's like, did Nietzsche believe this? Yes, Nietzsche believed this. Like, I'm not gonna say otherwise, Nietzsche, but I believe this. I fucking believe this. Who doesn't believe this? Morality of different classes enables different classes. This is the problem with these people. Yeah, she's loose with her terminology. She doesn't have a fucking terminology. I appreciate that you think that, but this is bad. Would shocking to know Abigail is the most philosophically literate person on her film criticism podcast, Kill James Bond? No. I would assume that Abigail gets her kicks out of pretending to be intellectual. So she'd probably put herself around people who don't question her.
Nietzsche definitely believed in hierarchy.
I believe hierarchy exists. Do I believe in hierarchy? It's like asking if I believe in Christianity. It exists.
Like, he was pretty much a white supremacist.
No. No, he was not. He really wasn't. He... I'm going to have to do this for everything, aren't I? Nietzsche meant it descriptively, but it seems so much of what she portrays him saying is prescriptive, which is blatantly untrue. That's a really great way to phrase it. That's a really specifically good way to phrase it. Descriptive or prescriptive. And this is an important philosophical distinction. You have to be careful with how you phrase things. And again, what Nietzsche's doing was very new philosophy. And so was Spinoza. Like, the tradition was new. We have a billion books out there and AIs that can write this now. But even still, descriptions versus prescriptions. I say, white people have more money and wealth than black people. No one's going to disagree with that statement. I mean, I would love to see someone try. That Elon Musk alone has more wealth than everyone else. So, like, white people have more wealth than black people. But if I say, well, white people ought to have more wealth than black people, or white people have more wealth than black people. White people make more money than black people. You get that line where it's like, is it prescriptive or descriptive? Poof. Oof. But pretty much a white supremacist. Let's see if she substantiates it.
We just did a video about that.
We just debunked that entire video. So, she will not be substantiating it.
If you're curious, you can go and check it out. Now, my
We
Trump
did.
voting friend is...
So, in other words, he's pretty much a white supremacist. I have no reason to believe that whatsoever at this point. There you go. JJ Oswald, there's the rub. They act as though they've read things and understood them. You've heard Deleuze references. Oh, I'm so sorry. See, this is why I'm sorry. If you send me the Deleuze references, if you've heard them, I'll be happy to tear them apart. Because you think this Nietzsche shit gets under my skin, and it does. The Deleuze shit fucking really gets under my skin. Like, really fucking gets under my skin. Really badly.
not a white supremacist.
By the way, Nietzsche was not a white supremacist. Like, as a thing.
In fact, he's black. But he does believe in hierarchy, I think it's fair to say.
I think it's fair to
He
say.
thinks he has some authority over his daughter, especially whilst he's still supporting her. He might not call it authority. He might say that
my
he has a
God.
responsibility to raise her right and prepare her for the
Just
world.
these
and
words
so
don't
on.
even work.
It's clear that he expects some amount of deference from her as part of that relationship, and he regards that deference as flowing naturally to him.
Like, this is such a broken way to talk about how people talk about each other. Jesus Christ. Like, I don't even know this person, and I'm pretty sure this is probably not an accurate discussion.
Despite the fact that his daughter is, in fact, an adult. In other words, in his mind, there is a hierarchy, and so the rules are different. Morality doesn't always apply.
I believe right here she's not talking about Nietzsche, she's talking about her friend. But again, it's written badly, she talks badly, and she doesn't infer things properly or talk with proper intonation because she's not a good actress and she's not a good speaker. So it puts you in a really difficult place of knowing exactly who she's speaking about. It's like when she went through that whole thing and said, there's a word for that, genealogy. But that's not what she was talking about. She was referring back to the thing she started with because it's poorly written and the subject of sentences is not the subject of sentences because no one did a pass of this with the AP Style Guide.
And if there's a
Learn the AP Style Guide if you're going to be a writer. It's important.
disagreement about when it does, he should have the final say because he's the dad. If you're more inclined to view everybody as equal, then you might not have a problem with saying, no, actually the rules are the same for everyone and there is a universal moral standard, but that is not the way that Nietzsche...
No! Oh, God. Oh, that turned on me really quick. Did that turn on anyone else really fast? Okay. She's talking about a father who, in the relation with the daughter, takes care of her and in return expects deference in some capacity. And she says...
when it does, he should have the final say because he's the dad. If you're more inclined to view everybody as equal, then you might not have a problem with saying, no, actually the rules are the same for everyone.
So this is a really, really, really bad misunderstanding of universalist and individualist and equality and egalitarian realities. The rules should not be the same for everyone. Egalitarianism is not saying that the rules should be the same for everyone. That's not egalitarianism. That is not. Right now in America, the rules are the same for everyone, right? Everyone gets a free shot. But, of course, if you start in poverty or as a poor black man, the odds of you in one zip code versus another becoming successful versus a white man, even if the rules are equal, it's not enough because the rules weren't equal because we exist in a time that is after other things. Things happened and we exist now and we come out of those things. So saying, well, now the rules are all equal. Now. That isn't egalitarianism. It's not universalism, not leftism. This is reactionary politics. And
there is a universal moral standard. But that is not the way that Nietzsche would look at it.
Here's the short version. If she is saying that a universal moral standard is a good thing, and Nietzsche wouldn't look at it, that's why it's a bad thing, that she's not a leftist in any capacity at all. This is horrifying.
Here's another example. Nancy Mace, US Representative for North Carolina. She said some very nasty things about trans people and tried to have us banned from using public bathrooms. She was confronted in her office by AOC. And AOC said, hey, don't you think this is kind of bad? Don't you think this is kind of hurtful?
This happened.
I mean, you shouldn't say
those things.
Trans people,
yeah.
right? And Nancy Mace replied, whatever, it's a game.
Points on the board. Remember the end of the last video? She said, you know who's fighting cynicism? MAGA. And she's using this example of a MAGA person being excessively cynical and nihilistic.
To me, that doesn't suggest a lack of morality so much as a disagreement about when.
It's because you're stupid. Okay. If she says, I don't care, it's points on a board, this is because she is dealing with unbridled political power and an understanding cynically that the only thing that matters in the end is what the laws encourage. The idea that she doesn't believe in a universalist moral message because of this is silly. Silly. MAGA is about that. That's the thing they're doing. Jesus Christ.
When it applies and to whom. To AOC, morality obviously applies to trans people. Like, you shouldn't say those sorts of horrible things about us or try and have our rights restricted.
By this logic, it should apply to pedophiles too, and that's not what AOC is saying or what you're saying either. The idea of, again, the universalist message underneath this is being lost, and Jesus goddamn Christ. This using, so frustrating.
But to Nancy Mace, apparently, we don't really come under the scope of morality.
You do. You're immoral. She doesn't care about you. She considers you immoral. She said this. She points on a board. She doesn't care about being mean to people. She sees being mean to trans people as scoring political points towards an end. This doesn't mean she's not consistent.
It's just a game. Points on the board. Now, it would be nice if we could all just agree to disagree about whether morality applies to, say, voting. It would be nice if families around the world could come together over the holidays and not fight about stuff.
What?
But there is a universal standard that we are all bound by. There is something that affects every single one of us, and that is the amount of carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere. I think about this quite often.
Okay.
Some of the classic philosophers we still read today were writing at a time when people didn't know about global warming. I mean, it's all well and good to champion individuality and individual perspectives, but we do, in fact, all live on one very precarious planet, and our actions, including voting, do have an effect on whether or not it remains habitable.
I regret my decision to watch this.
It certainly seems like some
All of you should regret giving me money to watch this.
things should matter.
The good news is I think we'll get through this faster because this is just absurd nonsense.
From everybody's perspective. I mean, isn't that just science? Well, here's a little story about science.
Okay, let's do it.
Last year, I was in Montana, which is a part of planet Earth. I went into a tea shop in Montana.
Okay.
And whilst I was waiting for my order, I eavesdropped.
Coffee shop that has tea. I've been to Montana. Not a lot of tea shops. Helena doesn't have a high-end tea scene. If you want a great tea moment, by the way, I would recommend. You go to big cities. New York's got one. I grew up in Denver. Brown Palace has a tea set. It's amazing. If you want to do the proper, afternoon tea thing, it's good. It's pretty amazing.
Dropped on the conversation that the couple next to me were having. Apologies if you were that couple. Your conversation was just too fascinating not to
I'm sure it
listen.
was.
They were talking about vaccines. The woman was saying that she didn't trust vaccines. She didn't want her kids.
This isn't about morality. And also, so I have an idea I want to share. I think that maybe we should get away from morality and sort of not talk about things in terms of that, but instead of maybe getting, I don't know, beyond the idea of good and evil. Someone should write a book about that.
kids to get any vaccines. And here's some quotes of things she actually said that I surreptitiously wrote down in my phone.
That's
you
great.
trust Western medicine because it's worked for you, but for me, Western medicine killed my mom.
I don't know what's happening. I feel like I'm fucking having a stroke right now. Like, what in the fuck?
I trust my kids' bodies to do what they're meant to do. I'm Cherokee. My ancestors were Cherokee, so I'm very in touch with nature and natural healing.
Well, we already know how she feels about indigenous conquered people. Remember, she called them incels and losers? I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Can everyone who was there say I'm not joking so that everyone knows I'm not lying? Because that sounds like something someone would make up. But I mean it. I'm not joking. Thank you. Thank you. It was fucking... It's like one of the worst things I've seen in a while. It was like, what?
People say to me, oh, you reject science? You want polio to come back? And they're so stupid. Polio was cured because we cleaned up the water. It wasn't the vaccine, so I actually know more science than you. That last point is false, by the way.
What?
The cleaning up the water did help with the polio.
It actually significantly helped the polio situation. But again, if you didn't live through polio, it's very difficult to talk about how you understand it or how it was explained. It's one of the challenges of science communicators. It would be like, for example, if someone wanted to tell you about everything and instead of reading the books, they just spouted nonsense that they sort of had gotten secondhand from someone else who wrote them a script, and they did 2 pieces and one was on Nebula, and they decided to do the whole thing. And no one learned anything, but they came away with really bad understandings, and then at a coffee table 25 fucking years from now, some asshole is going to say, well, actually, Nietzsche was racist. I'll have to punch them, and then I'll go to jail.
Situation, but we did actually beat polio with a vaccine. I'd be doing like misinformation if I didn't.
We did, but it's also important, on the other side of that, to just mention, Bruno Latour did a book called Laboratory Life, which is an ethnology of how scientific facts are constructed and how they're not just simply scientific facts. The guy who wrote the intro for that and pushed for the book, Jonas Salk, guy behind the polio vaccine, because scientific facts are not that fucking simple.
I was really struck by how often that woman centered herself and her own perspective in the conversation they were having. All of the things she said were about her identity as a woman, as a daughter.
Lucy, am I now more MAGA than before? You know what? She also hasn't defined MAGA. Let's also be fair there. Because again, this is all id poll bullshit. That's all this is. There's nothing critically thinking through here. So maybe I'm MAGA. Maybe I'm woke. Maybe I'm both. Maybe I'm neither. Maybe I'm magog. I'm wokaga. That's what that is, wokaga.
As a mother, as a person of indigenous American...
I love that. How often that woman centered herself. That's what I've been saying about...
And even that last remark about polio was about her in contrast to some imaginary other person who knew less.
We just watched a whole video where some woman did that.
Than her. She
Yeah.
talks a lot more about herself than she did about things like facts or evidence or studies, and I'm not necessarily bashing her for that. I'm just noticing it and saying that it's interesting. Philosophers might...
John Hart, I will bear witness to Insulgate. Thank you for the two pounds.
call that perspectivism. And we find a lot of it in Friedrich Nietzsche. Facts and science only matter.
I am really going to have a hard time here in about 5 minutes, because at this point, and tell me if anyone else is getting a different vibe, this video is going to be about how perspectivism is mega. Which, if that happens, that might break me. That might actually break me. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get some water. You guys argue amongst yourselves about whether or not I'm woke enough. No, Allie, I don't think she's going to say MAGA is a perspective. Clearly, it's a perspective. But I think she's actually going to say that perspectivism, or the lack of a universal ethical truth, is bad. I don't debate people, Lucy. I'll happily debate you over various things because I find debates with you fun and I learn things. But I don't believe in debate. I believe debate is actually intellectually impoverished. If the Supreme Court takes back same-sex marriage, I'm selling Make America Gay Again merch. Fuck. You know what? I'll let you have it. It's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. Because they might do that. They might do that.
From somebody's personal perspective. The value of truth is not...
So, whatever she says is all garbage. One of the challenges of existence is that we all are born of our material conditions. This is a thing that is very difficult to argue otherwise. Otherwise, you believe that you have a soul, and we're not, you know what? We're not going to get along pretty well if that's like your core belief and you think that's necessary. So you can disconnect, you're good. We can have beers, but it's not a philosophical discussion. If we're talking about philosophically, biologically, whatever, we're born only of the experiences we've had. You can't experience things you haven't experienced, and you can't know things you haven't experienced. As such, every person, this unique existence that you have, is necessarily produced by the material conditions that have produced you. I don't know what it's like to be a black trans woman. I know it's a wild thing for me to say, but I can't. I only can know what I can know. Just like a black trans woman can't know what it's like to be me. You can make assumptions, you can make guesses, you can do all that shit, but we don't know. Perspectivism as an idea is this, that I have a perspective on life that is born of my experiences, that are born of the things I've been able to experience and of the material conditions. My drives, my desires, the things that construct me are born of this. Me. This is how I come. That subjectivity that exists necessitates an understanding of perspectivism. Otherwise, it's a belief that there is an ethical golden rule totality that is transcendent and above all of us, which is slave morality, 100% in Nietzsche. So, yes, Plenty Gaff, I think, that's what I think, this is my nightmare, is that, as you say, she's about to say Nietzsche's perspectivism is MAGA and Kant is actually woke. Oh, God. Oh, God. That's a lot to say out loud. One sec, I'm getting my little protein bar out because I still haven't eaten it. And I gotta. Off we go.
Matter from somebody's personal perspective. The value of truth is not unconditional. The value of a fact depends on what you want to do with it.
There's no such thing as truth. We'll start there. That's the problem. Is this line, this fucking shitty line, the value of truth is not unconditional. No, I would say that's a heinous statement in and of itself. I'd be very, very hard-pressed to find any use of that statement. The value of truth in opposition to that would be conditional. What would be a conditional value of truth? How does that even work? What the fuck? The idea of truth becomes silly. Even in Kant, and this is why I love Deleuze's reading of Kant. When we talk about truth, we're talking about it like a perspectivist. Kant uses cinnabar, which is this like red stuff. This book, okay, you've picked up books before. If I were to throw this book at you, right, and just be like, catch, or just hand it to you, you wouldn't go, huh, thinking that it's very heavy and, oh, your hand flies in the air or down. You generally know what it's going to be when you grab it because you've grabbed books and you generally know how heavy they are and how much weight you need to be putting. If you don't know, your hand does amazing things. Your arm and hand, like, reflexively change their tension based on how heavy you think a thing is going to be. Let me give you my Russian buddy. It's a Russian gift style thing. He gave me a bunch of these. These are all little metal cubes. If you haven't seen this shit, I don't know which ones they are. I don't really care because it doesn't matter, but it's for the point. These cubes are the same size. They look identical. They are fucking not identical. I can tell you, this one weighs 50 times what this one weighs. This one is nothing. I can toss in the air, it's nothing. I don't want to throw this in the air because it would break my foot if it fell. These cubes, there's a bunch of these. You can buy these online. He bought it for me for a birthday gift, and he said, it's a very Russian gift. I don't know if you like it. I don't know why he said that, but I continually quote him. He's a wonderful man. I think it's tungsten and aluminum. I do think it's those, but I'm not positive. But it's horrifyingly heavy. And sharp, by the way. This thing sucks. But how it works is, you think and I think. If I hand you either of these, you don't really know which one it is. Your body's going to react based on what you're assuming based on your experience. This is Kant's setup. This is how we have sort of a continuous understanding of things in front of us. We have experience that gets through sort of the sensory apparati, and we have memories of them. This is in Deleuze's reading too. It's a very, very interesting reading of Kant. But that Slavic accent mocking on stream, that is not accent mocking. That is just what the dude sounds like. And he is an old dear friend. He's also like my height. Big fucking tartan looking motherfucker. But this is how truth works. And what is truth? Well, even for Kant, I'm not even sure truth becomes a thing. Because the whole problem is, and like, again, even in Kant, there's no truth. I shouldn't say this. I'm not 100% certain what I'm about to say, but I didn't notice Kant talking about some inalienable, absolute, total truth. Like, there's a universality of experience that he talks about, but there's a reality in people not having or knowing the same stuff. Now, there is sort of a shared experience. He kind of plays into that. But I would even say, like, the idea of, like, a universal truth for Kant is troublesome. There's so many troubles.
Conditional.
So gross.
The value of a fact depends on what you want to do with it. Here's some quotes from Friedrich Nietzsche's book, The Will to Power.
For fuck's sake.
There is no truth.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of this. There is no truth. The concept of truth is nonsensical. There are no facts, only interpretations. This is just...
Concept truth
what the fuck?
Is nonsensical. There are no facts, only interpretations.
I think that's a way to put... She is the priest. If you've read Nietzsche, she's the priest. This is amazing. We're actually watching a priest.
Now, you might well say, well, that's just ridiculous, and it's also self-refuting, and you're risking throwing away.
No, it's not. If you say there's no such thing as truth, then why is that true?
So much of what humanity has achieved through science and reason, but a Nietzschean would come back and say, no, truth is only meaningful in contexts shaped by our desires.
Jesus fucking Christ, she's gonna go Heideggerian. Like, what the fuck, man? What's happening here? What in the fuck? What is happening?
And desire is what life is really about. To deny that is to deny what it means to be alive. In very general terms, Nietzsche thought that society has gone wrong. We're all being held back and kept down by dominant standards of morality
that have existed for thousands of years. So society went wrong by having society. Oh wait, society is wrong. That's right. That's why he's in line with a great deal of anarchist thought. Wow, weird.
And the cure for this is to try and have a personal psychological transformation. Become an individual and assert yourself. Perspectivism is part of that project.
That's not... No.
Here is another example. Now, you might say that under President Joe Biden, the United States had the best post-COVID economic recovery of any G7 nation. You might say that under Biden, the US economy was pretty good, all things considered, relative to other countries and relative to what it might have been. But a Nietzschean would say, I don't care what the macroeconomic picture says when groceries, gasoline, rent, and health insurance cost most of my wages. Yes, those things are facts, they are true, I'm not denying that, but that truth doesn't matter to what I want to.
Jesus Christ. I'm hesitant to just simply repeat most of the things I said in the last video, because this is the opposite of Nietzsche. So, Nietzsche would hear the government saying, we've had the best blah, blah, blah in economic, but I would ask you, what does that mean? The best economic recovery of any of the major G7 nations? Because I'm here. That ain't fucking true. The Dow Jones and these numbers that no one uses. Investors don't fucking look at the Dow fucking numbers anymore to care about the economy. Do you understand this? So when people talk about how the Dow is up or the market's up, investors don't talk about that. That's not the numbers they look at. They'll look at the fucking Nikkei before they look at the goddamn Dow. Nobody gives a fuck about any of these numbers, but the government does as part of this larger narrative. So yes, Nietzsche would go, who gives a fuck about that? If people are still unable to fucking feed themselves and they can't get health care and their lives are falling apart and they're losing their homes, who gives a shit how you think the economy's going? That's an accurate statement. That's an accurate statement. Who gives a shit about GDP if I can't feed my fucking kids? That is an accurate statement. And from a supposed leftist who's clearly lost in the world of bourgeois economics at this point, it is disgusting to say that doesn't matter. Nietzsche would not say, it matters what I want to do. No, that's master-slave morality. That's stuck inside of Ressentiment. That's a complete, again, ignoring entire parts of his set of work in order to make other points is disgusting.
To do. Is this trend I've seen where liberals say that Trump supporters are nihilist? That they don't care about anything.
This is true.
Perspectivism isn't nihilism. They do care about some things. Again, like my Trump voting friend doesn't lack values, he just doesn't value all the same things at the same time as me.
You are a liberal. You're a liberal who values morality and being good or evil. You consider such things in that position, not in terms of good or bad, but good or evil. This is morality. Step away from this for a minute and not looking at a utilitarian sense of, oh, well, what's the best good for the greatest number of people? No. Realize that people who are hungry, people whose children don't have food, people whose children aren't getting good educations, or people who believe their children are being led astray or their neighbor's children because they don't know better, because we've never given them an alternative, because the only world experience they have is the one that they've had. People don't have the ability, for example, to spend time around trans people. That's not a thing. That's not a thing for a lot of people. It's new. People knew gay people in the 60s and 70s, but they were seen as degenerates outside of everything. The media push absolutely changed that, without a question, in the 80s and 90s. All the way to the 2000s, changed how people saw this. It takes time. People start experiencing it. Horrifyingly, things like Will and Grace actually changed the barometer for middle America in terms of how they saw gay people. They're like, oh, well, wait, gay people can just be like normal people? Which sounds horrifying when I say it like that, but that was actually a thing that had to be like shown to people. People had to learn that. Otherwise, all they knew is like, they didn't know they knew gay people. People were in the closet. I know trans men who, like, I wouldn't know they were trans men. Like, it's its own kind of in the closet thing necessarily. It's a different world. And so when they don't know, people don't know that they're dealing with people who are this every single day. They think, well, everyone around me is just a cis straight white person. That's it. That's all it takes. And they're like, oh, well, I guess I don't know any of these people. And then they see on TV or on YouTube, someone posts, libs of TikTok post some crazy shit of some poor mentally ill person who's a trans person. And everyone laughs, everyone goes, holy shit, how horrifying. There's a very good chance there are multiple people in middle America who showed that video to a trans person without knowing it. Because they didn't know. When you don't know, you don't know. Like, this is how life works. You have to spend time doing these things. The way that Mega works is that they have not a perspectivist position. They have, in their mind, transcendent morality that all things need to be going to, and anyone who doesn't is the other. It's identitarian reactionary politics, which Nietzsche writes about at length. At length. At length. I want to, while we're here, I'm just going to give a plug to my favorite, Matt Bauman. If you haven't watched anything Matt Bauman's put out, wait, this isn't Matt Bauman. 1 second. All in the Family Queer TV. Come on. Matt Baum. God damn it. Whatever. I fucking fucked his name up. That's fine. This channel right here. This shit. I'm just gonna, I got it. I got this one still. This is one of the best channels on YouTube if you want to understand queer content. Now, I say that. This isn't about specifically like creating queer content for people in that. This is a history of queer media and how queer people in media are shown. And it is an exceptionally interesting and detailed view across the board. Across the board. This is one of my favorites. This video right here is his video on All in the Family and how it worked. It's incredible. But it's across the board, from Norman Lear to Archie Bunker meeting a drag queen on All in the Family to the gay partners becoming a part of All in the Family, Disney's Renaissance, Tales of the City and the fight to save PBS, and how Disney was too gay. There's extraordinary number of moments over the course of media that made queerness a thing that people could be aware of and actually integrate. And the way it happened and how it worked is incredible. Roseanne had queer characters. It was phenomenal. Given where Roseanne Barr is now, it's insane to think, but she was like next level when it came to progressive stuff on her show. And like all of these things, culture matters. What people experience matters. And again, given how parasocial and disgusting most people are now when it comes to YouTubers, you don't think that same thing happened with television? Of course it did. People aren't different now. People aren't that different now. Morty says, I think Mega is in bad faith. They know the 2020 election wasn't really stolen, for example. They just desire the effect of believing it. I think it's more complicated than that. I agree with you, but I also do think it's more complicated than that. I think there's an emotion behind it that they do very much believe there was fuckery, and they believe other elections were stolen from them. A big reason for this is because the Republicans and the right have stolen multiple elections. Literally just done that. They did that in 2000. Like, it's a thing we all watched and we know. So that they know that's real, it becomes a thing that they then project. This is, again, reactionary politics, identity politics does this. But just to finish, Matt Baum, phenomenal channel. Please check it out. Please check it out and enjoy. He's amazing. He's genuinely amazing.
And if you try to impose values on people as if they are objective, if you try to say, you have to care about these facts, a lot of people experience that as belittling.
Okay. This is like layers of stupidity. We're going to have to take it apart because that sentence is a lot.
To care about.
Morality is not what facts you care about. It's not believing in certain facts or not. This is not what morality is by any definition that anyone's ever given. Ever. That's not what morality is. Skepticism is a thing that people have. And I can tell you right now, I get it. I get the skepticism around all of it, by the way. Like, if you don't get the skepticism as a thing around vaccines, you need to take a step back and think about it for a minute. If you have black friends, a lot of people in that community don't trust the government for injections. Why? Well, experience. The U.S. government, as a thing, governments in general, really can't be trusted a lot. By the way, same with the pharmaceutical companies. These are real things. Bayer, for example, had a tainted amount of insulin because they used to do filtering of stuff. And so there's this diabetic medicine and a sort of thing derived from plasma they used to do. They didn't filter it for AIDS. And they started testing it. They were, oh, fuck, we got AIDS in this fucking huge shipment of this fucking stuff to inject. And instead of releasing it in America where they'd get in trouble, they sent it to Africa. So a lot of people got AIDS from taking medicine. This is a fucking thing that happens way more than we want to have conversations about. So distrusting things or not believing facts, I think, is actually not morality. We can have conversations. We can have conversations about things. But the idea that people at the end of it who are skeptical that it's a subjective morality that's making them do this is not actually the reality. Lucy's point. The problem is that the point of anti-vaccination movement is not just the U.S. movement. It goes beyond the context of these contexts, particularly to us. Yeah, it's the same thing, though. That, one, not everyone in the movement is there for the same exact identical monocultural reason. Two, the people who are at the end of that, who are the skeptics, who are the ones who like a thing on Facebook or share it because they are skeptical, they're not actually gaining power through this. They're being abused by the people who are gaining power, the priests who are using that, and the ruling class, the masters, who are able to then parlay that further. Nietzsche wrote about how this works, literally. Literally. And so it's tough, and you have to make calls. It's tough calls. To say people doubt facts, well, I'll tell you right now, you know what didn't work is when, for example, everyone got on TV and lied about what the vaccine was capable of, that it would prevent all sicknesses. That's not how vaccines work. Or that no one would ever get it again. That's not how they lied. And they say that they lied because they wanted more people to take it. This is the game and how it works for them all over. At the base of it, they're not meeting people where they are. They're dealing with a transcendent morality, a universal truth. This fact is absolute. Everyone should be taking this vaccine at any cost, no matter what. The other side, no one's going to tell me what to do, and I'm going to be resentful, and I'm going to demand that we don't do the other. Instead of meeting people where they are. Do you know the last time that we had a big giant movement, polio, for example, around this? There was actually pretty easy to get people to take it, and you just didn't need to say that everyone had to. Like they passed the laws because we knew, and it was a different type of communication. It's a different thing, different time. But this is not the setup. This is not how it goes. This thing is not morality. If you try to say you have to care about these facts.
A lot of people experience that as belittling.
Also, stupid, because facts aren't what we're talking about. From an interpretation. An interpretation and facts are two very, very different things.
When we think about freedom.
Estelle, go sleep. Thank you for being here. You've been very patient to deal with all of this.
And ask, what is freedom? A Nietzschean would say it has two parts to it. Firstly, freedom means seeing your values, your goals, your intentions, and what you want to do as coming from you, chosen by you.
Yeah, I don't know
rather
about that.
than given to you by someone else.
Chosen by you is really fascinating as a wording. That is not what Nietzsche would say. That is not what Nietzsche would say.
Secondly, freedom means the ability to reflect on those values and goals and change them if you want to.
Again, no. No, it really isn't. For Nietzsche, freedom is understanding incentives and the blockers that one has internally. The Ubermensch as a thing with the will to power, the will to overcome, is about one understanding the things that are creating limitations within themselves that they can then destroy, but also to understand the limits of the things they cannot change. So for example, my wife's very short. I do not get angry that I cannot dig in things in the back of shelves because I have bad knees. She's happy to grab it. She doesn't get angry that she can't get stuff off the top shelves. There's things that it's not worth you can't change some stuff. There's a reality to life and a material conditions. That's really odd to say that it's about freedom of choice. Yeah, exactly. It's heavily subconscious processes that Nietzsche's talking about before you even get a chance to choose. He explicitly says this. So it's a very silly way to talk about Nietzsche. Again, if you are a poor reader of philosophy or have never read it, you're free to do that. Yeah, Plintigap, the freest concept of Nietzsche is amor fati, which is love your fate, love of destiny, embracing your fate, which is paradoxical. I've always loved amor fati. I've loved the idea of it, but it's not choice.
So now I'm thinking about pronouns.
What the fuck?
And how a lot of conservatives can get upset about compelled speech when they're asked to use trans-inclusive language.
What?
Over the last few years, there's been a greater recognition that queer people exist and that, hello, we're part of society. Hi, nice to see you. We've been here the whole time. And that includes, making a few accommodations so that life is a little bit easier for us. And some conservatives have gotten very upset about that. They see it as something being forced down their throats.
No. This is they're uncomfortable because they realize and they know and they intuitively know, as everyone does, that sexuality is complicated. And they see they see Abigail with the lovely makeup on and they get aroused by it. But they're not aroused by Abigail, but they're aroused by the makeup or the edge of a thing. And it makes them uncomfortable. That's all they need to just...
It's like it's the new religion, it's the new woke orthodoxy.
But again, that's for a transcendent singular truth of gender that they then appeal to out of sort of ressentiment.
Say the damn pronouns. According to Nietzsche, every living thing has this
Pronouns would be...
drive inside called the will to power.
God, do I have to do this again?
Translation would be will to agency.
You said it again. Just look it up, look the words up, and look at the German, and you can actually just put it on Google Translate. It's not will to agency. It's not the empowerment of one's agency. It's the will to power. The type of power is a power of overcoming, the conquering, you could say. That's why the word power was used originally, is because it's kind of conquering. But it's the same problem as saying like jihad means killing all white people. It's like, no, it means struggle. This is kind of struggle. It's the will to struggle, to overcome. Will to agency is, she said this in the last one, Plentigaf, my friend, fucking, it's the exact same sentence. It's like they copied and pasted from the other video. I don't know where, she didn't read Nietzsche. Someone wrote this script who never also read Nietzsche, so I don't know.
Or will to freedom, will to power.
Will to freedom. Will to freedom. Enjoy that. It's a force, not a personal quality. Wig. Come on. This is PhilosphyTube.
Translation that everybody knows. But the idea is that we all want to feel like we are in control of our lives.
It's literally word for word from the other video, and it's just as stupid.
We all want to feel like we're powerful and strong and the masters of our own destiny.
Terrible. Just terrible. One sec, I have to turn my brown noise sound back on. Wonder if I can get copyright struck for this brown noise.
There are lots of ways to fulfill the will to power. Dominating somebody else through violence is a very, very obvious way, but Nietzsche thought there are more subtle ways too. Pity and charity are, according to him, expressions of the will to power. If
This is as bad as School of Life's video, Nietzsche. I think it's worse. Yeah, I think it's worse. You missed in the last one where she literally used a quote where Nietzsche was talking about how when we have racial stereotypes, that it's important that we understand and look at them, because the ones that are not true are far more interesting, because we should be looking at the illnesses born of the bodies of people psychologically and figure out where that comes from. She took that to mean that Nietzsche thought that black people were inferior. Yeah, no, this is the second video. The other video was is Nietzsche woke?
If you help somebody out, you're really just trying to reassure yourself of your
like
own
olives.
superior status, and you could even.
These have garlic in the middle.
Nietzsche was an
Makes them
egoist.
good.
He didn't
Can't eat
believe
the garlic
in
though.
Selfish actions. Even things that look ostensibly altruistic are, according to him, secretly selfish all along.
This is a Randian misreading of Nietzsche. The virtue of selfishness bullshit. Wow.
Your mileage may vary on whether or not you believe that. I see a lot of conservatives who seem to think that liberals are pulling some kind of con. Whether it's an explicit conspiracy like QAnon or like putting stuff in the vaccines, or whether it's just virtue signaling. They say stuff like,
Perfidy, you have found a very, very good place to be. If you're using potestas, I ranted already about this from Spinoza's point of view. Anytime I see someone talk about that shit, that just makes me happy. Very nice.
well, you don't really care about global warming or vaccines or queer people or inclusive language. You don't really care about any of those things. You're just using your will to power. It's just a secret ploy for control. And you cloak your will to power in self-righteous moral language.
Okay. Everything that she just said is garbage. Let me try to restate it in a way that I think is more in line with how Nietzsche wrote. If you are repressed, dealing with repression, the will to power foments, builds inside of this, becomes malformed, so do you. And what you may find is that, like the priest, who doesn't, again, explicitly go, time to go trick everyone. Like, that's not the shit that Nietzsche's talking about. It's the priest takes this internalization of the beauty of asceticism, denying oneself, and says, it is good. In fact, I must tell others. And here is how to be truly good, is to truly deny yourself. And flips it around by using that to care for people. It isn't. It's repressing. But that's it. So when you take pity on someone, Spinoza says this too, by the way, to look at someone who's pathetic and take pity, you're not really feeling for that person. Spinoza says explicitly, and I love this phrasing, what you're feeling is your impotence to change it. Your pity is inward. Pity is not an outward emotion. You don't go, pity! It's pity is felt internally. When you see someone who's in a place of being pathetic, a child on the side of the street alone, you would go rescue that child. If you saw a baby wandering down the street in cold air, you would just grab it and put it in a warm place and not give a fuck. But when you see Palestine, you feel pity. I do. Because I can't do anything. I'm impotent. I can do nothing. It hurts. It hurts to do nothing. Physically, it fucking really hurts to do nothing. It sucks to do nothing. It sucks hard to do nothing. And that's the will to power. Bouncing off of your own impotence. Felt internally. That's what Nietzsche talks about. Pity may not come close to feeling. It's an example, Ms. Dixer, but you know my point, that it's whatever the feeling is, it's rage, but it's rage at impotence. It's rage at your own impotence. It's really difficult. And so when we talk about pity or charity, you give on Christmas. On Christmas, we go buy, I've done this for years. You find one of those trees that has all like the little kids wishing for things. You buy all those toys for them, deliver them, wrap them, make sure the kids get them, if you can afford to. I've been very fortunate in the past to be able to do that. But that I'm doing for them, sure, but the feeling of like sadness, it hurts. When a region is in pain, when people are hurting, when you can't do anything about it yourself. That's the internal. That's what Nietzsche's talking about. The will to power doesn't like disappear, and it's not about controlling them either. Like that's a really weird. There's ways that manifest that he talks about, but it's not just that. It is you trying to assuage yourself and your own pain.
But I see right through you. That's a Nietzschean outlook. They're trying to explain society in terms of the will to power. They're analyzing ideologies like progressivism.
Fuck you. Fuck. Wow.
In terms of, that's a Nietzschean outlook.
I made a joke that we would end up here, that fucking MAGA would get elected, instead of moving left, what would happen is the liberals would move right.
Look, they're trying to explain society in terms of the will to power. They're analyzing ideologies like progressivism and trying to tell a story about where they come from and why they're secretly bad. There's this other trend I've seen where liberals and leftists paint Trump supporters as cruel, as delighting in cruelty and causing suffering, and they often point out things like Donald Trump has promised to take retribution against his enemies. But on the flip side, I see some MAGA people portraying that as kind of a good thing.
This is just
as a
awful.
Willingness to be tough, that in some sense
This is awful.
Aligns with reality. Like, yeah, it's tough, but you gotta be that way sometimes, or you know, it's the discipline that people need, or in some way at least it's an understandable instinct to want retribution. Nietzsche thought that we all have a desire to cause suffering to others that we bury deep down inside us.
That's not...
And he actually thought there's nothing wrong with it.
That's not at all how this works.
In fact, he thought it has several beneficial effects. The point of punishment, he said, was to make people remember. If you do something bad and you get hit for it.
Descriptive versus prescriptive. Nietzsche here, and Vitaly would follow. This is the theater of cruelty. The way that you have damage or retribution done in public, or you have a rite or passage of ritual for youth in tribes. The theater, the eye that records it. This is all of that. This is not prescriptive, though. This is not Nietzsche saying this is how everything should be. What brought on the swearing specifically is what she's doing is talking about things as if Nietzsche's being prescriptive. That Nietzsche believes that you need to do these things so people will remember. That the punishment forces someone to remember. And as such, you should always do such a thing. This is not Nietzsche's take. It's far more complicated than that. And it's very frustrating, again, the idea that Nietzsche is like pro-corporal punishment or pro-chopping someone's hand off or some shit is fucking wild.
You'll remember it. And so, he says...
Yeah, she talks about it like he's seeing this as the state of nature of man. He is not. He literally is talking about how society has brought all of this because of the bad and good, the good and evil morality that has been brought on by the master-slave mentality and the class structure and caste system, which has generated priests, which in return has created this sort of repression of the will to power. This is his entire point. It's that society has steered us wrong. It's really, really bad. This is a very bad reading of Nietzsche.
The desire to cause
Non-reading.
suffering to one another is the foundation of all promises and contract and economic exchange. And
Nietzsche didn't believe in economic exchange. He believed that societies and economies are based on debt first.
even reason itself. It makes people predictable and orderly, and hence it allows us to form goals and make plans based on the expectation that others will behave consistently.
This is bad for Nietzsche. This is repression.
So painful, yes, but also kind of necessary.
I get why you
that's a
empathize
similar
with it.
rationalization that I see some MAGA people making. And now, Jesus.
She's fucking
J.D.
terrible.
Vance wrote a very interesting essay in 2020 called Why I Joined the Resistance. If you didn't know, Vance used to be a left-wing atheist and
No, he wasn't.
far-right Catholic, and the essay is about why that switch happened. In his essay, Vance says that the left often correctly diagnoses problems like poverty and addiction as structural. And yet, even in very privileged places like elite universities, there are plenty of
What the
people
fuck?
who have a lot of resources who aren't poor but are still addicted and depressed and stuck in a nihilist void, thrashing their lives away in pursuit of pointless prizes.
Yes, capitalism.
And so, he says, in his opinion, America needs a spiritual renewal.
I'm so confused. This is like someone who lives in a different world than me. Like a alternate reality thing. He's never been... out of college. Like this is... Unless we're talking like he was when he played D&D when he was 12, he was an anarchist. Which I don't even think is accurate. He's been conservative his entire lifetime. And he bullshitted a Why I Left the Left story like so many of these people do. But I'm glad Abby believes it. I mean, she clearly has no conception of what critical reading is, so I can't imagine she would read it with the critical eye.
To fill that void. He likes that kind of solution because it gives people a chance for virtue. It's something they can individually reach for. They can make good choices.
This is how stupid, this is really wild. This is an incredibly unlearned person in philosophy. J.D. Vance, I'll explain why. It's important I explain why. I'm just got to start with that because I just feel like I'm going to fucking die. J.D. Vance believes there is a such thing as a virtue. Virtues are transcendent. When I say transcendent, it means that they exist outside of experience. Okay? Outside experience. God, for example. Now, we may have our individual realities, but there's a transcendent truth or virtue for us to strive for. This is what MAGA and the others believe, the transcendent, the platonic, the ideal. For Nietzsche, there's no such thing as the transcendent. And the transcendent is a trick that priests play to fuck people. To equate these things requires just the most amount of mental acrobatics. It's hard for me to even describe. This is the opposite of what Nietzsche would be talking about. Anytime a white person ends up getting successful in making their goals, that they tended to use the left and their crutch for caring about people to get them there, which is 100% what this is, or Anna Kasparian, for example. Once they're no longer beholden to an actual working class or people who exist in pain, because that wasn't their goal all along, they don't care about changing society, they find a freedom. They find their master mentality.
Heroic choices, even.
Transcendent is not really versus immanent. Transcendent is versus transcendental. And it's really fucked up that we use these two words. Do not get me started on my anger about this. But transcendent means outside experience. Transcendental means within. Which is fucking weird. But it's these two elements. It's a complicated thing. So it's not so much immanent versus transcendent. It's instead the reality that experience is what we have versus the reality that there is things outside of experience. Short version, shitty way to say it.
Whereas the left tends to say, well, hey, here's a problem with society, and if you want to do something about it, too bad this issue is systemic.
I hate you, actually, now. I actually think I dislike you as a person. I actually think I dislike Abigail now as a person. Did you have to have a slide whistle there? Did you have to use a slide whistle there? Am I weird in not believing in anything transcendent? No. I mean, no one does. That's the part. Like, that's the, does anyone really believe any of this shit kind of joke? No, people really don't. They want to. And they have drives, but, yes, Wig, transcendent is the stuff outside of the given. Yes. Transcendental is using your experience to go beyond the given. Yes, this is why it's as I said, this is not an easy distinction. Very, very, very complex one. But again, transcendent is very specific. And we can just say transcendent means beyond experience. That there is truths that exist beyond. And for example, 10 Commandments, Christ, God, man, woman, those things, transcendent. As categories. That's what MAGA is, transcendent. They're not universalist. They're not individualist. They're not perspectivist. There is truths. Everyone needs to get to it. You may come from wherever you are. You'll hear them say shit like this. Hey, we welcome anyone. If you are trans, you're free to be here. Just keep that shit out of girls' bathrooms and out of sports and out of this. You're free to be wherever you want. They'll say those things until they don't want to, because transcendent morality is their thing. The left, liberal order, says, too bad this issue is systemic. The left says, so start fixing it. If you come to an issue that's systemic, be the change. Go fix it. That's what the left says. You haven't read anyone who's on the left, so it's tough for you. I get it, Abigail. But don't quote shit you don't fucking know.
Here's a problem with society, and if you want to do something about it, too bad this issue is systemic. And by the way, here's a list of words you can't say anymore.
That's liberal identity politics. Is she doing this? Are we watching her Why I Left the Left thing? What the fuck, man?
You don't really get to be a hero. You just avoid getting cancelled.
What
While
the
I
fuck?
agreed that more resources were often necessary, there seemed to me a sense in which our most destructive behaviors persisted, even flourished.
In times of material comfort, the economic left was often more compassionate, but theirs was a kind of compassion devoid of any expectation, that reeked of giving up. Compassion that assumes a person is disadvantaged to the point of hopelessness is like sympathy for a zoo animal, and I had no use for it. This is a great line from Nietzsche. This is J.D. Vance. Are you kidding me? She's equating the shit to Nietzsche. This is so fucking gross. It's unbelievable. God damn it.
In times of material comfort, the economic left was often more compassionate, but theirs was a kind of compassion devoid.
This is that shit. No, Wig, this isn't. I was lying. I was sorry. I was being sarcastic, and I probably shouldn't have been. This is J.D. Vance.
Of any expectation that reeked of giving up. A compassion that assumes a person is disadvantaged, no use for it. That's his conclusions. But the steps that Vance takes to get there are very Nietzschean.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Vance was making a basic point in that piece. Identity politics is not left-wing. That's insane. It's reactionary, and we can go over this again. We did in the first video already. Identity politics is necessarily reactionary and right-wing. Feel free to use whatever Stupid definition of things you want to use, but it's accurate. The idea that J.D. Vance as a thing, he was saying that, the economic left, which is one of those lovely catchphrases, people would go on it, but they just figured you can never get off of it. They wanted people to be on the hook forever, which is not accurate as a thing. That's the liberal order. That's the capitalist order, basically utilizing the government in order to pay for and take care of the people that they wanted to make sure were at the edges of society but not actually fixed. They don't want to fix the systemic problems underneath, which cause that set inequality, which is what the left wants to fix. Democracy in the workplace as a simple version of this. But it's insane to say that this is...
It's all about becoming a heroic individual.
That's not what Nietzsche is about.
Becoming the main character instead of...
That's the opposite of what Nietzsche's about.
An NPC. Replacing thou shalt not with I will.
That's not... That's...
Now, let's take a big step back and we'll put all of this together.
The fuck?
There's a genre of writing called anti-modernism.
She wrote, and it says anti-modernism.
It's been around for about 200 years.
200 years, yep.
The vibe is this. Modern society is decadent. And we know this because values that used to be unquestionable are now being questioned. It's okay to doubt religion publicly. It's okay to criticize the founding stories of the nation or go against long-standing institutions. And so we've lost our absolute values. We've lost our way, and this is very, very bad. Not only bad, in fact, it's apocalyptic.
I recommend Bruno Latour's We Were Never Modern. I did a reading of it 3 weeks ago now, 4 weeks. It's a phenomenal book. It's short, very easy to get through. And I think very much talks about how silly this is.
Elliptic. Every generation of anti-modernists has claimed that the current decadence is the last straw. If Obama wins, he'll make Christianity illegal.
It's not
If Jeremy Corbyn wins... He'll never leave office. If the French Revolution sticks, Europe will devolve into anarchy. If the SJWs get their way, then video games will be taken away forever.
I think these people are anti-modernists? That's what you think this is? You think this is anti-modernism?
And if the feminisms, then...
This is just awful.
Men? Forget about it. This is always more of a vibe than an argument. Anti-modernists have claimed for the last 200 years that society stands on the brink of nihilism and chaos, and they've been consistently wrong. But
what?
It is a very popular tune. Jordan Peterson absolutely fits in here. You know
Jordan Peterson's a modernist, though.
how on YouTube now there's suddenly loads of videos about which video games and movies are woke or anti-woke, and there's this whole like DEI moral panic? That's anti-modernism? That's
not anti-modernism. That's modernism. The anti-DEI thing is the idea of a meritocracy. That means that we don't need DEI. That's to give people who are too lazy or people who are thought of as too lazy by the state a leg up, and we don't need that because we live in a modern meritocracy. That's modernist, not anti-modernist. And again, even calling it these things is difficult because, again, postmodernism is not a system of thought. Postmodernism is a critique of the cultural values of late-stage capital. That's what Frederick Jameson said of it, and that it was the cultural hegemony as it would exist in late-stage capitalism. But it's not a system of thought. It's not that setup. Modernism, which again, I would agree with Latour that we've never been modernist. When we use that, we're using it as an against something else, which is itself problematic in every single way. It's really silly. From true liberal is being identity free, the consciousness, collective, etc. Identity begins with territory, which is the basic unit the left wing works with. Right wing works with ethnic identity. You think the left wing works with territory? My dude.
Them too. It's all this anxiety about old values being questioned now that more people are getting included. When conservatives say that liberals are doing things like changing the meaning of the word.
It helps remember young Nietzsche was horrified by the French Revolution, freaked out in opposition to the Paris Commune, and quit teaching Post to fight the Franco-Prussian War. I mean, people were made in the time they lived in, you could say.
And making it so you can't even speak the truth about biology anymore. That's anti-modernism too.
No.
You know, you're questioning the old ways.
That's postmodernism.
When manosphere...
Jesus Christ. Like, this is... When you don't define this shit at all, it just becomes, like, problematic. And again, analogy is the death of philosophy. I'll say it 1,000 times. The moment you do that, and you stop forcing a general consensus around words or driving people towards understanding particularized concepts, and you move towards analogy, you move towards simplicity, you move towards a place where people can't deal with it and can't grasp it, then it can mean anything.
Misogynists say that women should be trad wives and men should be alphas, even though that doesn't seem to make either group happy.
Because they don't...
When conservatives say things like, oh, immigrants are coming in and they don't share our values and they're poisoning the blood of the nation, that's all anti-modernism too. You know, you're mixing things that shouldn't be mixed spiritually, morally, racially. Poisoning the blood? That was a phrase used by Friedrich Nietzsche, and then by Adolf Hitler, and then by Donald Trump. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency and the British Conservative Party saying that there's too many woke DEI higher civil servants now, too many federal employees getting in the way of the will.
Manuel, so to be clear, analogy is the death of philosophy because educators explain what analogies cause problems, or do you think that philosophers should not use analogies? Both. Analogies aren't necessary to explain a concept. When I say an analogy, what I'm doing is I'm actually taking something that isn't the same concept. I'm having you compare them and you make sense of them by fitting them together. That's how analogy works. But the problem is they can't. They have their own unique meanings, and multiplicity is said of it. So if I talk about a concept, and I can very easily, the concept of territory, for example. But if I say the analogy is like, you know, how dogs piss on the edge of their territory, it's like people building fences. It's not. It's not the same thing. It's not even the same concept. I'm mixing metaphors necessarily as I'm doing that. But by saying that, I've created a version of territoriality that is expansive over both. As such, I've destroyed the core concept of how territory operates inside of private or public or other discourses. This is the problematic side. It means that you can't grasp a concept and make your way through it. It's incredibly difficult. Abstraction, not analogy. Abstraction's great. It's not even necessary, though. Again, even Zizek doesn't use analogy very often. He gives direct examples of a thing. When he says the way that Lacan talks about a thing that has absent the thing, and that's the enjoyment, and he uses the example of chocolate diuretics. For example, it's a medicine that's chocolate. Take the chocolate, and you also, because it is its own fix, a thing that fixes itself, a thing that cures itself. When I buy Starbucks, and it has a thing that's 5% goes, by consuming, I'm also doing eco-saving. He's tarrying with a concept and using direct examples of that concept. But if you were to say, it's like an example with the thing, you know, like how Thanos said this. It's like, no, you're not playing with it anymore. You're making an analogy in it. Yes, Ms. Dixer, you can play with analogy to flip a thing and break it apart. That's not what we're talking about here, though. I'm with you completely. She got the early Nietzsche right. You have a better grasp of where he ended up, where French left Nietzsche and thought that he should go. I mean, she may have some level of early Nietzsche right. She's quoting and holding up a book of late Nietzsche. So, like, if you want to say, like, early Nietzsche up until he started writing stuff, I've read Genealogy of Morals. She didn't get Genealogy of Morals right. Literally, we read multiple parts of it that she quoted, and the quote is the opposite of what she was saying. So again, no. I get your point, but no, I'm not even gonna give her that much.
Will of the people. Too much discussion, too much abstraction, too much questioning, not enough doing. Nietzsche said the exact same thing.
That's not really true.
He said that Germany had too many representatives and intermediaries in politics and not enough men of action. I mean, once you start
Bureaucrats.
reading it really is astonishing.
And by the way, most of the left hates bureaucrats. Who likes bureaucrats? What the fuck is that? There's a necessity to bureaucracy within capital as a thing, but like the enjoyment of bureaucracy.
How much it's just.
Genealogy is late in the immoral spirit. Morty. She's been talking about genealogy of morals the entire time. So while she may be right about early Nietzsche, she's not quoting early Nietzsche, talking about early Nietzsche, referring to early Nietzsche. She's only referring to late Nietzsche. You can't go, well, I'll give her credit because she's getting the other Nietzsche wrong. It's like, what the fuck? Well, Big Aaron, this presentation, I did fuck with this a lot. The presentation is terrible, though. I agree with that.
Same thing. When anti-modernists go on this let's shrink the state crusade, they become natural allies of big corporations. Big corporations hate regulation and government because it cuts into their profits. So they team up. Elon Musk is the embodiment of that team up. The solution that anti-modernists pose is usually one of two things. Either I just have to like it's tough for me because again it's also very late and I've been going for 300 years, but the idea that Nietzsche is anti-modernist on its face is farcical. Nietzsche embraced the scientific method, which is, I mean, I don't even know. Like, what the fuck? Gay science. It's not about a queer science. It's a gay science is like explosion of enjoyment science. It's him talking about the nature of psychological and physical and biological analysis that can be done with that. The liberating from moral constraints is Nietzsche's thing. That's modernism, like on its face. The destruction of old values is what Nietzsche celebrated. She said that already, like they want to go back to the old values, and it's like then that's the opposite of Nietzsche. That's like, so it's just cherry picking bullshit. It's just, he said God is dead. How do you not say that's a modernist take as a thing? Like, what the fuck? He wanted people to experience and did push for non-standard relationships, polyamory as a thing, which he totally fucking did, by the way. He wanted to play with those things, and his entire thing was about like a modernist historical consciousness. Like it's just fucking gross. It's just so gross. It's such a gross. It's so gross. It's so the opposite of this shit. I understand people wanting to give her credit, but like, Jesus fucking Christ. You don't have to talk about things you don't understand. You don't understand this. Stop. Just stop. You have life experiences. Go tell us about things that you do care about and know. Please, dear God, stop this. We all have to become religious again, or we all have to embrace some kind of new values that don't include things like pluralism and freedom and discussion and democracy. In practice, though, it shakes out to the same thing.
No, it doesn't.
Dictatorship. For anti-modernists, liberal
fucking
democracy is a mistake that needs to be rolled back. And when anti-modernists team up with big corporations to take over the government, historians call that mix fascism. But here's why we can't just dismiss it as nihilism or madness, because there is a kind of void at the heart of society. Of course there is. You can feel it every day.
It's called alienation. Marx talked about it. Nietzsche talked about it.
Check this out. Unless you win the lottery or you come from money, you're basically just a container for skills that employers want.
Yes.
At the drop of a hat, you might have to move cities, move countries, retrain, give up your artistic dreams, learn to code, take on debt, neglect your family, neglect your health, neglect caring responsibilities, you know, disregard your heritage, lose your accent, and become indistinct.
Literally just describing her own life and the things that have affected her.
Distinguishable from a billion other people all trying to do the exact same thing.
But I really just want to be an individual who's seen and special and that is validated by a society that consumes.
As interchangeable as nails in a fence post, all to make money, some of which is going to go to you, but most of which actually is going to go to your boss and
Yes.
your landlord and your insurance company if you're American. That is a kind of nihilism. That is against living. It's against human life. It doesn't make anyone feel good. I mean, it definitely happens if you're poor, but there are a lot of places like elite universities where there are plenty of people who are just burned out on how difficult it is to make a living.
Hey, short version. Yeah, capitalism. What the fuck?
That is the way that the economy is organized, and it sucks. It sucked in Nietzsche's time, and it sucks even harder now.
Yep.
We should change this.
The screen distortion is mine, as is the brown noise you're hearing in the background. Yep. Because, yeah.
In Nietzsche's universe, culture is downstream from politics, which is downstream from values, which is downstream from race. But a more accurate picture
Oh,
would
God.
say that everything...
Wait.
Culture is downstream from politics, which is downstream from values, which is downstream from race. Is downstream from politics, which is downstream from value.
I slapped myself a few times in case I was sleeping. Thank you, they all did help, Fiction. Okay. For Nietzsche, your drives, or your actions are downstream from your drives, which are downstream from your material conditions, which are downstream from your social position, which are downstream from the political realities of where you're at, which is downstream from the values of your society, which is downstream from the power structures. Race is in there, certainly. If you don't think race affects how people behave in the world, you're silly and kind of dumb and short-sighted. But Nietzsche didn't think race is the intangible, transcendent truth from which, as a fount, all other things spout. So just materialism, pretty much? Yes, Nietzsche was basically a materialist. Along the lines of Marx? I mean, yeah. Like, yeah. Exceptionally so. I don't think there is Nietzschean writing where he says race is the true underling of everything. That is not how he talks about race at all. You could make an argument that he overemphasizes the value of race in the eventual subjectivity that's produced. That I could have an argument with you about. And I might be able to... I actually probably wouldn't argue very hard with that. But to say race is where everything spreads from, as if it's the thing, is not how this works. I love Lucy. You only say that because you haven't read Nietzsche's paywalled unpublished stuff. Oh, Abigail. How I hope someday someone publishes all of your unsent DMs or private DMs and says that whatever's in them is who you truly are.
Values, which is downstream from race. But a more accurate picture would be to say that everything is downstream from the way that the economy is organized.
Yes, Marx.
Even our values. We all have to compromise our values.
Wait.
We should change this.
What?
In Nietzsche's universe, culture is downstream from politics, which is downstream from values, which is downstream from race. But a more accurate picture...
Okay, bad writing again. And again, she doesn't understand intonation. Shit actress. When she says, but a more accurate picture would be to say, is she saying Nietzsche's wrong, an accurate way to view? But the challenge is she says a more accurate picture, which implies that she's saying a more accurate picture of what Nietzsche would say is. Right? It's like if the word is more, but a more accurate picture, you're not saying a more accurate picture of the world, you're saying a more accurate picture of the thing you just said. This is how the subject and sentence structure works, and how signification and manifestation and denotation operate in a series of problematic structures.
It would be to say that everything is...
I think she's not saying that for Nietzsche everything's this. She's saying more accurate. Nietzsche's wrong. More accurately, everything is downstream from the systems of production.
Downstream from the way that the economy is organized. Even our values. We all have to compromise our values so often just to survive.
No. Oh. We don't compromise our values materially. Our values are produced by the system and the economic system that we're in. When you feel compromised, that's because you were produced to feel compromised, because that's part of the setup, because we feel like we're making an exchange, a compromise. We are working within the system. We feel like we are. But a compromise is not that, not materially. This is very frustrating.
And here's
the final twist, I'm sure.
Final
twist. All of this was a dream and I never even tried reading Nietzsche. Oh no. The same fucking bit, the same person again. She's a fine writer, but to keep bringing this one writer up at the end of both videos, hack.
The philosopher Wendy Brown says that in a theocracy, the government tells you who you have to be. Worship this god, value these things, follow these rules. But in a liberal...
Yeah, that's not... Hate to break it to you. It's not fucking Wendy Brown. That's not... She came up with this great idea. Wendy Brown, this philosopher, a modern philosopher who works on everything, said that in dictatorships, you have to do what is dictated to you. That's a thing she said. But that's like political theory? Like, I don't even know. That's like baseline 5-year-old shit. What the fuck? Like, this is just... This is as good as this gets, I think. Am I wrong? I think this is as good as this gets. This is the thing. Fucking embarrassing. Fucking embarrassing. God.
Liberal democracy, the government doesn't do that. It doesn't tell you what you're supposed to value.
See, this is why someone's a liberal. When you're in the UK, this is the tough part, and I appreciate, for my Brit friends, I appreciate the difficulty of being on the left there. After everything with Corbyn and all the things that they did in general and how politics works there, I get this. But I mean this when I say it, and it's a thing that I've recognized very continuously. It is almost impossible, it seems, and I applaud those of you that have done it, when you're in UK, to stop being a liberal and actually move to the left. There's an extraordinary number of people who mistake liberalism for leftism in the UK, and they don't get, when they've extricated themselves, they just like using the words. A liberal in the UK would say, our country doesn't tell you what to value. Why would we? We're a liberal democracy. That's what Abigail's saying right here. But a leftist, or as one of my favorite people would say, I'm a fucking communist, you moron. to peers. Fuck. Beautiful people. It does tell you what you're supposed to value. That's what capitalism does. It tells you what to value. It doesn't do it overtly. And that's what Nietzsche's talking about. It doesn't ever say, value this. That's not what capitalism does. It's not what liberalism does. It works differently. It works by changing how you're produced. That's why it's different than a dictatorship and a theocratic. I don't think we're going to fall into theocracy, not in the same way that we had in the past, where the president is, or the king is, God's right hand and divinely placed and more of a pinpoint than a person. That's not what we're doing. We're sliding into the worst of both worlds. This is stupid. This is really awful.
Because you have things like separation of church and state and pursuit of...
Nietzsche does not refer to economic systems because, like, he talks about he does shit on a very particular group of, I can't remember exactly the word he used for it. It's a German word. I think it's kind of like lefties, but it's he shits on them a little bit. It's a different, but he wouldn't be like capitalism versus, like, that's not, the shit was being invented around his time. Like, it's a very different thing.
Of happiness and a degree of individual liberty and so on. The idea is you bring your own values to life and you find out what they are by living it. Making a conscious choice about what
you
value out of life and what it is that you want, doing the kind of Nietzschean thing of becoming an individual and asserting yourself and claiming your own values, it's really, really difficult. It's scary. There's a lot of obstacles in the way.
See, and this is all because Abigail thinks she's overcome all of this. That she's like an expression of the will to power.
And what if it turns out that your values and the things that you want out of life aren't what mainstream society approves of? Well, then things can get a little difficult, believe me. So we get this tension between democratic nihilism, which is kind of by design and like kind of a good thing. It allows you room to grow as an individual and bring your own values to life. And on the other hand, we have capitalism running in and saying, I know what the answer is. You should value making a profit. And we have nationalism running in and saying, I know what you should value the nation. And we have racism running in saying, I know what you should value the race. And we have religion running in and saying, I know what you should value the teachings in this book. And so there's this
He's not a vulgar nihilist either. Jesus Christ. It's deeply oversimplifying Nietzsche. Don't do that, please.
Constant push and pull between democracy and anti-democracy going on all the time. Wow. We've really come a long way from my friend arguing with his daughter.
I have no idea what your point is.
Video essay answer to this problem that Wendy Brown identifies. That is kind of the...
You didn't say the problem she identifies. She said in a theocracy, you're ordered... Oh, you're hearing that from her. Sorry, I thought you were talking about me. And you were being sarcastic. It's hard to tell. Sorry, Constantine. It's hard to tell. I thought you were answering me like, oh, I didn't know he was a... Well, because I was describing him a little... I was oversimplifying a couple of his things that are a little bit in that direction. So I was kind of like, oh, come on. But if you're... This whole thing, she's fucking... Ugh. This is awful.
PhilosphyTube way, isn't it? Like, hey, but here's the thing that you can do. Here's the John Oliver positive takeaway. But I really do think that
Zoo Phillips, nihilism is easily the most misrepresented philosophy, and I hate it. First off, I like the idea that it's misrepresented, like miscongeniality in a beauty contest. I see nihilism standing there with like a sash that says misrepresented. Sorry it's late. I've been doing this for too many hours. I have a couple books by another nihilist. Trouble with Being Born is an example of one from Shorin. You want to talk about nihilism? Nihilism is one of the most beautiful outlooks on life if you're ready for it. It's one of those things I tend to say when I talk about Shorin as a thing. I don't recommend Shorin. I'll explain why in a second. It's actually really, really depressing. But nihilism as a thing, if you are an idealist, is and seems like a very depressing way to view the universe. And I don't think I would disagree with that. It is, from that position, horrifying almost. And I'm not going to like fight that. It is a thing that is necessarily difficult from that place. But if you've already made the steps towards sort of abandoning the representational mindset and working towards that, going into Nietzsche with nihilism actually, to me, yields a beautiful outlook on life. And Søren, more than that as well. Like, it just is this extraordinary view of like the most beautiful way to look at everything. But if you're not there, we had a guy running a Søren reading group on our server. We won't allow another one because he took his own life. It's very, very depressing. It made a lot of us, it ruined, it like really broke the server for a while because it was just this really strange thing. But nihilism ends up, Bergson, Sunday says, I think Bergson's great for this because he's overflowing with an optimism that doesn't rely on idealism to justify itself. That is why I find nihilism beautiful. It doesn't rely on secondary thoughts or ideas or things that you need to ascribe to or transcendent elements. Proper nihilism is actually incredibly beautiful and positive. Incredibly beautiful. But if you're not there, you're not there.
Attention is quite possibly one of the defining questions of the 21st century. So we are.
It is not. You have no understanding of this, and you do not do philosophy in any capacity, and you should stop doing philosophy.
In real time. Here's something that I thought of, though, when I was writing this episode. I have another friend who was born disabled, and a while ago, I used the word freak in front of her to describe someone else. And she said to me, hey, that word really makes me feel bad. Could you use something else? And just for a second, I got mad in my head because I was like, obviously, I wouldn't use the word freak to describe you. I would never use the word freak to describe somebody who was disabled. Like, stop telling me what to say. Obviously, I would use it to describe someone who was weird. I wouldn't use it in that way. Like, why are you telling me that I'm bad? Why do you think that I'm bad? How could you think that about me? Just get off my back, is what I thought. But then I reflected a little bit and I realized that using a different word probably wasn't going to impact me all that much. And by using that word, I was sort of throwing her off the balance of her day. I was like, putting a wrench in her system. And I could avoid doing that. So having reflected internally, I made the choice to bump that.
I did the Nietzschean thing by censoring the words I use around a friend of mine who's sensitive about certain words that are unrelated to the thing. That's very... I'm so confused by this. So confused by this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I need someone to explain this story to me. I got to tell you, another way to read that would be, my friend did not have the power to not be offended. So I made the choice as the master in the master-slave comparison to not offend her. Because I have that power. Because I'm better. And I find myself better. Is the Nietzschean thing to be an asshole and say deal with it? No, I think that would be a way to interpret. I would be hesitant. I think meeting the person honestly where you both are, which is like, oh, fuck, why does that upset you? It's like, oh, because, people have called me freak before. It's like, oh shit, that sucks. Yeah, I can stop using that around you. Like, then that's having a conversation, but like, just reflexively going like, I made a choice. I made a choice. I made a choice. I have the freedom. They don't have the freedom. Why doesn't your friend have the freedom? Why don't you talk to them and be like, hey, freak, that's not about you. Like, you're not that as a thing. Like, I mean, if their friend was like, I don't know, I all I can think is like fucking old freak shows and shit, which, you know, I have friends who are little people, dwarves, all kinds of, like, you can use these terms. People don't get pissy as long as it's like, it's just very strange. It's a very strange mentality. Like, they don't have the choice, but I have the freedom. Liberals, man. They just talk to people, be like, oh, fuck. Oh, I fucked up. I didn't know. If it's a word of hate, example, I am a 90s kid. Teenager in the 90s. We use the F word all the time. When I say all the time, you kids don't fucking understand what it was like in the 90s. Everyone said the F word all the fucking time. It's not for everyone. Like everyone. It was fucking wild. I had to learn not to say that word. But the thing is, it is a word of hate. It was a word of hate. Still is. It's a word of insult. Absolutely. It's directed at a particular class. It's like the N-word. Really, it's in that sort of category thing. That kind of thing, stuff to train myself out of. But if I misuse it, it took time, it took years. It takes a lot to get some of these things out of your setup. But that thing, it's like, what do you do? How do you handle it? Well, different contexts. Someone brings up, of all people, Bushwick Bill. Why would you bring up, of all fucking people, Bushwick Bill? So one year I'm working the Gathering of the Juggalos. Bushwick Bill is there. And he liberally uses words that I would not use. Of all the people to fucking mention is fucking Bushwick Bill. What the fuck? Of all the people. He's a weird little fucking dude. He was a weird fucking dude. But that thing, it's a whole different world because him and the words he would use for himself. I know I mentioned dwarfs, but literally, I mean, of all the people, I happen to have known Bushwick Bill and had experience with him of all the people. But it's like that thing is really different. People have different takes on these things. Being around a person and engaging a person where they're at is a big deal. But just these words being evil all the time is also just as fucking silly and just as fucking stupid. And there's a lot of dancing and a lot of complexity around the contingency of all of these things. But there's a reality that you deal with people in their lived experiences where they are, and that a person has the ability, just as much as I have the ability to stop saying the word. If I don't mean it with hate, there's really, just be like, talk to them. That person has as much power to learn not to be resentful and angry when they hear the word, because it's not about them. There's talking to people. Talk to humans. Like, don't just go, oh, well, I'm good enough. Like this is what Nietzsche was criticizing. I am a good person. So therefore I will exercise my ability not to say the thing, because that's what good people do, is not do a thing. That's the slave. That's Ressentiment, slave mentality right there. Spot on. And it's just, so frustrating. Because it's like just the opposite of what he would say. And to equate this weird virtue signaling moment, it's like, God, just fuck. What's good, man? Loving the casual look. It's a little casual. Been traveling hard, hardly dropping. Stay inspiring, lad. We love your work. Well, thank you, sir. Just be. Things can be that simple. And you can talk to people. I will tell you right now, you go to some rap concerts, no one's going to give a shit if you're singing along with all the lyrics. Some others, they will. Very much. You got to kind of be where you are and have conversations with people. And just be real and be where you're at. And understand there's other things you can't say. Enjoy, like, for example, Kendrick Lamar's They Not Like Us. Who can say that? What can you say? How do you say that? Where is it said? There's a lot of subtleties in all these different sentences and words that really mean things important to people. And treat people good. Treat yourself good. It's just, this is such a weird, frustrating thing. So frustrating to hear it like this. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it so much. One sec, I'm looking. Sunday wrote me a note. Oh, it's some other stupid dumb shit. Let's finish this fucking thing.
That word down the list of my vocabulary. I made her life a little easier, and that decision came from me. So I enhanced her freedom, and I also used my freedom. It wasn't a will to power trick. She wasn't trying to will to power me, and I wasn't trying to get like woke brownie points by using my will to power to kind of virtue signal to her. It was just we enhanced.
Jesus fucking Christ. Play devil's advocate and give charitable comments on this video. Is it all trash? It's all trash. I tried early on to like try to understand it. She's just doing the opposite across the board. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Did Abigail really enhance the other person's freedom? No. What they did is they enhanced the other person's ressentiment. So if the sheep asked the eagle, don't do that anymore. I don't do that. Why would you? And the eagle goes, oh, I won't. You haven't enhanced the sheep's freedom. That hasn't changed. Hasn't changed at all. You changed nothing. You changed nothing. Just remember when you're trusting, oh no, you wanted me to look over your essay? I am going to have fun reviewing it on stream.
Our freedom together. Anti-modernism and Nietzsche are both pretty individualistic.
I'm having a tough time. I'm having a tough time, guys.
And that's where I think it kind of falls down.
You are the most fucking individualist motherfucker we've seen yet. Nietzsche is not even close to how fucking narcissistic you are. This falls down. Nietzsche falls down.
This trying to become a heroic individual thing, that to me feels a little bit like being on a treadmill. Because even if you become the great individual and you achieve everything and you become so dominant and strong, like who do you have to share it with?
It's like a 1986 after school special moral. It's a child book fucking ethic. What the fuck? If you become so strong, who do you have to share it with? I have an example of Donald Trump. Everybody. Elon Musk. Everybody. So they have everyone to share it with. They're big and strong and they have everyone to share it with. We have nothing but being forced to do that. Everyone. Everyone. When you're in power, it's everyone. You moron.
I mean, look at a guy like Elon Musk.
Problem is, Nietzsche argued for everyone to become the Ubermensch, the best version of himself, not the chosen few. I mean, and Ubermensch isn't it like the overman. Again, in English, these things have very different secondary meanings, and also post-Nazism a little probably affected it a little bit, but it's like empowered. You know what? Doesn't matter. It's just awful.
He has so much and he's miserable.
Yeah, really? He's miserable? He's having threesomes with like famous starlets. He's an empty sack of shit and lies all the time, but he is in a frenzied ketamine and cocaine fueled forward movement of what he believes to be changing the future of the government. And he can literally do anything he wants. Why would he be miserable? I can't think he's happy. We want to have a conversation about this. In my video, I have a conversation about capitalist eunuchs, which is a lovely term I left from Marx and that Deleuze reappropriates. That someone who is so in line with capital, their own desire is in line, and so as such, they barely exist. They are a capitalist eunuch. I take it a step further. I think Trump is a capitalist cuck, but there's a whole reason for that. But I'd be very hard-pressed to say that he's miserable. As an example, There are probably families who can't eat tonight who are more miserable. I mean, I would think someone who can't feed their children, someone who tonight, it's very freezing here in Portland, is doing their best to tuck their kids into the back seat of the car that they sleep in with as many blankets as they could get from the local Salvation Army. And they're not sure it's enough and if their kids will live to wake up till tomorrow. So they're keeping the car running, but they have to stay awake all night because if the car's running and everyone walks over, they may die because of smoke inhalation. That is a special kind of misery. That's not what Elon Musk is experiencing.
He's the richest man in the world, but like, you know, ketamine's not that expensive. Nobody who accomplished anything worthwhile ever managed it on their own. And
this is just, now you're just saying garbage.
not everybody who challenges us is trying to pull some kind of will to power.
Just wait, if you have virtue signaling trick,
virtue
whatever.
signaling trick on us, sometimes they're just trying to grow.
Trying to grow too by telling you not to say words. That's how they grow. They grow by repressing you. And which you may choose to take advantage of that or to not say certain words because they are words of hate, but they are just words, and understanding the contingency of experience and the lived experience that you're living alongside other people and giving them room to be who they are and having that honest back and forth. That's more than just, oh my God, I'm sorry, I won't say it again, which is how a child views things. And instead having a discussion, that's what you can do. My mic was crackling. Sorry. Doug Stanhope, I won't play this one on stream, has a wonderful bit on friends of his in Alaska that are little people. And a fight he got into with one of them because he called them a word he shouldn't have. It's fantastic. It's a fantastic bit because it is about the absurdity of it and also the fairness of it. But it's these things together. Doug Stanhope is, without knowing, Doug Stanhope is a leftist comedian. He doesn't even know it, but it's accurate. The power of words and how they work. It is not as simple as this. Tara Abydos wrote a book. T-A-R-A space Abydos, A-B-Y-D-O-S. You will find this book. I would say please buy it because I would like you to support, because I'd like her to write more books. This is buy this, especially if you're white. It is not an easy book to read in terms of like, I mean, it's not a difficult read. It's difficult emotionally to read, and it's uncomfortable, but it's about how we use words and the necessity of them. And it's fucking brilliant. The name of the bit, I don't think I can say the name of the bit. It's Doug Stanhope, and it's, there's another word for little people. That would be the thing to search for.
Two. I mean, here's my hot take.
I have friends who, there's a lot of things with that. I'm very sensitive to. I get that one.
Why I kind of like pluralism.
It's an M-word bit. Yeah.
Modernism and individual freedom, because we all have the potential to grow and change in unexpected ways.
According to you, sometimes it's not about the word, but about you wishing the other person to understand the word could be potentially hurtful to you. I agree. But that's actually my point, is that it's not about the word. Someone's saying, it's like, oh, God, I didn't realize that. And talking to somebody and having that momentary connection and talking through it and seeing maybe, can you help them get through that? Because if you're in a wheelchair, the word freak is not like a derogatory thing about you. If you look at that freak and talking about a mega person and then someone in a wheelchair gets hurt, having a conversation around that, I think could be fine if you're friends. I think that could be fun in general. Talk to people. That's the thing. Talk to people and be human about it. Don't be a dick. Don't go out in front of it. And also don't think you have special powers over them.
We have the potential to do it together too, and that's why I like that the government doesn't tell me what to believe or what God to worship, because, you know, who knows what you could turn out to be.
It's just terrible. It's just terrible. I don't even. God damn. Lucy, I've been glad to have you with me, even though you've been giving me shit constantly from the comments. I appreciate it. This was really terrible. And flatly, if this ever gets to anyone around, step in. If you're a friend to Abigail Thorne, step in and go, hey, you should not do this anymore. Whoever, it needs further dissecting just a little bit, Ms. Dixer. If you don't actually read these texts, you should not comment on them. That's it. If you, does she have a big audience? Yeah, 1.6 million on YouTube followers. That's just YouTube. If you don't understand things, you shouldn't be talking about it. Because the problem is, you do so from an authoritative position, people assume you know what you're talking about. And they just assume that's what you're doing. I could do the same thing. Anyone can with anything. You can just bullshit and lie about everything that's happening. Don't do that anymore. If you don't actually spend the time to read, and you are not doing philosophy anymore, and that's fine. Go be an actress. Or whatever the fuck you think you are. Go write, go do, no one cares. You're not doing philosophy anymore. You're busy doing other stuff. You're allowed to be busy doing other stuff. You couldn't even do philosophy before. So like now we know. So don't try to get other people to write it. Just stop. Please. People are trying to actually do real work in here and trying to do real activism and trying to do real things that push real praxis. And you. You don't understand what she was getting at? Neither do I. I watched both videos. I think she was getting at some sort of straw man weird way to stand up Nietzsche to make other points that were not very clear. I don't get any of the points. And again, Abigail's done a handful of good videos. They're just not on fucking philosophy. They're just not. So you'll see me do this on stream often. I have a big bushy mustache. It's very frustrating and annoying. So gotta wax it and keep it waxed. Keep it out of the mouth. Gives it a nice look when you do it right. I know I look unkempt as shit. I practice hard to look this unkempt. Let's see. Oh. And just as a last note, because I know the person who asked this is in here. Sunday was showing his copy of Anti-Oedipus. He was making a point that, and if you didn't notice, she kept holding up this Genealogy as a Moral Penguin edition that 100% had never really been opened. Like, I have a couple of Penguins edition books. Like I got rid of it. I bought Capital, the Penguin collection, because I also had the others, but I wanted a whole one that like I could pull open and I wouldn't have to worry about falling apart because I had older books. Never really opened it. Someone was like, I want to see Brooks's Anti-Oedipus. You want to see, this is what a used fucking well-read book looks like. This torn apart fucking nightmare of everything. That's like you could see, how often has this been read? It's fucking got marks on the bottom. I paid for Capital. I've paid multiple times for Capital. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm a good consumer. If you have philosophy books better warm. Depends. Maurice Griol. Men of Fire. La Flambe de Home. Old ass book. I'm glad it doesn't look worn. Some books. But also I'm not opening it. I've read it once and I'm happy. I actually have 2 copies for that reason. I have my Vicious Circle, because I got the hard copy Look at how beautiful. This thing is fucking stunning. It's perfect. The story for this one is actually almost better than the book itself, because I found this copy at my favorite bookstore, which is in Portland. It's called Madame Foucault's. That's a fucking name. That's a good name for a bookstore. Specializes in French books, French theory, French poetry, French fiction, French history, all of that stuff. Burners of men can be burners of men. Whatever it is, it's great. But Madame Foucault's, they have this back room where the guy, and because he's the guy in Portland. There's only one guy in Portland who runs this place, and two guys who run it, but there's only one place like this. They get to be, for some reason, when estate sales happen or people pass, they actually will them their collections. There's a sci-fi guy in San Francisco. It's the same thing. All their sci-fi books when people die. It's weird. There's like these specific places. So Madame Foucault's gets these, and they go in the back room, and it's the most extraordinary place to just wander and like just look at every single book. And then I saw this, and I was like, there was never a hardcover of Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle in French. Nietzsche la vicieux, circle vicieux. And he was like, I don't know. And we looked at it, and the date is the year before, like it's the year before everything else. And it's like, what the fuck? So it took forever. We finally found like the proof that it did exist. It was like 500 copies, made some crazy shit. So I buy it. And I bought a bunch of books, and I left it there because I'm fucking awful. I just forget everything. And, it's a fucking hour and a half drive from where I live to get to Portland. I'm out in the fucking boonies. I'm way out. And so I called the guy. I'm like, hey, I'm going to have a friend drop by who lives there. They're going to pick it up. Like, you had to do it 3 days in a row. Finally, I got it. And it was about a year ago. And here I was, so excited. And I was like, oh my God, I want to take it with me. Because I was going on a big trip. And I was like, awesome. I've spent years learning French. I finally have a French copy of the book. I want to sit. I want to read it. I'm going to take it with me on the trip. And when I got home, I couldn't find it. And I don't remember having it on the trip, but I'm certain I put it in my bag. So it's gone forever, I figure. I left it on a plane. I left it in a hotel room. It was a shitty trip. It's a long story. I got really sick, and I was so depressed for like 3 weeks. Finally, I'm going in, and my son's like, read me a story for bed. He wants a new story. I just finished Alice in Wonderland. And so I was going through the books in his bookshelf, and I'm like, boom, boom, boom. What the fuck? It's like in my son's bookshelf in between like the Dragon Ball Z manga and like pigeon coloring book. I'm a crackling Kamala again. Really? This is just beyond frustrating. One sec. Oh, that's why. Fuck. And that should fix it. Apologies about that. So what had happened is, and I asked him about it, I had left it at home, maybe on the side of my bed, but he took a bunch of his books and this into his room and put them away. So it was his book for a little while. But then I realized I didn't want to open it, so I picked this one up, and it was $8 used. So that's my favorite thing. And I picked that up when I was in Madrid. Really great shit. Oh God, so tiring. What's my favorite book which has a bad cover? Most books have bad covers. Anti-Oedipus, I think, and all of those. I have these series. I don't know what the fuck any of these are. This fucking color with this fucking... None of this makes sense. It's shit, and it makes no sense, and it's like, why the fuck would you do that? But it's not just that. There's a bunch. You can see. Let's see. Then there's good covers. Idea of Pure Critique. Highly recommended book. I don't know. Bad covers. I don't know. If that doesn't count as a bad cover, I'm hesitant to say any of them really are. It's consistent with ATP. Well, the ATP one doesn't make sense either. None of them do. The general thing is you have the picture of the boy, or you have the body sculpture thing. Like, if you can't see it right, oh, you can't see, it's just out of view. I have all three of Sloterdijk's, as well as You Must Change Your Life. Those covers are beautiful. 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 Also, his prose is beautiful. I'm not a big Sloterdijk fan of his philosophy, but goddamn, his writing is like stunningly beautiful. 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 There we go. Let's do some random book recommendations. All right. This is a mishmash of books that I'm going to recommend that at least one of them you have not heard of. If there's anyone here who has heard of all of these books, all four, you win a prize. So we'll do that one last. I was a student at Columbine. So was my brother. We had a tough time with that. Memorials and death and those kinds of cultures are a big deal to us. It's an experience I've lived with. So Deleuze and memorial culture, I was stunned when it came out. Desire, Singular Memory, and the Politics of Trauma. This is a super fucking wonderful book on how we basically totalize trauma and then crush it to a singular point by placing it in a memorial, which gives it a very particular meaning and ruins the rest of it. It is not a big book, as you can see. It's Adrian Parr. Parr's great. Deleuze and Memorial Culture is a detailed study of contemporary forms of public remembrance. Adrian Parr considers the different character traumatic memory takes throughout the sphere of cultural production and argues that contemporary memorial culture has the power to put traumatic memory to work in a positive way. Drawing on the conceptual apparatus of Gilles Deleuze, she outlines the relevance of his thought to cultural studies and the wider phenomenon of traumatic theory and public remembrance. This approach is interdisciplinary, drawing on media crit, blah, 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 blah. Case studies are including the Holocaust, Vietnam Veterans Memorial, Amish shootings in Pennsylvania, documentation, dissemination of U.S. abuses at Abu Ghraib, as well as the consumption and reification of trauma. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. I finally finished this for the first time. Neo-finalism. So someone made a joke in the server. We've had a Bruyere reading group for some time now. Someone made a joke that Bruyere was done dirty by Deleuze because he really isn't mentioned, and he's not. There's like one or two footnotes. He was done dirty. This is so wonderful and so interesting. And I'm going to have a second go through in it for sure, because it is not an easy thing. But this is 100% a basic layer to really getting it, I would say, the underlying individuation that Deleuze is talking about. Here's one that everyone can read, because that one, not for everyone. And Deleuze and Memorial Culture, if you're into it. This is a book I recommend for everyone. Ishmael by Daniel Quinn. I have a signed copy. I'm a big fan of this book. It is really hard to describe this book other than Daniel Quinn is very odd with how he writes, and there's a magical realism in how he plays with things, but also just sort of a fantasy element. Ishmael is about a brilliant gorilla who talks to you. If you haven't read it, it is phenomenal. It's a very interesting, complicated revisiting of the history of mankind through the eyes of someone outside of it is kind of the idea to read. The glass in a window was black, opaque, reflective. I continued to gaze into my own eyes for a moment, then rolled focus beyond the glass and found myself looking into another pair of eyes. I fell back startled, then recognized what I'd seen, fell back again, frightened. The creature on the other side of the glass was a full-grown gorilla. Full-grown says nothing, of course. He was terrifyingly enormous, a boulder, a sarsen of Stonehenge, his sheer mass alarming in itself, even though he wasn't using it in a menacing way. Instead, he was half-sitting, reclining, placidly, nibbling delicately on a slender branch he had in his left hand like a wand. "You are the teacher?" I sputtered. He nodded. "I am the teacher." Thus we are introduced to Ishmael, a creature of immense wisdom. He has a story to tell, one that no human being has heard. It's the story of man's place in a scheme not bounded by his own lifespan, but extending backward and forward over the lifespan of Earth itself. Like all great teachers, Ishmael refuses to make the lesson easy. His story begins at the birth of time, and his history of the world never appeared in a schoolbook. Is it man's destiny to rule the world, or is a higher destiny possible for him, one more wonderful than man has imagined for himself? In this extraordinary novel, a man and a gorilla embark on an intellectual adventure that will redefine what it means to be human. It's good. And the last one. This one's definitely not for everyone, but if you like... you convinced your mom to read Ishmael when she visited. She doesn't have a lot of things to read. She smashed it cover to cover, started asking for more recommendation. It's a book you can recommend to anybody. Recommend it to conservatives. They will like it because it plays towards that. Daniel Quinn's very good at that. Very good at that. And they won't come away the same. It's a book that changes people. Here's a book that really changes people. Yeah. If you have read it, you've read it. If you haven't read it, this acid trip of a book, I'm just going to read I'll just read it. Readers of Graves' King Jesus will remember the female against whom in the early Gospel according to Egyptians, Jesus is reported to have declared war. The female was the white goddess of birth, love, and death, the earliest European deity, visibly appearing at the new full and old moon, worshipped under countless titles. Beautiful, generous, fickle, wise, implacable, this book, written concurrently with King Jesus, tells us all about her. So good. Mr. Graves' position is that true poetry, or pure poetry, which has never been satisfactorily defined except an emotional effect that it produces in readers, has only a single language and a single infinitely variable theme. He shows that this theme is inseparably connected with the ancient cult ritual of the white goddess and her son. The language is called myth and is based on a few simple magical formulas kept close secrets for thousands of years by her initiates, without knowledge of which the legends of Palestine, Greece, Rome, and northwestern Europe are so much beautiful, disgusting, or boring nonsense. Poetry is true or pure to the degree the poet makes intuitive use of these formulas. So good. So good. So good. Those are my recommendations. Every one of those. They're great. You have to read White Goddess. It's phenomenal if you have any interest. I don't know anyone who comes away able to talk about the book, but everyone wants to, and no one can. It's not a hard read in terms of like difficulty. It's not like a Dahlgren or Ulysses, right? It's not any of those. It's a solid read, but it's complicated in other ways. And yes, I've read Rorty. I like Rorty. But if I'm going to do philosophy of science stuff, I tend towards the Latours and people in that sort of ilk, playing differently. Question to me, do you think Sophie's World was a good intro to philosophy for the young or old? I don't know if it's an intro to philosophy necessarily. It's an intro to curious thinking and playing with ideas. Sure. I've not read Bachelard. There's only too many books out there. I have a reading list that's significant at this point, and this is including stuff that I actually have behind me that I still haven't read. Let me. What's the thing I haven't read yet? I've got a couple back here. So I've been making my way through Godelier, and I got about, 20 pages into this. I ended up going back. Godelier was Claude Levi-Strauss, who's like the king of structural anthropology, kind of built that shit. Godelier kind of took him down a few notches and did a big critique. He was a student of his. And he wrote a book called Metamorphosis of Kinship, Godelier wrote, that is a direct response to Strauss's book on kinship. All of this I've read, and I love Godelier. Here's his book on Strauss. This is the driest shit I've read in a very long time, and I stopped. And now I started flipping open and being very upset that I stopped. It is 500 pages. And they're not light pages. They're incredibly complex. So I haven't read that one, which is frustrating. I'm missing a handful of Francois Jullien. I've read some, but not all. So, for example, for sure I've read Living Off Landscape, Cultural Identity, but I have not read Detour and Access. I've had it sitting for a while. Francois Jullien is wonderful. And for people like me who kind of straddle East and West, I tend to very much when it comes to philosophy, the Western, but my like background in reading is thanks to, recently Red Pine, thank God, but Taoism, Buddhism, the I Ching, Confucianism, I spent a huge amount of time on. And Jullien is kind of splitting the difference, sort of. It's hard to say. Yeah, On the Universal is so fucking good. And actually, speaking of the stream today, it would be a good read if anyone's curious what Brooks keeps saying when he's talking about the Universal. Because Jullien teases that, oh, fuck, I need to reread that now. That's been like 2 years. You haven't seen a thread in the server about literature the side of AO? It's because you ain't looking. We have 12 readings. We are generally focused on AO just because every Tuesday that's the reading I do. So we tend to be a little focused, but I'm going to be starting doing a lot more of, I call it Brooks's Books. It's a joke thing I did like a year ago where I just have like a list of all my books, and some random person or someone pays to be the person to choose the book I just do a 20 minutes on, pull it down, read it, talk through it, all that stuff. And I've got a huge amount of stuff that's like people would not necessarily expect. Like, here's a random selection of things. Here's wonderful little pamphlets I've been able to find. The Annotated Snark. Good shit. I've got all of the objectivist newsletters, which is really great, especially if you want to really understand Ayn Rand and how she's really, really dumb. But like stuff like that. I guess I have a silly amount of fucking books. There's just not enough time in the day. Never enough fucking time in the day, right? It's natural. It's the way it works. Have I read Indian spiritual texts? I'm going to say yes, but I'm going to also say that I'm not familiar enough to say that I've read a significant amount or anything like that. I've spent a good amount of time with like sort of traditional Bhagavad Gita, sutras, depending if you want to talk about the crossover of where Buddhism and Hinduism and those things sit, whatever. But not enough to be able to say that I understand fully any of the specific actions of India. It's one of the things that I'm really frustrated by, because in the West, you tend to have, this is really true of Buddhism. It's really true of fucking Hinduism. And I would say it's Orientalism in general. Speaking of, real quick. This is a great book. I also have it in Arabic. you ever care. Mostly because I couldn't believe that they sold it to me together. Orientalism, great book. The challenge ends up being that it's hard to find a non-Orientalist version of almost any of these spiritualist texts that don't have that edge of, I don't know how to put it, overemphasizing the spirituality of a thing, when in reality most of these belief systems are not born of spirituality but born of the material realities of people as they lived. And so, like, a good translation, Red Pine as an example, phenomenal translation of I want to say all of this. Sorry, I keep hitting the mic. Red Pine's Tao Te Ching is the definitive translation as far as I'm concerned. And I have like 9 of them. But it's insane because what he does, and that's why it's really, and he has a bunch. I have his Diamond Sutra, Heart Sutra. He has a phenomenal number of works. But to translate it to English, you find things ruined very quickly because they're not talking about the reality of what was happening at the time. So, for example, just open up Tao Te Ching. His opening is already everything completely different than you read in every other one. But I'm just going to read like a paragraph. He says, during Lao Tzu's day, philosophers were concerned with correspondence or lack of it between name and reality, things we distinguish as real change while their names do not. I've used the Mawang Tui Heng, immortal, over the standard Chang, eternal, which was introduced to avoid an emperor's personal name. So normally, when you hear this opening, it is the way that is the way that is the way is not the eternal way. That's not actually the original work. The original work is about the immortal way, because it was too close to an emperor's name. That changes the meaning just a bit. That's one sentence. So I have this bugaboo about these issues, and it's constant. Indian texts, just take Bhagavad Gita, for example, or any of these others. I mean, any of them. Buddhism has this problem. They're trying to translate the words into what they think it ought to say in English instead of what was being tried to say at the time based on the material conditions of the thing. That makes sense. And the more rare that thing is to find translated into English, the more common it is that the people who are translating it are taking excessive liberties. And that's my experience significantly across all of this. And so it's very frustrating because I do love reading all of these texts as much as I can, but they're just not there. Maurice Grual has... So, Grial, for example, who I already showed Le Fleur de Homme, Conversations with Ogo Temeli, the Dogon Religious Ideas. It's an English version of a French book that was originally written in French that is him writing down the oral traditions of the Dogon. Now, the reason this is amazing, and the reason this translation is amazing, is he helped oversee it. Because the big deal for him was he was writing in French what he could of an oral tradition. He's not translating something else. And so as such, you get a really weird taste of actually what Ogo Temeli and what his people really believed. And there's a touch to it that's really hard to sort of put into tangible words when you're talking about, hearing a myth or a creation myth. When I was in first, second, and third grade, we spent all of our time hearing creation myths of the Native Americans. And it became rote. It's like, oh, the coyote did this. And it's like, but that's not how they talked about it. That's not how the actual words were. This is how we're westernizing their belief structure into a thing that sounds like first there was the light and dark, and then God made the firmament, that kind of shit. We're Christianizing it. When you don't do that, and you're just getting at the material realities, this stuff is beyond words amazing. The most fucked up part of this, in my experience, is actually that the most racist people but it's going to sound really weird. In my experience, the most racist time frames and the way that people tended to treat races actually were more honest, because they looked down on all the language that was used, and they considered it small and awful, so they left it. Whereas there's like this ethnology trick or chain that started happening where, oh, we don't want to carry through the negative, so they would flower it up and make it more spiritual. It's more honest the other way, which is fucking wild. So like I have a collection of books from the Chuan Mao, which is a collection of their songs. It's an ethnologist, clearly a person who himself is really, we'll just say, not enlightened. And it's written in like 1870. He's not an enlightened person, to say the least. But in a way he sort of is, because as you read it, it's note for note, freakishly, you can feel what's in what the person's, like, as he translates it, and he explains, oh, they used to do this, this, and this, and they had these terrible thoughts, and then it's like, but wait, that's like their material conditions. He's like saying their material conditions, he doesn't even realize it. So there's a greatness there that's wonderful to read. It's frustrating. Vivesh, Hindu texts mostly emphasize on liberation as the ultimate truth. Well, that's, just going to let you know, that's not what a lot of people in the West get. If you have a really good, and I'd hate to say I'm not going to learn any of these fucking languages. I had enough time. I'm having a hard enough time also doing French. I'm American. We barely do one language, let alone two. If you know of a good translation to English that you find trustworthy and a lot of stuff, I would adore reading it. I really would. Because it's there's entire sections of the world that I wish I knew better. It's a very big shame. Problem is, they're still humans, and even if the smartest ones use the metaphors, the dumbasses saw it as magic, west, east, north, south, doesn't matter. I mean, and but also, and this is why, like, again, Ogatameli, I've recorded and I've been editing before I did this, a piece on social coding. That's why I've got Godelier and all this stuff at the ready. But I go through specifically Grial, and the reason Grial's incredible in how he writes this is because he spent 15 years with them, and they only ever passed on their stuff orally, and they wouldn't do it with outsiders. So even if someone wrote it down or someone in there wrote it, you wouldn't get the same thing. So he does this incredible job. But part of it is the cosmological realities of how they saw the cardinal directions and how the cosmological significance of a strike of the iron by the blacksmith. He communicates so vividly that blacksmithing is actually like a philosophical, cosmological, religious thing when it's done, and how it became sacred. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I cannot recommend it enough. Cannot recommend it enough. And French is not as hard for me in my experience. French was tough, and then like I turned a corner and it just started being like, oh, okay. A thing that helps. French TV is actually very, very good. And watch it with, this sounds weird. I would put it on English and then I would put on French subtitles. It sped it up for me. Like I'd watch movies and TV shows, and then it would just be like, oh, and it just stuff started clicking. It's an easy way to cheat. I have Name of the Rose, and I have Foucault's Pendulum. I have a bunch of eco stuff. I love eco. It's good stuff. There's no notion of inner self, either in Hinduism or in Buddhism. Problem is, there's a Western reading of concepts like Atman or Shunya. Yes, being Christianized by it is your spirit, right? Your spirit. Interpretation of a Western point of view, thus Atman is natural as any other element of reality in Hinduism. Actually, Atman is a principle of all nature as such. It is, and it's such a nuanced difference, isn't it? The difference is so tiny. Like, you wouldn't say someone's wrong, right? You wouldn't go, well, you're wrong to use it that way. You're right to use it that way. But it's also got that, so much. The text about blacksmithing is actually Conversations with Ogatameli. The Dogon religious rituals, the Dogon religious ideas. He goes into it in Men of Fire as well. But it's this. And it's about how sacred things happen. Really beautiful. I don't know George de Maizière. No, don't know him. Proof of this is the little or no social protest there has been in the East with respect to social systems, which we accept as something given by nature. There's other layers to that too. There's a given by nature side, and this is where I think, and again, Francois Jullien, I find to be a really wonderful way to read this because it's an East versus West, but he doesn't like do the like breaking together. It's much more of Deleuze's difference in playing with these things. Really phenomenal, worth reading. Really, on the Universal is so good. So good. But I love you all. That is marking. Okay. I haven't looked at it in a while. Fuck. That's 7 hours. Such exercises are more typical of the West, especially with Socrates, where subjectivity that opposed to society is awakened. From there, a certain notion of progress and history begins to emerge. And that is why in the East, they have not lived the myth of history as the West has done. I think there are traditions that play with it differently. But then, again, I think it's a really sort of fair thing. Tomorrow, if you want to tune in, I would appreciate it. Please do subscribe to the channel so you can be annoyed anytime I come up. If you want to just join in some philosophy discussion, you are always welcome anytime at the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. If you want to support me, super chats or memberships or patreon.com/DGQC. All of that stuff's great. It really, really does help, as does this. Thank you, Matt Fury. I have to thank you and Sunday for rekindling my interest in philosophy. I was stuck in limbo for a while thinking I know more than I did. And I know the feeling. There's a small little version, because we're coming up on 5 years for the Quarantine Collective, which fucks with me so badly. Like we're like a month away. 5 years. 5 years ago, I had read Anti-Oedipus 1.5, 2 times, 1,000 Plateaus as well. I was certain I grasped it. I was confident. I was like, I get this. I get this. Not great. I'm not brilliant at it, but I thought I got it. We started the first day of COVID shutdowns. We got together and we're like, well, we're just going to do a reading. And we're going to read Anti-Oedipus. Posted on Reddit. Got a bunch of people into a server. We started doing it. And it took about 5 minutes for me to realize I absolutely knew nothing. And it was the most exciting thing for me ever. It was like, I understood that I did not grasp the ontological distinctions they were putting out, and that the way they were talking about the world, I was placing differently. There's a scene I like to talk about in the TV show Millennium. And Millennium, Frank Black plays this semi-psychic odd guy who's able to see into the minds of serial killers and evil people. Fucking love this show. He gets a guy who joins him, who the guy says, and he keeps freaking out. He's like, I just can't help it, Frank. I keep putting myself in these guys' minds. And Frank goes, you don't do that. You don't do that at all. You put them in yours. That distinction is so minor, but that's the thing I was doing, is I was putting them in my mind rather than trying to visit that and trying to break that out. And so it was a amazing moment. So I genuinely, I always recommend, ask questions, go through it, find critiques, build on it. And the DGQC is a genuinely wonderful thing to play with. So we're there, and we're always there. Thank you all for joining. Discussing philosophy is a blessing that I'm able to do it and have anyone give a shit, let alone the 2,300 people at one point or another who've joined this, which fucks with me completely. The average viewer stayed for a half hour. That's fucked up. That's way longer than I would have guessed. And I appreciate anyone who gave chat revenue, became members, subscribed, all that fun stuff. I love you all, and we will see you soon enough. Be watching for us. Thank you all. If I can remember how to stop the stream.